This means the Beulah were already waiting in the first one might get confused, but
well, I guess we'll find out because we are now live on YouTube. And I just got to go back here and figure out, make sure I didn't screw this up for everybody on the planet.
well, it looks to be a different one than the one you had.
Figure out, make sure I didn't screw this up for everybody on the planet. Yep.
Let's see. So you just gotta send a message in your to your followers there. Put it on a post on YouTube or something. Tell them to go to the new one.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do here is I will go into the chat for that one.
Oh yeah, good idea. Yeah, if there's people waiting.
Tell everybody there. What the heck is?
I promoted you a little in Double D's channel there. I said that when they come there, they should come here.
Told everybody, yeah, there you go. Tell them it's like, hey, you can get on over here when we're done.
Yeah,
maybe I'll have.
I'm not gonna say no. Like let's all leave Double D, right? that would not be very appropriate. But
definitely don't want to do that right now.
I don't think he's gonna be on as long as you are. So.
I'm gonna be here for a minute. So let me find my own live stream so I can tell everybody. Let's see, because somehow I managed to delete my own live stream halfway.
You just got your first super chat. It's $2 Australian, which I think is about 10 cents American. Happy New Year, Daniel from Australia.
Fantastic. Well, it looks like I'm actually. This is kind of funny because it looks like I'm actually still somewhat live on the vertical. And I think that might be what it's doing is it's doing a vertical and it's doing a landscape. But that thing threw me for. I should have just left it alone is what I should have done and be like, I'll figure this out next time. Here we go. Let's see here. Let me make sure.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Because there's two different boxes there. What the hell?
Yeah, it's a strange one. But one of these days, I've never seen that. Well, it's all OSR, right? So it's all OSR. We're all supposed to be like stuck in the 1970s. So I
definitely am.
Me goofing off with the technology on the stream here.
I'm worse than most. Like I'm Gen X, but when it comes to using computer stuff, I'm a boomer.
Oh yeah.
I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time.
So let me get this in here. Did I honestly just have a my smoke alarm go off here too while I'm at it? Okay, so let's see here. Got that in there. Yes, Mercurius, awesome. Dropping $2 Australian. Happy New Year, man. Great to have you here. This is in case anybody missed what's going on here. This is about as informal as it can possibly get. I'm going to be here for 5 hours, which means that I'm not going to put up with that beeping if that happens to be me, and I will find it here. I'm about to go out.
It's not me. I don't have fire alarms, so.
Yeah, it's probably the one that's like right next to my right here, this door back here that just decided to hit that in 2 seconds after I started the stream. That's the kind of stream it is, folks. That's my luck tonight. But yeah, this is about as informal as it can get. And as people are starting to kind of roll in here, let's get over the important stuff here. Drinking some Baker's High Rye limited edition. This is a limited release single barrel Baker's bourbon, 7 years old, with a high rye mash bill, 107 proof. So good stuff. Yeah. Bring in the new year. What you smoking today? Argento Roots?
This is a Lorenzetti Alpha, and I'm smoking Argento Latakia today. And I'm drinking a gigantic mug of iced coffee because it's 101 degrees Fahrenheit here in the middle of the night.
Jeez, man, that's what's time? You're same time zone, aren't you? Or are you?
No, I'm 3 hours ahead of you. It's 10 o'clock here now.
10
which
o'clock.
means that in about 90 minutes, there's going to be a ton of noise here from fireworks. So if it gets too noisy, you let me know, and I'll mute myself.
I hope we won't pick it up. I think we got a backstage. I got my first pop-in guest of the evening too, as we're all piling in here. Everybody say hello to good old Hunter.
How y'all doing today? Happy New Year.
Everything, the Ultra American TTRPGer. So, how you doing there, Ultra?
I'm doing all right. I mean, not really going to be doing much of anything tonight because I got to work bright and early in the morning as always. So, just chilling now and just flipping through some books I got over here because our RPG Pundits Awards were best game of 2025 right now, Barrows of Borderlands. So,
best game that I didn't write, but still, it's excellent. It's an excellent product. I think Barrows of Borderlands is by far my favorite game that I had nothing to do with.
And we all have to remember that for no reason at all, and certainly not because he made sure he was the very first person to step up and make sure that I wasn't going to be here for 5 hours by myself the entire time. We do all have to agree that the undisputed game of the year has to be Baptism of Fire.
Thank you very much.
There's absolutely no bias in that at all. I wasn't paid off. Nobody sent me a bunch of good pipe tobacco or anything.
I'm still kind of partial to World of the Last Sun and the Gonzo Fantasy Companion. Those are still two of my favorite ones I bought.
I like you a lot for that then, because it's, that's the campaign that I've been running for 13 years now, and it's really weird because everybody knows I'm the guy that makes these historical RPGs, right? But the longest game I've ever run is just this ridiculous Gonzo fantasy game. And it's still going strong.
Yeah, I follow the channel that you put all those videos get uploaded to. So I listen to it on and off. Like I catch because I'm trying to listen to it all in order. So I catch a couple, then I'll stop listening to it, and then I go back to it again. So
you got to watch out.
Yeah, that's Bill the Elf's channel.
Hear that. The Bro SR finds out that the no planning, Gonzo, no setting game is the one that runs forever. We'll never hear the end of it.
It's funny because everyone calls me Bro adjacent because there's 1 minute I get along great with them, and then the other minute they're all assholes to me again. So I can't quite pick a side with them apparently.
It's a classic example. There is a style of gaming that they are very good at and that they are very knowledgeable about that does have a lot of merit. And 9 times out of 10, you'll see them arguing with somebody, and their arguments are the good arguments because they're fussing with somebody who is just getting everything about their play style wrong. Then they turn around and argue about literally anything else in the hobby. And it's like, what are you idiots talking about? It's like, you're completely.
Yeah, also, they're completely wrong about their history, right?
Yes, they do have.
They act as if AD&D First Edition was this carefully crafted, perfect system created by Gary Gygax, when in fact, it was Gary Gygax piling together a bunch of material that was from different random Dragon magazines and things like that. It wasn't a coherent creation, right? And he never played it. And by the way, I don't know if you guys heard, but Tim Kask just passed away.
I was actually just about to bring that up. It's you look at all you have to do is look at Tim's resume in the hobby.
Yeah. Well, Tim Kask, he resigned from TSR in 1980 in protest over the creation of Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, because he thought it was completely contrary to the spirit of play, right? Which was a spirit of play that did not say, "Oh, you must follow all the rules," right?
And to be fair, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons didn't really have that spirit of play either. But Gary had to kind of promote that fiction because he was in a lawsuit with Dave Arneson, and his whole lawsuit was based on the rules. So, you look at it and it's there's a space, 2 or 3 years where he's suing Dave Arneson. And for those 2 or 3 years, Gary is it must be rules as written. It's, the regular Dungeons and Dragons, that game wasn't finished. So that has, do it your own way, rule 0. But this special Advanced Dungeons and Dragons that I don't want to pay my former partner on, it happens to be played completely differently for these 2 years while we're in court, and then after that, I'm going to go right back to saying the other thing.
There were two reasons he created AD&D. The first was to screw over Dave Arneson, and the second was to create a set of basically referee rulings for people playing tournament play in conventions, which was a big deal back then, right? And also that encouraged people to use the standard modules, right? And he wanted to kind of shut out third-party creators, stuff like Arduin and stuff like that,
Yeah.
But he was never, like I've heard this from multiple people now, Rob Kuntz, Ernie Gygax, from people who are physically there, right? That he never actually played AD&D first edition rules as written.
Yeah. And you look at Tim, you look at what he did. I think he was the very first TSR employee, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah. That's what everyone was saying. Yeah.
First officially.
Strategic Review and Dungeon Magazine when it or the Dragon when it became Dragon. And helped work on regular D&D and the whole 9 yards. It's like you look at what he's like. What's the first thing he was hired to do was to work on Blackmore.
Yeah.
And then he also worked on. So it's like you look at it and you can clearly see that Dungeons and Dragons, especially all the way up into first edition AD&D, is a kind of a hodgepodge of multiple different ideas that all were kind of being brought together.
It was a whole range of creativity, which means that the thing most similar to it today is the OSR. It's not the bros,
Yeah, but their style of play is not necessarily a bad style of play. And I'll say this, and I've been tempted to do it. I've talked about doing it. I may do it at one of my local games shops. I have been tempted to take not necessarily the Bronstein style, because I have no interest in anything that even remotely looks like a LARP, but the very West Marches style, multiple character, 1-to-1 time, super episodic version that the bros love to play. I have strongly considered taking Cyberpunk or Cyberpunk Red or Cyberpunk 2020, probably Red just because it's more accessible, and taking that in and running a massive game store game where it's like you can have as many characters as you want to, but everybody's locked into the 1-to-1 time. Because I think a game like, ironically, Call of Cthulhu, which is typically held up as one of those points against 1-to-1 time, because it's like, well, I'm in the 1920s and I'm going to go from New York to Egypt, and it's going to take me 5 weeks. It's going to take me 6 weeks. So my character's in time jail for 6 weeks while he's on an airship. But I've looked at Call of Cthulhu and Cyberpunk because they're so like mission oriented, so episodic, and so typically built around what the D&D world calls one shots, that I think for that 1-to-1 multiple character bro SR style play, those are probably the better systems that the bros would do well to abandon D&D and move to. I think they're better games for that style of play.
No, that was an idea I had, was taking Cities Without Number for a Cyberpunk game and doing like a Bronstein type thing with it, where players will control like the different factions of the city, and then they're all like working against each other, and then also you got the big corpo faction as well, kind of in the center of it all. So that was an idea I've ran through for a while.
Yeah. Got the bear in the house.
The 1-to-1 time and that kind of Bronstein play, usually where it only makes sense is if you have a very large pool of players, larger than the average RPG group now anyway. And if you're having them working with kind of subsidiary NPC groups, whether it's like, you've got control over a territory and you have to maneuver the armies and things like that, right? So like there is some places where that can be useful, right? But the real problem is this idea that they put in their head, that their leader put in their head, that 1-to-1 time means 1 day in the game world is 1 day in our world, right? Which is not the point of it. It's that you have to meticulously track the time inside the game world, right? That a person cannot be in two places at the same time in the game world in the game time, right?
Yeah.
the idea of saying, well, no, but now it's going to take you 13 days to get to Westmarch. So until almost 2 weeks from now, you can't use that character, right? That isn't necessarily how it has to go, right? Because then if you've got other people who are doing things, then there's constantly going to be those blockages and delays, and that's why most one-time campaigns played by Bro SR people don't last very long.
Yeah, and that's really been where I've seen it as a potential sticking point. Is I understand the concept when you're playing 1-to-1 time, it's an out of game, it's between sessions, but it's like, okay, so the three of us are playing a group. You two guys are going on an investigation. You're going to go to Egypt. You spend 3 weeks flying and getting to Egypt, and then you spend another 2 weeks or something in the actual campaign. Yeah. And we end up with you guys being in time jail for 6 weeks. That's fine. You got other characters. If you want to play next week, you can play one of your other characters or something of that nature. You can always do, doing the backlog of what's going on. The issue comes in when I have another group of 5 players who also go to Egypt and get there a week and a half before you, and now they're not there when you're actually playing, when they should be, because the calendar hasn't caught up to you yet. Your characters are 6 weeks in the future, and their characters are only 3 weeks in the future, but they're in the same place you're at. So now you have a disconnect, and that's really what led me to look at more of a, like I said, a Call of Cthulhu or a really like a cyberpunk style of play. And I think it would work really well with any kind of sci-fi like Traveler or something, where you have like the massive reaches of the star system and they can be in completely different galaxies from each other. But that's where you start running into, especially if you have a large number of players coming in 2 and 3 weeks behind, and they're hitting in that same dungeon that you're already inside. And the bros are only going to tell you when it works out perfectly online. They're not going to tell you when it blows up in their face.
That is actually in the Barrows of Borderlands server that I'm a part of. The creator Matthew, he's got like the kind of like almost a central campaign he runs where he does stuff here and there in the new dungeons he's playtesting. But then there's other referees like me and a couple other guys that are in there, and we just kind of have like different locations that we will cover in this game world. Or it's like every now and then, like, hey, there's a dungeon that we want to put y'all through. Anyone want to do that? So, and literally, and again, there's also like we've been talking about doing Traveler in the game. They've talked about doing Hyperborea, because they like to do like all different kinds of games. They don't just focus on one thing. So there's a portal system in this campaign world that you can like go to Hyperborea. You can get on a spaceship and scour the galaxy like you would in Traveler. So it's very interesting, and everyone just kind of has their own little niche that they can do. So not everyone's having to worry about like, hey, does this match what's going on or not sometimes. And we also do the 1-to-1 time thing as well.
Hey, I just lost your audio, man.
Whose audio did you lose?
Crap.
Ultra. Hey, do either of you guys have Bear up on
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. If either of y'all, like I said,
okay.
I'm sure I've got him somewhere. I just have to dig it up. Shoot him the link.
I have no idea who that is.
That's Bear, man. It's the Gen X GM. I've got him on Facebook. Like I said, I know I'm subscribed to his channel here on YouTube. But
aren't most GMs Gen X? That's my experience anyway.
The good ones are. Well, the good ones are.
I'm the filthy millennial, so.
I mean, I guess technically I am too. I'm kind of in the borderline. I'll tell you what I'm going to do here. Let's see here. Where is my backstage link? I'll go over here to grab my backstage link, and I will.
Give me 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back.
All right. I may actually regret this, but I'll just post it in the chat.
Where did my audio cut out on? Because again, I always have the hotspot for my internet, and StreamYard does not like me half the time. So
you, my friend, were talking about all the wonderful stuff about Traveler, and then you just went completely out there. So
oh yeah, because I was just talking about how we have also, it's not just Matthew running the game, but also me and a couple others are acting as like referee and game masters, and all the different other RPGs we've played in the system. Like we've been in discussion for months about wanting to do like a Barsoom planetary visit at some point.
Hey, I mean, there's a lot to be said about Traveller. As far as honestly, the more modern you get, I think the more the 1-to-1 and really the West Marches style of campaign management actually works better the more modern you get, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just recently I got all 61 PDF of the old school Traveller books because there's a site called Pinnacle that was selling them all for like $16 for the whole shebang.
Wow. Hey, you can't beat that. I'll tell you what, I mean, I know that I'm probably the lone 3.5 guy here right now, but I went to Second and Charles and found a manual of the planes for $10 that and it's still, the binding still creaks when you open it. Like it is basically brand new, and got it for $10.
The 3rd edition manual of the planes was quite good.
It was. And when I saw it, I was like, I need one. And it's like a 3.5. And like I said, it was like no creasing, no wrinkling in the binding at all. Still creaks when you open it up. I was like, this is a brand
I've got
new
mine
book.
somewhere. I don't know where. I have so many. I've got thousands of RPG books because of all the review stuff that people sent me. So I tend to lose sight of where they all are.
I'll tell you, though, those secondhand stores are funny because that was $10. But they had a 5th edition Shadowrun player's guide, like the core rule book. It was like $60.
Wow, that's crazy.
It's like that doesn't make any sense. 1st edition, that would be a steal, but that didn't make any sense to be a relatively modern book. And they had it in the case because, like a Second and Charles, they got a case for some of their nicer things, and like they've got it in there with books that cost thousands of dollars. Like it's like this is like a 1st edition set of Dickens or something in there. It's like these are $1,500 a piece, and here's this Shadowrun 5th edition guide.
No, I came across a very nice, clean PDF of it's the first printing of Deities and Demigods with the Cthulhu mythos and the Elric mythos all in it. So, and I just figured since they have a POD option, but it's not the first printing one, I think, on drive-through. So I just said, screw it, I'll just print it myself. So actually I have a quote-unquote physical copy.
There you go. And a printer is a wonderful piece of equipment, isn't it?
Yep. Sure is.
Mercurius popped this in here. Scudder for Mike is a fan of Call of Cthulhu and plays it bro style. Scudder for Mike is a fun one there. He's like he runs a lot of different stuff, and it's funny the ways that he breaks from the rest of his bro SR compatriots, at least the more vocal ones online, because he does spread out to a lot of the games that they constantly mock on a regular basis. And he tends to run them very well from what everybody says. He's probably the #1 evangelist for their style of play, outside of maybe Harmony Ginger.
Yeah, because when I had him on my stream a year ago, back when I was first having my interactions with all the Brosar morons, and he was like the one guy out of all of them that was like, hey, I know it looks bad, but how they're saying it is not what it is, was kind of his thing. So I'm like, then why don't you just come on my show and tell me all about it then? And so he said, okay. He came on my show. We just had a good conversation. And I bought a 6-pack of like those Kool-Aid juicers, and I was drinking that the whole stream.
That's real old school D&D right there. That's real OSR play, is that you get into the game with a pack of Kool-Aid juicers or some Capri Sun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still bad that I still call myself the Jonestown of the OSR, and that was all due to a miss-up when I was going on a rant in the video like a couple of years back.
That's right. The what is it? What was Jonestown? Was that Jim? Was that Jim Jones?
Yeah, I meant to say Jones County because that was the county that succeeded from the state when the Civil War was starting out. But I said Jonestown on accident.
That's quite the accident.
Yeah, run with the joke.
Little different.
They would say that, yeah.
Yeah.
The Red Room is shutting down. Well, it's probably already shut down now. It's because it's got to be past midnight where they are.
Yeah. Well, hey, folks, we got another person popping in. Let's see here. Let's see if we can start some stuff up. Because I'm not sure how much everybody loves each other here today. We don't have any bros to throw in the mix yet. But let's everybody say hi to Mr. Max Liao from the Legion of Myth.
Oh, I'm willing to stir shit up with anyone. I don't give a fuck about none of these people.
Long time no see, Max.
What's going on, man?
What's going on?
Aren't you scheduled to be on one of the GMIs soon?
In February, I believe, unless I read the date wrong.
I have to look. I'm barely prepared for Friday, so. But good to see you. Hey, Daniel, first time I get to actually talk to you. So
absolutely.
I mean, I guess I could have drove 45 minutes, but
Say what?
I could have drove 45 minutes, but that's too far.
You could have. I mean, 45 minutes. I mean, if you put your foot down, you could have done it in 30.
Well, now that I know how Alabama cops work, yeah, I probably could do it in 30. They're not like Minnesota cops, that's for damn sure.
Well,
56 and a 55 in Minnesota, and you're getting pulled over. Here, the cops are passing me down the road. I'm going 50 miles over the speed limit. What the hell?
Well, hell, when my wife's from Chicago, and I found out real quick that going back and forth to Chicago is way better to just go down through Illinois and skip over through Paducah and come through Kentucky and completely avoid Indiana. Because Indiana is nothing but an entire state of orange and white striped barrels with cops hiding behind them. I
thought Oklahoma was the same way. When I used to drive through Oklahoma quite a bit, like you could see all the trucks right at the border, stop, and there'd just be lines of state troopers just pulling one out.
I do have a funny one on that. Years ago, past life, that whole thing. I used to do a bunch of. I was a professional kickboxer, and trained guys for kickboxing and MMA, and I just did a bunch of like odd jobs on the side. I didn't really do a lot of I'd work at a car lot was about the only real steady job that I would normally keep outside.
When you say you did odd jobs, were you like breaking people's thumbs because they hadn't paid Big Louie or something?
Almost. Because I worked for I did a lot of security work.
Okay.
That was in Tuscaloosa at the time. So, I mean, that's University of Alabama. So, I'm getting to go do frat parties and, concert events and stuff like that at the university, which were fine. They paid well, and generally it was just a free ticket to something or looking at some people being stupid. But the two big ones were Waffle House and the Mexican Joint. So there's a Mexican restaurant, and Waffle House is great because either it's people watching with free hash browns and waffles, and you go home at 7 a.m, or it's somebody does something really stupid and you're filling out paperwork for 9 hours with police officers and corporate and all this other stuff. But the Mexican restaurant on Friday and Saturday night would like shove all the tables off of the dining room floor and be like basically a Mexican dance club on Friday and Saturday night, which was great. And if they had like a mariachi band or something, it was awesome. You just sat there, hung out. Everybody was great. The drunker they got, the more everybody loved each other. The problem is when they were playing regular music and the trailer park emptied into there. And you had all these toothless, nasty white women who were in their late 30s to 40s and looked like they were in their 60s and were always trying to push up on the Mexican men, which they're out here at bar and club, but the family is sitting in the front. like the kids and the wife are right over there. And you'd always end up with these brawls and stuff. But regardless, it didn't matter. The Northport police were lined up like it was NASCAR getting ready for the Daytona 500 in that parking lot. And at 1:45, when last call hit, and all the Mexicans started filing out of the restaurant turned bar into their trucks, it was just one would pull out of the parking lot, and then lights and sirens would pull out behind them, and then another one pull out, lights and sirens, just like a convoy, just one after the other, just pulling them over down the line. And it's like, you can see them in the parking lot. Why are you even getting in your truck? And it just the whole thing. That's why we're not getting pulled over on the highway, Max. It's because they're too busy parked outside of the bar waiting for the line of DUI.
In this area, they're too busy not even knowing how to drive. Like I almost hit a Prattville officer. It was like 2 years ago because he doesn't know that you're supposed to turn into the first successful lane. So I was turning right, he was turning left. Well, I can turn right on red, you dipshit, and I'm turning into my lane, and he thought he was going to come in front of me. My wife's like, "You almost hit a cop." I'm like, "Yeah, it would have been his fault too, and I don't care." Like,
yeah. I mean, have you noticed that? My wife didn't believe me when I told her that Alabama is magical and people forget how to drive the second you cross the state line.
Yep. It is literally the most chaotic state of driving I've ever lived. I've lived in D.C. I've lived in, I've driven through Chicago enough times. Lived in St. Louis. I've lived in like these areas of just crap hole driving.
I'm
New
guessing
Mexico.
you've never been to Argentina, though.
Well, no, I didn't know. Well, I've been to I've been to France, and that's bad enough, and Kuwait.
I've been to France. Argentina's about 10 times worse, but
I don't know how that's possible, but after seeing the Parisian drivers, but I suppose, like, again, Kuwait was pretty nasty too. It was just close your eyes and hope. But no, I hate the driving down here because I can't judge it. You see one car that you think is going to drive like a bat out of hell and then doesn't. You got the left lane going 35 and the right lane going 75. And like, what the hell is going on here? People stopping randomly.
I had a car that from northern Kentucky all the way through Tennessee. Now, there were a couple of times we were separated a little bit because one of us got off for gas or food or something, but from northern Kentucky all the way down through Tennessee, this car had more or less been beside me the entire trip from, when I was coming down from Illinois one time. And this was, it was perfect because my wife was with me and I was sitting here, I was trying to tell her what it was like with this magical Alabama driving thing. And she hadn't seen it yet. We hit the state line just north of Huntsville, coming down 65 into Alabama. And the second we cross the state line, this dude comes over and almost takes the front end of my car off. I was like, see, he's been perfect for 2 states. The second we hit Alabama, he about takes my front end out.
I felt safer driving through Atlanta.
I remember one time years ago when my dad did a lot of public speaking stud gigs, and we did this one thing where we drove through like 6 different states in like a whole weekend. And the Cadillac he had at the time broke down in the very wrong part of Atlanta.
Yeah,
that's called Atlanta. It's everywhere. There is no good part of Atlanta.
And then so he ended up actually having because I forgot how old I was. I think I was like 16 or 17 at the time. He left me in the car, passed out asleep, while he walked to go find help.
Hold on, we got some people sitting in the other stream chat that I'm not. Yeah, I goofed up. Just Max, in case you missed it, I completely goofed up the stream.
Yeah, there's like 2 streams going. There's like the short version of a live stream, and then the regular version.
I'm actually surprised I got home when I did.
Both sides, and I'm trying to get everybody over into the same place.
It happens.
Yeah, I don't know why StreamYard has started doing this, but if you go into StreamYard and, or at least if I go into StreamYard and I'm like, hey, set up a stream for YouTube. It's like, okay, well, then it sets up 2 streams.
Well, no, yeah, you go in, they got that new feature. You've got that vertical layout next to you, unless that's intentional. I turn that crap off.
Oh, that's why I use Restream.
Yeah, well, you know what? So we had that issue with StreamYard, was like a year ago when they started overcharging people and so forth, and everybody's freaking out. Come to find out that was overblown, but I get it. They still did raise their prices. I used Restream for a while as well, and I like Restream as well. I think they're both good. Understand that I do this job professionally. I work video conferencing professionally, so like understanding these features, the way this works here, kind of for a dummy, I absolutely love. That's why I use it, because it's made for dummies, both Restream and StreamYard. But I think StreamYard is still the better of the two, with the caveat that I still like how Restream puts chat on the stream better. It's better for streamers in that regard. They kind of got this dumb little thing now where you can put it like in the corner and it fades out. Nobody can read that. But
Restream seems to work better with my hotspot internet than StreamYard does. It's like I am very lucky that StreamYard is even working on my end right now. So
yeah, well, I mean, it shouldn't be using wireless anyway when you're doing video. So
well, I keep telling everyone, I'm 33 years old, I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
I was going to say, I mean, if you look at his background, you can tell that Hunter's like out there in a mini storage unit.
Yeah, really.
Mini storage unit. That's a
I mean,
new
look
one.
at this, like
He's got
I
the
think-
rabbit ears catching the internet waves.
I
pundits
think
in Uruguay.
StreamYard is miraculous because if I figured out how to use it, I mean, it has to be like it really is for retards, you know, because
No, but
I've
that's
never been able to figure out how to use anything on the internet. So
that might sound messed up, but that's actually why I really like it. It does everything
it's
that
brilliant.
I need.
Yeah, of
I don't
course.
have to think like on my professional level crap that I do at work. I know how to use OBS. I don't want to use OBS. I don't want to set up all of that. You know, it's like Linux. I like Linux, but I don't want to deal with Linux. I want my computer to work. So I have, you know, I'm not quite Mac
Exactly
that retarded,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I mean, it's like, man, my Linux machine can do absolutely anything. And it's like, yes, it can if you can figure out how to make it do it. And if you can figure out if you want to put up with it. I remember a cartoon one time was making fun of that old Mac versus PC. You know, the commercial where they'd have like the dumpy looking guy who clearly has a job and everything, and the jobless cool kid that represents the Mac talking to each other.
yep, I remember this.
I always thought that was funny because I was like, we clearly have the guy who has his shit together and has a real job and he represents PC. And then the guy who screws up your coffee at Starbucks represents the Mac. But he would come out there and he was talking, and it was a cartoon and had the two of them, or a comic. And the guy was like, oh man, he's like, you can't even get negative attention, can you? Because he was talking about, I don't even get viruses. And it's like, wow, Mac, you can't even get negative attention. And then the Linux was sitting in the corner, was like, dude, at least he gets some attention.
Yeah, I know a lot of people now. Last like 3 to 5 years, I've always had a couple of friends that were very into Linux. You know, kind of the whole if you're not using Linux, you're not a real nerd kind of thing. But more and more over time here, I've got more and more friends that are flopping over to Linux. I do have a box here with Linux on it. It's my wife's computer, but I think I turn it on once a month.
Linux
There
is
we go. It's
absurd.
better for
Because,
streamers.
I remember. I remember back in the 90s, I guess it was, that you know you had the Linux when Linux first started, I guess, that you had the Linux nerds saying, no, it's really easy to use, right? And okay, maybe it's easy to use if you're a computer guy, but for anybody else, it was almost impossible. And then Ubuntu comes out and they say, oh no, but look, now it's with Ubuntu, it's super easy, right? I go, oh well, I'll take a look, right? And again, I couldn't make hide or hair of it. And every time they've come out with like the newer one, there's a new one now, and they were saying, they always say exactly the same thing, right? Oh no, now it's totally user friendly. No, it isn't. And as long as you have to go to a command prompt, it's not user friendly. You know, it's only for nerds.
Look, you wound me to the heart, man. I grew up starting the games that I grew up playing required CD/.exe.
No, same here, right? I mean, I got my first computer in the 80s, right? But you know, you learned how to use the, you know, that hierarchy, but Linux was a different one, right? And by the time it came out, I wasn't prepared to learn a whole other, you know, computer language, you know, especially when by then it was, you know, Windows had largely removed the need for a command prompt for
hey, I can click on a picture and I can go do what I want to do. I like that.
I remember the time when you were playing PC games, you actually had to have the disc to play the game on the computer.
DOS 3.2 is still the best.
You say DOS what?
DOS 3.2 is still the best.
I mean, it doesn't crash, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, because I grew up with all those educational jumpstart games because I was a strong Christian conservative family, and then there was like a couple like actual video games that we were allowed to have, but of course it's like they were all like Disney related ones that we could play that me and my sisters had to take turns sharing to play on constantly because I got two younger sisters, and then I finally got my Nintendo 64, like my fifth when I was 5 for one Christmas.
He got a Nintendo 64 when he was 5. Like Super Nintendo didn't exist when I was 5. That's right. We all know who's the baby. Here, let's start.
I think Atari didn't exist when I was 5. You know, like
Jillian, we got what's they talking about pundit up there whacking the pipe. Hal Tolkien. You want to go ahead and tell everybody what you think about well, not even just Tolkien, but every modern novel and all writing?
Well, no, hang on. Tolkien gets a special kind of reprieve because what Tolkien made is not really a novel. It is a legend, right? It's a story of legend. It's framed a little bit like a novel, but it's not really, because you don't see all of these elements of like the internal monologue or things like that. And the way it's structured, it's really structured as an epic saga, right? It was derived from the epic, the epic sagas of the West, right? So Tolkien kind of gets a pass on that, right? But in terms of most novels, right, the modern novel, I am of the, it's called novel because it's new. It's only been around since like around 1800, right? It's only 200 years old. And my opinion is that generally speaking, the novel was a mistake. It's dumbed down our entire civilization. There are some good novels, but it wasn't worth the cost.
No, since we're talking about Lord of the Rings, this actually brought up a question I've been asking a lot recently, because we now have like 3 or 4 different versions of Lord of the Rings based TTRPGs out there now. So why is it that no one has tried to make a Narnia based TTRPG yet? Because it would be perfect for like a fantasy TTRPG system.
Well, who owns the license for it, number one, and then number two, if it's anybody that's, we'll just say, famous or popular, they wouldn't want to put it out there because they'd get blasted.
Fair.
It's the same thing for what's the dude who did the oh my god, I cannot think.
Well, I don't know. Hang on, because I'm pretty sure that there is that new Narnia movie coming up. So once Aslan is a black female lion, there will probably be an RPG for it. It'll happen.
See, that's the problem. Depending on who owns it, yeah, exactly. Like, wasn't it also Ellie Mosted? I think his name was. He was an author. He had some licenses out there, if I remember correctly. I might have the wrong author, but everybody went off like, oh, he's a conservative, he's Mormon, he's this, whatever it is for him, and they just tore into it and they just packed it up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tolkien was. Which, by the way, Erwin, bye, get out that way. Boring. We don't do that here. I mean, there's a whole thing about me going off on Tolkien rants.
I have to disagree with Draco. I don't know how he pronounces that. Dracorian, however he pronounces his username. If you read the books, they get really dark really fast in some of those books in the Narnia series.
Well, Narnia has a lot of philosophy built into it, too, if you're paying attention, just like anything else C.S. Lewis ever wrote. If you haven't read the Screwtape Letters, you're missing out. The Screwtape
Letters is one of the greatest books ever. I mean, it's remarkable.
It's absolutely amazing, but everything C.S. Lewis ever wrote is just dripping with philosophy if you're paying attention. But
he was a Protestant, though.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yeah. We give him a pass.
As most good people are.
Yeah, he's an honorary Catholic.
Filthy Protestant right here.
I'm not a filthy Protestant. I'm a good Protestant because I'm actually Lutheran. We actually changed the shit to make it right.
Yeah.
We can have this argument, dude.
I'm not going to touch that. So
I think Driving Dragons is the only Catholic in the room, and he's a sedevacantist. So the other Catholics would say he's a heretic.
No, I need to put it all together. I'm the Filthy Protestant Story Gamer. That's apparently my title. I'm the Filthy Protestant Story Gamer, apparently.
Okay, now you've condemned yourself. Now you're definitely going to hell.
So the problem with the term story gaming, though, is everybody uses it differently, because some people think I'm a story gamer, and I wear it proudly. But other people, the way they story game, basically LARPing, as I heard you say earlier, no. like they're dice. We're going to roll them.
I tend to actually follow generally pundits' definition there of how you do story gaming versus storytelling games. And there's a big difference in the world between somebody who runs narrative campaigns and narrative gaming and somebody who tells a story game. And
so I believe that role playing is emergent storytelling. Playing the game tells the story. That's where the story comes from. It comes from playing the game.
That's right.
But I'm also a Hickman Manifesto guy, and I don't agree with the Bro OSR. I don't agree with honestly the wargaming concept that it's just a war game with extra steps. No, I'm into the campaign style. Matter of fact, I remember when I first got into the hobby, a lot of folks who know me probably have heard the story, but they called us dirty campaigners. Because we wanted actual continuity between module of the week nonsense, and so are you dirty campaigners ruining the game? Like, yeah, well, I'm glad.
Well, all my books have lengthy historical timelines, which tells you that the ideal concept of running one of my games is going to be to play it out as an ongoing living world, right? And to have things happening that aren't, like most of my games don't focus a lot on going into dungeons, right? they have a lot of adventure, but of different kinds, So it's
very much a Hickman Revolution guy myself. I think that is the natural evolution of what was started in the 70s. I think that's where it was supposed to go. I think that's what optimizes the medium, because if you want to play it, say, in the Bro SR style, play a video game. If you want that kind of fit in the box restriction, video games are perfect for that. You just program in the rules and you can't go outside the lines, and it's perfect. The advantage of playing at a table is that you have a human being functioning as the program. We call them a GM, and they adapt to what's happening at the table.
Right. The problem with storytelling games, not story gaming, which is a different thing, but with storytelling games, is when you have a DM who has plotted out an entire, like as if he wrote the script to a movie, right? And then he has to get to that end, right? And that creates things like illusionism, where you can go, you can take the northern path or the southern path, but it doesn't matter, because at the end you're going to get to the plot point that the DM wants you to get to, right?
To be fair, that doesn't bother me as long as I don't know that's what happened.
Yeah,
if I still have that illusion,
there are ways to do that more skillfully or worse, right? But then, the idea also that, like, well, you confront the main villain in the second act, but he's got to get away because you need him for the final act, right? So it's impossible for the player characters to beat him. That sort of stuff is what gives that kind of style a bad name. Now, if you run it instead as this semi-open sandbox, and you treat and instead of designing a novel or a movie script, what you have is you've created a bunch of factions and timelines of what those factions are going to do at certain times if the player characters don't intervene. And when they intervene, you have to adjust what those groups are doing, right? And then it ends up becoming a story, right? But it won't look like a movie. It'll look like a history, where the unexpected can happen.
I like the living world concept. Sorry, go ahead.
There is no wrong way to play, but there is
That's
a shitty
completely
way.
wrong. There are really bad ways to play. There are
no
many wrong ways to play.
Just shitty ones. There are plenty of bad ones to play. There are plenty of bad ways to play. And I'll say this. This is where, and I'm gonna slap Hunter a little bit here and start him up. But this is where realism comes in. If you have a realistic game world, and by realistic I mean it follows a set of logical rules where you can reason and understand how it works. It doesn't mean, there's magic, it's not realistic. Yes, it is. It's realistic for a world that has magic in it.
Verisimilitude. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah. If people act realistically, I can sit here and say, well, here's the way the world is going. It's not realistic, with very, very limited exception, for a single person to come in and change the way even a region of a world is headed. Now, it may change the minute details of how we're getting there, and that's what you do as a GM. You adjust that story. But Napoleon is an exception. Alexander the Great was an exception, and so was Genghis Khan. These were exceptions to the rule. Everybody else, even Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was a product of the time. He was a product of that historical move. And if it wasn't him,
you can base Genghis Khan in Sword and Caravan if you.
There you go, Sword and Caravan. By the way, all these historical figures I'm mentioning, I'm certain that RPG Pundit has a book for sale revolving around some of them. Or
it's getting there. Yeah, it's getting there. I don't have any Caesars yet, but just stay tuned.
Maybe I should be.
You got King Arthur, and you got Polish conversion to Catholicism, and you've got Genghis Khan, and you've got Crusades.
I've got the Last Vikings.
You've got the Vikings.
So you're
dancing all around all of them. You just need some Romans. You're the only man on the planet who's not constantly thinking about the Roman Empire.
Maybe I should be working RPG Pundit about.
One of my focuses when I was doing my degree in comparative religion was the origins of Christianity, and as a result of that, I ended up learning an enormous amount about the Roman Empire. So in fact, I'm definitely going to make a game very soon, probably, that is set in the Roman Empire.
Yeah, it's like I should be working with RPG Pundit on my Civil War TTRPG that I've been tossing around in my head for a while now.
Which I've been meaning to check out the
UX Civil War.
He did a Civil War. What game was that for? Wretched?
It was Wretched Dixie, but you could use it with the Red too. It's basically like a supplement because there was so much already in Wretched. It wouldn't make any sense for you just to like create a whole other book. So it was pretty much.
Yeah.
It gave you like how to like. It gave you kind of like some setups. Like here's how you would make like your soldier kind of character. Here's some NPCs, and then here's some adventures you can run with it as well. So that's kind of just a kind of a little supplement with a couple extras to it. But I would want to kind of actually expand to make it like an actual like TTRPG for a while now.
You know, I haven't really looked as a historian a lot into the U.S. Civil War. I still probably know more about it than most people, but just by being a historian, right? But it's not one of the areas I've looked into a lot. But what I did look into quite a bit because I ran a campaign of this which was completely historical, not movie type, and not, you know, there was no magic, no zombies or anything like this, was the Wild West, right? And I one of the products I had on the Red Room there in the Pundit Files was the Wild West timeline, right? That is everything in it is historical, right? But it was like you know, that is an area that is really interesting to me because it is kind of the continuation of the Civil War after the Civil War ends, right?
Yeah.
The Civil War is actually a pretty good historical period to set these kind of games in, or to set any, you know, to really think about from a military perspective for sure. Because if you look at
it's definitely good for wargaming. You know,
definitely good for wargaming. Well, because it's a nexus. It is where we started to branch away from Napoleonic tactics, because all the generals in the Civil War were trained on Napoleon. They were trained on Napoleonic tactics, but they were just starting to break into what would eventually become what we saw in the trench warfare and stuff we would see in the World War I era. So it's a really neat little crossover of those tactical doctrines. And you see a lot of that. Like, you know, us folks down here in the South, we love to make a big deal out of Sherman's March to the Sea. Sherman's March to the Sea was nothing but the same kind of total war tactics that became very common in World War I.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's funny that World War I is actually the other bookend. You know, the Civil Wars, when that kind of started, and World War I is when it kind of ended, because kind of famously, the tactics for overwhelming a machine gun nest in World War I was to basically swarm the machine gun nest because they'd overheat, until the Germans came out with the Vickers and had a water jacketed machine gun that didn't overheat. And it was just, then it turned into just get to the next pile of dead bodies to hide behind, trying to take the next trench. It was brutal.
Well, the Civil War was really the first industrialized war, right? And,
exactly.
In a very large sense, the war, I mean, in spite of the fact that the Southern generals were generally much better than the Northern ones, it was pretty much a fait accompli from the beginning because of the difference between the largely rural South and the largely industrialized North, right?
I will challenge
and
you.
that wasn't something that was like, I mean, it wasn't like that in the Revolutionary War, right? It was
no, definitely, but I will challenge you on that. And this is coming as a Southerner. I will challenge you on that. The North did not have, well, we have like McClellan and a couple others. The North did not have inferior generals. Here's the big difference, and here's why Ulysses S. Grant was far and away the most tactically sound general in the Civil War. The South had tactical generals. When it came to battlefield tactics, unparalleled. Figuring out how to win this battle, the Southern generals were far and away better. The North had strategic generals who thought big campaign. And what you ended up with was a lot of times where the South would come out with these crazy daring raids and stuff and would win the battle, but would lose so many resources that the North had more resources to start with, but they would lose so many resources that it's like this victory wasn't worth it. Meanwhile, the North was playing a game of we're going to crush you. We're going to surround your country. We're going to choke off. We're going to blockade everything. We're going to choke this place off. And yeah, you may win this battle, but in the end, you're going to die because you gave up, 30,000 of your 60,000 troops to win. I gave up 50 of my 200,000.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
That's really where Ulysses S. Grant shined. He was a quartermaster, and the man was a logistical genius.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
And I'll put this out here. We're going to bring it back around to what the channel's all about. I think that the study of military history in general, but the study of the Civil War will make you a better game master. When you learn to understand those kind of things, when you learn to understand that long-term multi-session thinking while your players are thinking session to session to session, that is how you make those long overarching stories that come to completion the way they're supposed to without having to railroad somebody, without having to manipulate them into a certain situation, and being able to look at that big picture and say, well, here's my big picture. It's more or less going to be the same no matter what my players do until we get to these linchpin scenarios where they can have an effect and change the world, so to speak. What's everybody think about that? We'll go around the horn, start with Max.
So I have this thing called timelines. I don't know if that's necessarily accurate. It's just what I've always called it. And so in my games, the world is progressing through these timelines, kind of like what you're talking about. I'm looking at the long term. It could be everything as simple as like a 1 hour timeline, rescue a kitten from a tree, to the ultimate, what I would consider world-changing event as these characters play and level up of, the evil empire, try and take over the world or whatever, right? And I just make sure that all of that keeps trucking on. The players cannot solve everything. I don't care if the group is 20 people, they would not be able to solve everything. So the world is going to continue to move and change around them. And now, if they disrupt one of those timelines, they affect the world. Now, how much they affect it? Probably not much immediately. But then ultimately it goes from infinite means that that the players won, and 0 means that whatever the negative result was wins. And that's I do it that simply. And I just kind of jot out. Usually I have depending on what it is, 3 to 5 things kind of foreseen, a little prognosticated there of like what the goal is. And then I go even further beyond that as time goes on. And depending on what they do, that just determines how those timelines move. So, I mean, I don't study Civil War. Basically between pretty much the Industrial Revolution and World War I don't give a crap. like that part of history doesn't need to exist for me. I do not care whatsoever. Even the American Revolution don't care a whit whatsoever in terms of war and conflict and so forth. I have studied a bunch of medieval history, and I studied World War I and beyond. So Civil War wouldn't do it for me, but I've done a lot of reading. And then ultimately the last thing I'll say is I don't try to be realistic in terms of like exactly what happened on Sherman's March or whatever and try to recreate that. I try to make it realistic for the setting, the verisimilitude. That's what I try to do. And you know what? If you've got dragons, you might actually be maneuvering your supply lines a little differently and protecting your roofs. I mean, your castles a little differently than you would say, just stopping some partisans from coming in.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. That's a lot of people tend to forget, even as GMs, that Magic basically modernizes the Middle Ages. Mm-hmm. It makes it function more like a modern world. And that's kind of why we have like the gold piece economy instead of a more barter economy and all the other craziness that goes in there, is because
let's be fair, that's also easier for us to reconcile as modern people anyway. So could we do barter and trade for that realistic? Sure. But there's also a lot. One of the things, and I know pundit, you're a historian, whatever, Daniel, you might be as well. I don't know. But a lot of times, oh my God, it drives me crazy. And to be fair, I do it as well. We have these things that we know this is the way it was, and you're dead wrong. I mean, one of the people that I know a lot of folks out there love him. Sorry if you do, but he's gotten his own things wrong. Shadiversity. I'd say 9 times out of 10 he's good, but 1 times out of 10 he's absolutely retarded. You know?
Yep.
And to be fair, that's okay. That's not a knock on him at all. But sometimes people are like, nope, this is the way it was, and this is the way it has to be. It's like, no.
I got into a fight with Shad over nunchucks in his comment section one time, and it's like, you know, one of us here fought professionally. He's a martial artist since he was 3 and has actually competed in various different forms with, even with weapons, you know, in you know, different HEMA and that sort of thing. One of us has a YouTube channel and reads some manuals and thinks about some things. Guess which one is probably more correct about the weapons he's actually used and trained with?
Wait, are you saying that a katana couldn't slice through a tank?
Well, no. The katana
Not unless you're Afro Samurai.
Let's piss off the weebs real quick. I hate to tell you guys, but you know the whole folded steel katana thing? That's because the Japanese could not get a fire hot enough to make crucible steel, and it was the only way that they could make a sword that didn't break. It's literally a way they made up for inferior technology. A Italian or German longsword would break a katana in half. They had inferior technology. They had superior technique in a lot of ways, but they had inferior technology. The katana is a coping mechanism for shitty steel. Okay? That's what it is.
I mean, to be fair, though, they cope pretty well.
They do coat pretty well, but you can fold that thing 400 times. It's still not as good as crucible steel, because heating it up and getting all the impurities out of it is way easier than beating it, folding it, beating it, folding it over and over again to work those impurities out. So, yeah. But, you know, you got the weebs out there. Oh, mystical katana. Some guy went up in the mountains with a wooden bucket to, you know, pour water over it to temper it, and somehow it cuts mountains in half.
And don't forget, they tested, and if it didn't chop through 5 people, then it wasn't sharp enough for the daimyo.
That's right. That's right.
Those kind of rumors, man.
Oh, don't forget, you know, the way they tempered Toledo steel is to run it through a slave, because if you tempered it at human body temperature, it was more efficient for cutting flesh.
Oh, well, good.
Because swords were designed to cut flesh. And
in Sword and Caravan, you can get a Damascus steel sword. But, you know, those weren't actually made in Damascus. They were called Damascus steel just because that's where the Crusaders found them, right? They were from the city of Merv, which is way further down the Silk Road.
Those are some beautiful patterns, so I don't care where they found them. Damascus steel is pretty.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Which I believe it's time for me to take the question that I asked Max and now have personally forgotten to Ultra.
What was the question again? Because I've now forgotten too.
Yeah, it was about tactics and thinking about structuring games, but I guess we're going to have to move along from there. Oh, Max had mentioned it about his timelines and how his timelines work, which are great.
But no, I
really like that structure.
I largely agree. If you look at any of the adventures that I've published, like in the Pundit Files or in the Old School Companion 2, most of them are these kind of miniature sandbox adventures that a lot of them are investigative, but not all of them. And in the writing of it, when I'm presenting it to the person who's going to DM it, right, I constantly point out, well, at this point in time, if the player characters haven't figured this out, then this is going to happen, right? So it's basically that same concept that you know, there is a process that's going to be going on with the rest of the world around them. It's not going to. You should never run an adventure where it's like, well, at the moment the PCs arrive, then this happens, right? It should be, well, you know, this is going to happen at a certain point, and if the PCs are late for it, then it becomes more complicated or whatever, you know.
Absolutely. Got a couple of good ones here. Of course, it was the magical. I don't even know how he say the cuticle. I don't even know how to say that word.
I think it's cut it all. I think it's meant to be like cut it all, right?
Slicing boats in half. Hey, just remember, I mean, there is a lesson the Japanese learned very, very well that some people have forgotten and a lot of nations need to learn. It has to do with America and America's boats. It treats the boats like a friend, or else it gets the sun again. Okay? We will drop the sun on you if you touch our boats. Don't do it. Here we go.
Yeah, but there's a real problem with that these days, because America is still making these like huge, very expensive ships, and China is making millions of attack drones, right? You're making millions of attack drones. It's gonna, like we've seen it in the Ukraine, right, where the Ukrainians have sunk tons of Russian ships using $100 drones.
Well, of course, the whole way that we know that the United States has already got fleets of war drones is that the Chinese are making them, because they had to steal it from us first.
That's a good point, but if that's true, the Americans are staying very quiet about it, but which is maybe is a good idea,
Probably, otherwise the Chinese would hear about it and copy it.
Yeah.
There you go. It was more about the quality of Japanese tanks than the quality of the katana, and that's true if you know anything about some of these older Japanese attacks.
No, one thing I was going to bring up that you brought up. I was going to bring up earlier when you brought up about like understanding like Civil War, the tactics the generals had, to kind of like how that would tie into like some gameplay. Because then, so now we're talking about World War II as well, and now it sent me down the whole rabbit hole about because World War II was also one of my favorite wars. I love to just listen and learn about from all sorts of different perspectives. And
it's the best war ever, man.
Best war ever.
Best war ever. But it was actually learning about the Operation White Box, the World War II game that used the White Box rules. Yeah.
Great game. Yeah.
That was my introduction basically to just White Box as a whole, was just finding that game existed. Now that I think about it, looking back at everything. If it wasn't for that game, I wouldn't have probably gotten out of my my filthy story gamer phase, probably, or as we want to call it.
It really shows you the versatility of the OSR, right? When you can do a D&D based game where you're playing commandos in World War II.
Yeah, and we got to give some props out there to old Grognard, Gorgon's Grimoire, because he's got a Ghosts of Vietnam, which is based on 2nd edition, and it looks really good to me. I mean, I've been looking over the core books for it. It's basically a 2E adaptation of Vietnam. I like the fact that he did Vietnam, though it's one of those things that kind of looks a little different to me, because with TTRPGs, the best wars you want to pick out to like base your campaigns around, and this is the
War of the
overall
Roses.
thing, you want to get those. You want to get those emergent points where history's changing, where tactics are changing, where
like
there's
in the War of the Roses.
bingo, where like Civil War, like World War I, and World War II for that matter, when things are heavily mechanizing, moving quickly, when tactics are changing in a big way, because that's where you get those big. If you want to have a realistic world that has realistic changes in that world, well, why did our world change? Our world changed because of a titanic shift in tactics, or a titanic shift in the way technology worked, such as moving from plate armor, because now we have guns and plate armor doesn't matter. Guns that are actually, functional, and not just, shoot them one time every 15 minutes and they might hit something 5 feet away. When rifling comes up, and volley fire tactics and unit tactics are no longer a good idea, because rifling means you're way more accurate, and you don't need to be in a big box formation shooting 50 bullets all in one direction at the same time anymore. If you look at those little lynch points in history where that shift is what caused a big turn, and you pull it out and you base your campaign around it, your players can very easily be that one group that makes the turn that the world was going to make anyway. But it makes those players feel better. It makes them feel like that, and it makes it feel real instead of forced in.
Yeah. One game that I've been wanting to play, because I got the Free League version, I know there's older versions of it, is Twilight 2000 sounds really
Second
interesting.
edition. Get second edition. That is by far the best one. I like the Free League one, but second edition is where my heart still is.
Yeah. I really like because Glass Cannon Network. I don't know if any of y'all have listened to them or not, but they did a Session 0 using the Free League Twilight 2000, and the entire character creation is very similar to how Travelers is, where you're creating like the life path for your characters before the war breaks out.
Guys, about to get crowded in here. We got another person popping in.
Crowded? Is that a fat joke, Daniel? I mean, geez, come on, man.
No. If it was a fat joke, I'd say not fitting in.
So when women ask if they
like
want the man,
better.
So when women ask if they want the man or the bear, they're referring to our good friend Mr. Bear over here.
That's
I don't
right.
know why all these women want to go to the woods with me, but I'm down for it. Let's hook it up. Let's get the bus going. We'll head out to the woods. It'll be fun.
I'd rather have this bear than the Baldurgate bear. No offense.
Oh wow! Ooh, that's that got creepy fast.
Bad joke. Bad joke.
This is not Jenny D's channel. We don't talk about that.
Nah. Whenever bears around, is apparently it's always when I open mouth insert fist or foot. One of the two usually.
Well, at least you're making a choice, and that's important. Sorry, I'm about to be abducted, but I'm sorry I'm late. I was just doing a show on my music channel, so now I'm here. What's up? What are we talking about?
Random BS, mainly about how history plays into TTRPGs. We've talked about Civil War.
Oh my!
All kinds of crazy nonsense. So we'll take the opportunity to do some generic TTRPG stuff, and I am going to actually make it around to the table this time instead of stopping at the first guy. We're going to go the opposite direction so that Max doesn't put something out there that makes us all want to talk about different stuff. And
he does do that.
This year, this is New Year's Eve, so let's play along with that. What has been the either new game, TTRPG happening, controversy, whatever you want to say? What has been the big thing that you think sticks out the most in our wonderful little TTRPG ecosystem? What in 2025 really just stuck out to you the most? And we'll start with our newcomer because he has a cat, and that automatically means that he gets to go first.
You hear that, Beans? You've got cat privilege.
Did you just call him Beans?
His name's Beans.
His
name Beans. I didn't name him. I did. So anyway, whatever.
Okay, so his name is Vincent, but we call him.
Oh, well, there you go. He's called Beans because he's called Beans because he's full of them, and he has the cutest little black toe beans when he was a kitten. So
that's actually where the beans part came from, is my wife talking about his toe beans.
There you go. Anyway, I'd say for me, the biggest thing I saw this year in our hobby, RPGs, was probably the absolute ascension and dominance of Free League. They really just took the prize and ran with it this year. Like, it's amazing the amount of product they put out. Not only the licensed stuff they put out, which I feel they're trending too much to now, but also their own house engines and stuff that they put out that was really good. And it's I got to admit, like, no one else. Modifius maybe a distant second, but Free League really dominated the scene, and well earned. Nice people.
What about you, Pundit? What you got?
Well, if we're talking about what's the most significant thing that happened in 2025, it was the complete collapse of the official D&D, which is the Coast. Their new edition essentially sold 1/10 of what the previous edition did, and it's just nobody's playing it, nobody's talking about it, and essentially it's collapsed, right? And you can also see that internally in Wizards of the Coast they've cleaned house, right? The guys like Crawford and so on are gone from there, and they don't really have anyone who is actually capable of designing games anymore. So it's like they've basically given up on that. I don't know if there's two possibilities. A lot of people are talking about, they might, they're going to come out with a new edition now. Well, if they're doing that with the people they have now, it's impossible. It's possible that they might just keep trying to make 5.5 edition a thing, but it's very clearly not going to do that, and that would be like a big money trap for them. It's also possible that they might license out D&D. It's possible that they're going to try to make it like my theory. I did a video about this just a couple of days ago, my predictions for 2026, right? And of course I can't say for sure what D&D is going to do, but I think that one of the reasons why they might try to license it out is because they would give them an excuse to get rid of the people that they have there right now, like without looking like, oh, they've betrayed DEI and wokeness, right? But I think that it's probably clear at this point to the executives that they made the most woke edition ever, and it collapsed the entire hobby for them. And besides that, what it's had as an effect on the RPG scene is that now there isn't a reigning dominant RPG. So you've got a bunch of games that have popped up at exactly the right time, because a year earlier, when the OGL scandal was happening, there were a bunch of big designers or influencers or whatever that suddenly didn't want to be making products or playing, doing live shows or whatever of Dungeons and Dragons, because they were worried that D&D was going to come in and try to use the new OGL to take a cut, right? And so they made these new settings like, Daggerheart, Cosmere, Draw Steel, all of those. But the problem with all of those is that first, they're mostly limited to the fandom of the people who made them. And the second bigger problem is that they were intentionally designed not to work like D&D, because they didn't want to be sued by Wizards of the Coast for doing something that was too close, right? And so none of those games are going to end up replacing D&D, right? Some of them might do better than others. The absence of D&D means that they might have a longer lifespan than they otherwise would have. And then, what you are going to have is a whole bunch of people that might still be playing 5th edition. And so third-party publishers for 5th edition might actually do pretty well this year. And the OSR will do well, because the OSR always does well when WotC screws up. The last time that the OSR magnified in size was when 4th edition came out, which was also a disaster, but not as bad a disaster as this one. So I think you're going to find this whole milieu of games and game designers that will potentially benefit from the absence of a viable D&D edition. I see someone has their hand up. Yeah.
I just hang on. Sorry. I just want to add to based on something he said, something that I get comfortable, please find your happy spot.
I wish my cat did. Jesus.
Trust me, you don't. I don't
There's
have a t-shirt
my
that doesn't.
door is shut because mine doesn't.
I don't have a t-shirt that doesn't have a hole in
it.
Well, I don't own a t-shirt that doesn't have a hole in it because of this guy or his brother. Anyway, I just wanted to add to mine the other big thing of the last year was the absolute gaslighting that the Dungeon Tubers tried to do to us, pretending that Daggerheart was a good game and popular. I'm going to add that in there because now we're starting to see the videos come out where people are going, I played 20 sessions of Daggerheart and here's why it sucks, and it's like, yeah, good, finally.
Even we can't do
such a
anymore.
gloss. Yeah,
it was a terrible design. Yeah, it was
ultra.
It was so bad that even Critical Role didn't use it.
We ain't even gonna use our own shit. Ultra, what you got for us for 2025? What was the big thing for you?
Okay, my answer is kind of biased because I did have a part in it. Was the Portal to Adventure Kickstarter, which was Barrows and Borderlands, Arduin, and Blackmoor all in one box. So it was this big old school setting that Emperor's Choice Miniatures, the company, who they own the rights to the whole old school Arduin system that was made way back when. And I still Arduin's still a new thing for me. So I'm going to I got to get those guys on my stream to talk about that. But just seeing these three things come together and then just seeing because the Kickstarter got fully funded. And when it was first fully funded, normally we're like, oh, it's probably going to be it. Congrats to us. And then we saw as it just kept going and going and going and going and going. And to me, that just kind of led that's kind of told me we're in a very different place in our hobby than we were like a year or 2 years ago. Like David, not David, Daniel. I don't know why I called you David for some reason. I'm sorry. It's like, I know you don't agree with me when I say D&D is dead, but again, it's more from the cultural aspect of what Dungeons & Dragons used to be, the cultural impact it had on the hobby. When I see games like Portal to Adventure become successful, when I see nothing but Shadow Dark type games usually getting funded on Kickstarters, or when I see people when they do the 5e clones or the 5e modules, they do them based on the 2014 rules and not the new 2024 rules like some do. That tells me we're in a very different place than we were at one point. So I'm seeing this. It's a slow shift, but it's a slow but sure shift.
No,
remember that the OSR has been rising in popularity for 5 years straight, right? Like you can tell this by sales in Drive-Thru RPG and by Kickstarter projects, right? I think it was last year or the year before that OSR Kickstarters started to outdo third-party 5e products in Kickstarter.
Yeah, but 5e still
so
makes
like
the money
now
for a lot of publishers.
And that was when there was still a D&D, an official D&D edition that some people played. It was already on the way down, right? Because they kept making it worse. But now, where there's a vacuum, the OSR and OSR type games, especially if they're well marketed, are going to have very good opportunities.
I have a buddy of mine who publishes for OSR stuff, and his fans are very upset that he's doing 5e material first. And he said to them point blank, he said, guys, I need to get money to buy the art for the OSR stuff you want me to make, and you don't give me enough money to do that. And he has a very valid point on that. And he's not an idiot. He's a very well-loved guy, but the problem is that he understands the business end of things, and he's always been a business guy. And I noticed the guys who are in business are working and making 5e material to make money, and then doing, like, it's almost the Hollywood mentality of one for them, one for us. Well, that's sort of what they're doing. They're doing a 5e product to make the cash, and they're doing an OSR product for their fans, and then back to a 5e product. And I respect that.
There are a few of us who don't need to do that, but we're few and far between.
Very few.
There's an honest truth in this too. I mean, let's face it, art is overwhelmingly the most expensive part of trying to make an RPG. Because if you look at an RPG book versus literally any other book on the planet, the amount of art that goes into it is an astronomical difference. And I guess this is as good a time as any to do my first plug, an hour and a half into this, is it should be midnight tonight. But either way, tomorrow, the Kickstarter for Corvid Codex, my pulp anthology, starts. All right, it's 7 stories. It's 6 authors. It's pulp style stories. And it's all human art. And even with good context, good contacts, good relationships, and guys who are extraordinarily fair, the art is still, it costs almost as much to put the art, one black and white photo or one black and white image per story and one 3-color cover costs almost as much as it will to print 500 copies of the book in ultra premium paperback.
So I got into publishing by doing comics first, independent comics. And that is the only place where I've seen outstrips RPGs for art costs, but it's necessary. It's part of the milieu. You have to have it in the medium, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. But I literally did a successful backer kit. Max knows about it. And he knows the tale of the shit we went through between not just like inflation and the Canadian dollar tanking and all the other shit we had to pay.
People just backing out without telling you.
People backing out without saying it, canceling at the last minute, things like that. But the big one for us was artists who would show us their portfolios and be like, this is great, we want this. And they'd be like, well, everybody pay me up front. They don't want to get paid, in half, or the good ones will take half, but a lot of people just want up front. So, these were people that were recommended to us. We took the chance. And more than half of them sent us garbage art we can't use. Or in the case of one guy that we spent thousands on, it's just vanished. he just ghosted us. Now he's in the Philippines. He could have been in a hurricane for all I know. A typhoon could have destroyed his village. I don't know. But the point is that I don't know, because the communication lines went dead. There are now 3 artists I'll work with, and they are the only 3 artists I will give money to anymore, because they've proven themselves reliable. And that's Daniel Spezzani from Italy. That's American guy. He's on DeviantArt as Frisch DVH, but his name is Tony. And Jacob Blackmon, who does a lot of work with some stuff in the OSR. They're the only guys I'll work with, because they're the only guys who ever delivered what they promised and didn't rape me and take all my money. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. And I was very lucky.
I'll be back in a second, guys.
That I had guys that went out, they did the work up front and were very, very generous in getting paid. They produce quality work that I was saying, like, here's my cover right here. This is our Corvid Codex cover right here for the first volume. Can You Feel It being the cover story and one of the stories that's in it. And they produced it, and they were perfectly acceptable with, hey, I'm going to give you what I've promised. And when you agree that this meets your standard for what you're doing, we'll take pay, which is awesome. But at the same time, more than a decade ago, I started a lifestyle brand, T-shirts, that sort of thing, kind of like Affliction or a Tap Out or something of that nature, and had an artist on board. And he got the art together. I started working. I had relationships set up with distributors. I had printing, screen printers ready and lined up. I had stores ready to put our stuff in place. Did all that work, and then all of a sudden my artist shows up and says, well, you know what? Without me, I am the company, because I'm the real talent here. 75% of all gross revenue needs to come to me, or I'm just going to withhold the actual vector files for my artwork. And I'm like, well, excuse you, I was already extremely generous in giving you like 20% of the company as part of this startup. But you're not paying a dime. You're not producing anything. You're not distributing anything. You're not marketing anything. You're not selling anything. Your artwork would sit in a computer file somewhere or on a DeviantArt page making nothing if it weren't for the massive amount of time and money that I've put into this. And the whole thing fell apart. And unfortunately, you got a lot of artists who are like that, which is kind of leading into a lot of us.
The adoption of AI art.
Yeah, and leading into the thing of AI art. Now, Corvid Codex is all commissioned artwork. And hold on, I'm going to find this one real quick, because I've got one that I'm really, really fond of this piece from Rob Necronomicon that's for one of these. And Max, we're going to get to you about 2025 here in about 2 seconds.
No rush.
But let me pull this one up here. This is from one of the stories that Rob Necronomicon did this for one of the stories in Corvid Codex. I really like this piece of work.
That's nice.
This is designed to go in the little 2-inch section above the, beneath the title and byline and above the first paragraph to intro the story for one of the stories that's in it. I really like this piece of artwork. That one, and then of course the cover are two of my favorite pieces of work there. The cover, by the way, was by Patio Cakes from it's by Patty. He did great work on that. But I got lucky in that regard, because I know, and I've dealt with them in the past, that you got a lot of these artists out here who are like, yeah, you're going to pay me. You're going to give me, half or 75% up front. And then they turn over garbage and they want you to pay the rest of it. And
I need to make an amendment to what I said. Hang on. There's one more guy I got to give credit to. TJ Frias. TJ Frias is amazing, and he's reliable, and he delivers, and he's good. Apologies. Thank you for reminding me, Sven.
Hey, anybody who's in here who is looking at doing any kind of publication stuff, is wanting to do self-publishing, I don't care if it's games, I don't care if it's book stuff, pay attention to this stuff. Because I'm going to tell you right now, 1 or 2 bad artists will kill your project when you've milked thousands of dollars into artists that don't give you what you need to complete what you're doing.
There are 2 major problems with artists, and I've seen that this happened to me on a few of the projects that I was involved in. Of course, I'm lucky enough that I don't have to publish my own games because publishers come to me and want to publish them because of my name recognition. But there were a number of projects where either the cost became very difficult for the publisher, or there was massive delays. There was one book that ended up being delayed about 6 months because the guy couldn't get his artists to produce the final art. So to me, it's completely understandable, especially as the technology improves, that people are going to be using AI art.
AI art's here to stay.
Yeah.
My next project that's coming out this month is all AI art, and I don't give a fuck who fainting couches over it and who pearl clutches about it. They don't pay my bills. They don't pay my bills.
In 3 or 4 years, nobody's going to care, because the same thing happened with digital art 25 years ago, right? There were a bunch of people going, no, digital art is going to destroy real artists, and then people started using it, and then it got adapted, right?
And they're all out there on their Wacom tablets now.
Yeah. Yep. In 1930, the Brotherhood of American Musicians spent the equivalent of around $10 or $12 million in today's money in a series of marketing campaigns where they were calling on people to boycott record players and talkies, talking movies, because it meant that the guy that played the piano that got paid $150 a week to do that because he had the skill was going to be out of a job, right? Like, and there's so many other examples, right? The scriptoriums, the monks, when the printing press was invented, tried to get the printing press banned as an instrument of the devil because they were going to lose their business, right? And that trick never works, right? You can't stuff the genie back into the bottle.
So you're old enough, you're like me, you were there when digital photography came along, and no real photographer would ever use digital. Now they all do.
I was literally in the field. That was part of my job as being graphic artist for the Air Force, was that. And I've told the story a million times recently. I had the Nikon F3 that I had to learn f-stops and all that nonsense, where the real photographers got the Nikon F4. And I kept hearing the question, oh, nobody's going to use digital. There's no soul in it. There's no this. You can't take proper picture with it. Who now doesn't have, who uses film anymore other than niche curators?
Yeah,
it's true. And the thing is, now, I would love to have a Larry Elmore. And I'm just going to say this. I got one in my back pocket. As soon as I can convince her to let me pay her to do it, my sister-in-law is a phenomenal painter. If you ever get a chance to go to Navarre, Florida, to the seafood market, she painted their mural. And, they hired her. They had a shark mounted on the wall, and they're like, hey, paint us a mural behind it. And she has in Destin, Florida, she's got an entire section of a gallery permanently dedicated to her work. She is a phenomenal painter. You can find her on Facebook. It's Ashley Lauren Fine Art. Turtles, landscapes, seascapes, fish. She's actually got a picture of Gandalf that's amazing. She's got a painting of Gandalf that is like, Jesus, that's good. And I want her to paint some covers for some of my books. But here's the thing. You got to compete. Nobody here is going to compete paying a couple of grand for somebody to do an oil painting of their cover to Larry Elmore, unless they're a Wizards of the Coast or somebody who has a tremendous amount of money to push behind it. And same thing, it goes through. I'm not the world's, my whole book is, our whole book is digital art. I'm not the world's biggest fan of digital art. I'm just going to say that out there. I would much rather have hand-drawn painted and stuff, but you got to the point where they're pulling out a stylus and they're drawing it on their tablet. Yeah, you can still tell it's digital, but it's still the same kind, like the pitfalls of that digital art is gone. You're eventually going to get there with AI, and there's always going to be a place, just like there's always a place for that Larry Elmore painting. There's always a place for it, but that's always going to be premium.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So, my pipes here, right? In the 1950s, everybody smoked a pipe, right? And the pipes most of them were mass-produced industrial pipes made with machines. and most of them weren't very good, right? And then eventually the people stopped smoking pipes, and all of those, mass-produced pipes shut down. And now what you have is like master craftsmen who make pipes that are, pretty beautiful works of art, that are handmade, and they cost hundreds or thousands of dollars, right? So the same thing, I think, is what's going to happen to artists and everything else that AI touches, which is that the people who are just kind of mediocre artists are going to lose their jobs, right? People who become masters of their work are going to actually become a luxury item, right? It'll be a luxury item to buy a piece of art that was hand drawn by a human being, right? And so they're going to be able, there's going to be much less of them, of course, but they're going to be able to have probably to demand higher prices than what they get now.
Oh yeah, and if you look at it, like the only really talented artists that are just aggressively anti-AI and really hate it are ones who haven't really established themselves yet. Established, high quality, very talented artists are like, the computer can't beat me, so I don't care. It's the, well, $50 and I'll make your D&D character portrait. Those are the ones that are bitching.
And I mean, I feel the same way about AI writing, right? Because people are saying, oh, well, pundit, eventually AI is going to come for you too, because they'll be able to make AI RPGs, right? Well, okay, great. I'm sure that they'll be able to very quickly make products that are like, OSR clones or something like that. But to make the kind of games that I make is going to be a little bit harder for them to do, Like,
I don't think so, because I'm making something that's not even close to that. I shouldn't put very in front of unique, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's very unique, and AI is, and I'm a decent writer, and AI is absolutely helping me. Even doing 1,000 run-throughs of certain characters. Like I want to see if this class and its powers and abilities relate to how it relates to this one. It will come completely down and say this one won.
But that's a different thing than what I'm talking about, because you're using it as a tool.
Hear me out. I'm having it like I'm writing the entire thing and then going in, make it clear, concise, consistent, accurate, because I'm a technical writer and that's how I want it. What's the dude who wrote Ostrich or Sword and Wizardry? I love the way that guy writes. That's the way every freaking book should be written. But the point that I'm making here is AI is a tool. You can tell right now. In 2 years, you can't. Right now, if it's like the digital photography thing, if you take the photo and then touch it up in Photoshop, that's great. You're not going to necessarily use Photoshop, at least not when it first came out, as the medium of choice. As time goes on, that's going to change. If you're writing on your own right now and using AI to touch it up, you're just using a tool. Now you don't have to go get editors. Now, sorry, Bear and Ultra. I'm going to flip the script here for just a second. But this is also a problem with self-publishing. I despise self-publishing. Absolutely hate self-publishing, and I wish that somehow I could nuke it out of existence. Because now that we don't have editors, every crappy book I have to pick up doesn't know how to conjugate a verb, doesn't know what an adverb is, can't figure out where to use a comma properly, and so forth. And they're like, oh, this is just my creativity. I don't want your fucking creativity. I want English. And this is the problem that we're running into, whether it's art, the AI writing, or whatever else. Is we've got to have standards.
Yeah, the barrier to entry is a lot lower. I'm about to go to Bear and Ultra here in about 2 seconds, but yeah, you're right. There is an issue with the lower barrier to entry. There really is. Yes, I used AI to assist me in the editing of my book. Okay. Yeah. Of our book. But I also had a room full. There's 6 authors published in my book, but there's 15 or 20 of us in the server, and all of them have access to edit and comment on every last one of these. We are collectively editing, going through. And then I also have some experience as a professional editor myself, and it's refined and it's refined and it's refined. And AI has been a powerful assistant for being able to catch grammatical errors and being able to look in and say, is this something that is adding to this tone to the story? Is this something like, for instance, I have a section in the story that I wrote for this book where the character speaks in a Scottish brogue. and it's written like that. And of course, it's the AI is just beating me over the head with spelling error and what the hell is this extra punctuation? Well, it's meant to affect an accent, and I can see that. Now the AI would just change that and screw my story up,
Right?
but it seriously helped me catch tons of just typos, minor errors, and saved me hours of work guided by a human. So we're going to go to Bear first. I'm going to go ahead and post this up.
Actually, let Ultra go first because he has to bounce.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Ultra will go.
getting invited to another stream, so I just want to say thank y'all for letting me be on. It was a good chat with y'all. Hope y'all have a happy new year and that we survive 2026. And so, yeah, and if y'all want to follow me, just look up the Ultra Mega Teacher PG on X, YouTube, Rumble. That's where you'll find me streaming Fridays and Saturdays. So happy New Year, everyone. Y'all have a good night.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for coming on. See you next time. All right, Bear, we're going to let you go ahead. And I know you had something to say yourself during that whole thing. Before we move to Max and ask him about the best thing in 2025, though, I'm going to go ahead and post this up for everybody in chat real quick.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's a painting. That's actually about 4 or 5 years old. That's an older painting from my sister-in-law. It's an oil on canvas.
Impressive.
That's impressive.
Really good use of lighting.
Like I said, if I'd have easily found the Gandalf painting, I'd have posted it because of the way the wrinkles in the face and done or everything is. That's one of those things that's really difficult to do. Is like an older person with a lot of wrinkles, you end up getting this like leather face look if you don't do it well because it's all too dark. And she does it really, really well. But I mean, you can see it in the scales of these turtles and whatnot. She's, like I said, she's very talented. So there's my plug for my sister-in-law, everybody. That's actually Lauren Fine Art out of Navarre, Florida. Max. Well, First, Bear, what'd you have to say, man?
Max has heard me say this a million times. I refer to them as smart tools. I don't refer to them as AI if I can avoid it because they're not really actual artificial intelligence. They're just algorithms. They're like the spell check, and they're like spell check. They're a tool, and like any tool, how you use them will determine how they come out. And the problem with slop is slop diminishes the value of the tool because anyone can produce garbage, and then we have to deal with the garbage. But like you said, a few years from now, no one's going to care anymore because the people who know how to use the tools and use them properly are going to make some really great stuff.
There's still going to be a minority, a loud minority, because there is still a loud minority in the digital world that are like, nope, that's still not true. That's still not the right way to take a photo. But again, right now, I challenge somebody to easily find a dark room somewhere. I know they exist. There's still people. I know people who have them in their houses,
but find one.
Yeah, right. And I mean, so in the Air Force, I was a graphic artist, and we had to cross-utilize with photography. And I saw that transition when it happened. And now my job doesn't even exist in the Air Force anymore because everybody has cell phones. Who needs who needs a photographer when the alert photographer can go out there with a cell phone and take a picture of whatever nonsense is going on? So.
Well, luckily, my little brother's job in the Air Force didn't get obsolete. He was a combat controller. Now he's a trainer. Now he teaches people how to be combat controllers. Yep, Richard Wolf there in chat, one of my writers. He's actually got the very first story in the first volume. Fantastic little fantasy story about a young girl coming of age. Max, 2025. Tell me.
This might surprise you, but I don't know. And let me explain why. I don't pay attention to people in the hobby anymore. Literally nobody. I don't watch Pundit anymore. I don't watch. Actually, I don't watch your driving the idiocies, whatever it's whatever. I forget the name of the show. I don't watch. And it's unfortunate that Tim Cass passed away. But I didn't watch Curmudgeon in the Cellar. I don't watch any of that stuff anymore and the reason is because when it was making me angry. And if people can tell on this channel, I have a couple of opinions, and when I have opinions, they're strong opinions, and I don't mind sharing them, and I don't give a F what people think about it.
You don't have opinions.
I know, never. But So what I've done is I literally I stay away from it. I stay away from it all. You won't find me on Twitter. I mean, I have accounts mostly for advertisement. That's why I'm not part of any Twitter wars. I'm not part of any beefs. I don't care. I'll talk to Bear. I'll talk to Daniel. I'll talk to Pundit. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to talk to whoever I want to talk to. But it's because I stay out of all of this. Red Room sent me a message the other day about them going to Lulu. I said, F Lulu. Because Lulu terminated my account and I'm not going to have anything to do with Lulu. I get that they're going there, but Lulu is a piece of shit company and they can die in a fucking fire for all I care. So I can't, I mean, Red Room's cool with me. I know they piss off some other people, but whatever. I don't care about any of this stuff. I don't care what Critical Role's doing. I don't care what Crawford's doing. I don't care what Ginny D, blue hair bitch, is doing. I don't care about any of this crap. Who's the dude who blew his face off and decided to go after me? I forget his name.
I was just about to say
Soyclops, whatever his dumb name was.
Simpclops.
Dude, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. I mean, my next joke was going to be added to the stream now is Soyclops.
Bring him in. I don't get.
You just made me forget his damn name. Indestructisoy. I don't we're adding Indestructiboy to the stream now. Say hi, Max.
But I could talk to. That's the thing, though. Is I could talk to him. I could talk to. Who's that? The fat guy.
Condor?
Total Party Skills and Condor DM, who hate me because one blames me for trying to ruin the hobby because I dared to talk to Avenger, who I think is a cool guy. I have zero issues with him. And Condor thinks that I took away his channel or some crap. But I'd still talk to him. I don't care. That's
anybody can actually talk to Condor, just so you're aware.
What's that?
Well, as someone who's on his hit list and have no idea how I fucking got there, he does videos about me that are insane now. It's like, what the fuck did I do to you, brother? But whatever.
Look, but you know what?
You're in a level where you're going to attract that kind of crazy.
Pundit said it right. Condor is a force of nature. That son of a bitch he's a hurricane. He just is. I mean, there is.
I thought he changed his channel to politics.
You know what? What's the most incredible Condor story I've ever heard? So I interviewed a YouTuber called the Dungeon Minister, who is a real life Anglican minister.
He's a friend of ours. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah. Okay. So the first question I always ask my interview series is called the RPG Pundit Encounter, and I always ask the first question I ask of anybody who I'm interviewing there is, who has been good to you in the hobby and who has been bad to you in the hobby? And the Dungeon Minister said, Condor DM was good to me, right? He's always been nice and he's always been friendly with me, and he helped me out at the beginning and all. I couldn't believe this, right? I just couldn't grasp it, right? But apparently he put him in the nice list, right? This guy's like a man of God, right? So it changed I still can't process it compared to what I know about him now, right? But it's
talk about the grace of the Lord. Sun shines on the path every once in a while.
Yeah.
Sorry, Max.
Maybe he just might earn his way to heaven,
No, I was just trying to bloviate that out because I don't follow people in the hobby anymore. Now, do I know some games that have come out and so forth? Yes, but even with that, I have narrowed my focus. I do follow Free League, and for me, I think that Free League is diving too much into their IPs and so forth that I don't play IP games. I mean, Star Wars is a little different because Star Wars is so generic. Technically it's an IP, but doesn't you can play it without it being an IP. But and then obviously anybody who follows my channel knows that we hang out with the Palladium guys. Like Kevin Simbita is one of the nicest people that I've ever met in my life. Sean, who's going to take over the company at some point. We can go back and forth, but his heart's in the right spot, and I really like hanging out with him. So I want to see good things with Palladium, but we don't gossip. That's the one thing. Like even if I try to gossip with them a little bit, they won't do it. They're like, no, we don't want any part of that. And so I have no lifeline, and it's a good thing. It's an intentional thing. I don't have any lifeline out there to really know what's going on. I pick a game off my shelf. We talk about it. That is the goal of everything. And then on the Fridays, as you know, because you're going to be on in 2 days here, bringing that back to where I can have folks like you guys on to talk about how to play games at the table, because that's really what's important. I don't care what Guy Gax wrote in his book. I don't care what he wrote on a napkin somewhere in some secret sauce and you're the only person with it. Don't care. It isn't what's in his book, so it doesn't matter to me in any way, shape, or form. And so these little wars that happen out there and these little things, you guys were talking Daggerheart, sounds familiar to me. I don't know exactly what that is. BCDM, whatever the heck that one was called that the people were talking about. I know that they exist. It's not my cup of tea. Don't get involved with it. So I just literally, I'm an ostrich. My head is in the sand, and I'm happy for it. Because when it wasn't, because I think Pundit, you were on my show once back when it's the weird chill stream, talking about John somebody or another, Wick or something like that. No, it was somebody, I don't know. Somebody was talking crap about you.
John Potato, yeah. I forget his real last name, but that's what everyone calls him now.
Okay.
He basically ruined himself.
That stuff got old, it got boring, and there are people now who do it better than me. I mean, Diversity and Dragons, for example. Your channel, the Intelligence is a Dump Set, is that what it's called?
Yep.
I think that works better than what I did. It's more concise. It's more to the point. We were just screaming at clouds. It was fun. Don't get me wrong. I got a lot of super chats, but ultimately, I just got burned out of it, and so I'm got my head in the sand.
I would really like to get in touch with Kevin Siembiata because I'm planning to do a live stream next month in January. Well, not tomorrow, but like
he's busy in January, but we're gonna hopefully have him back on in February. We do one stream with him a month, we can talk.
Because the live stream I wanted to do was a live stream about remembering Eric Wujcik. Who?
I think he would love that. Now, just understand that his time constraints, and he doesn't put any pressure on us, but he is busy. But that would probably be something that he would like to do, but I cannot speak to him. But I will. What I'll do is I'll send a message to him, seeing if he's interested. If he says yes, then I will just do the whole thing. You two meet each other and have at it.
January would have been his 75th birthday. Eric Wujcik, I mean.
Yeah, I all I know is that Kevin told me that he's really busy this month. So I mean, I understand the sentimentality of that, but I don't know if he'd be able to. But I have zero issues putting you in contact with Kevin. Kevin is absolutely
I'd be very grateful if you could. Yeah, that's great. That's great because Eric Wujcik was kind of my mentor. He was the guy that I got in contact with him in the 90s, and we had a very close friendship.
I have a love-hate relationship when it comes to Kevin. He made some of my favorite games, and some games I'm just like, dude, come on, no. But
I love most of the Palladium stuff. I mean, I thought I played it a lot when I was in my teens. I ran almost 10 years. I ran Rifts. And a lot of people crap on that game, but it was actually brilliant. It had everything a teenage gamer would want.
I don't find that a lot of people crap on Rifts. They crap on Palladium, but I haven't found many that crap on Rifts.
Yeah, more than anything. Yeah,
and
a lot of people say, well, it's just got too much stuff in it. No, that's not true, right? Like it's meant to be like that. Yeah.
Well, no, I know, but it's too much for me. Now, on the flip side, I loved Robotech. I love After the Bomb. I love TMNT. So
Robotech was great. TMNT, obviously, it was an Eric Wujcik project. Yeah.
But with all that said, I'll reach out. I mean, no guarantees. I don't know how busy he is. I don't know when he's going to get back to me. But absolutely, I'll reach out, see if he's interested, and if he is, then we can talk behind the scenes about how I can contact you.
Yeah, well,
by the way, on the connection is.
Are you Legion of Myth on X?
I am, but the how often I'm there is like maybe once a month. Most of the stuff there is auto posted.
Okay, because I sent you a DM at one point because I saw that you had him on the show recently. So
then I'm sorry I didn't get to it. Yeah,
no, it's okay. It's not a problem.
There's only two places I pay attention to: Discord, well, my email as well, but Discord and YouTube. I don't pay attention to anything else. It's just I'm not a social media guy. I don't have a product that I'm selling yet, so I don't worry about that. Plus, I work in a top secret area. Social media would just get me in trouble.
You just take the sentence you said you're not a social media guy and just take the word media out, please.
I got a question to go around here. Draco Orion. That is a very wonderful little diphthong you got there in the middle. Nice little double vowel situation.
Is that to me because of what I was saying, or is that just a generic question?
It might be towards you, but I think it's good enough for everybody. It's like, without keeping your hands on the pulse of the hobby, how do you intend to connect and thus persuade or entice people to listen to or buy your products? I guess that is going to be predominantly for you because
that's easy for me. I don't have a product. I have my YouTube channel, and you know what? People find me on YouTube. I have found that Twitter is nothing but a cesspool. When it comes to like the games, and so forth, I don't need to know the people in the hobby. Look, I've talked with Pundit before. We have disagreements, we have agreements. Like that's just human nature. Obviously, we can talk cordially here. I don't hate the guy. He's not my best friend. I'm not going to run up and give him a hug either. We're two dudes out here, but he doesn't do anything.
Honestly, I don't remember what I fought with you about because I fight with so many people. So
that's fair. But
for me, it was just a Tuesday. Sorry.
Well, and I used to fight with everybody as well. So, but do I have a couple of his games? Yes, I do. Are they for me? Yeah, I like the historical context, but most of them, no, they're not what I do. As far as having my pulse on the hobby, I don't care about the hobby. This is the one thing that's misunderstood with me is I would rather see the hobby die than change, and I mean that 100%. Like, I know Daniel says that he likes 3.5. Well, 3.5 is a shit game. It's a great computer game. It is a horrible role-playing game. It is certainly not Dungeons & Dragons. And I will die on that hill, and he can make a video about me next Monday. But the thing is I don't care. I would rather see, and I shouldn't say change. Change is good, but don't change what we already have. Make something new. Make something interesting. Make something better. Make something different. Don't take what we've already got and then just rehash it and call, well, this is my way of doing it. This is my new D&D. This is my new Twilight 2000. This is my new Palladium. That's what I love about Palladium books. They haven't changed. They do kind of have a first edition, a second edition, all completely compatible. They haven't changed. That's the way it should be. And if you want to inject stupidity into your game, do it at your table. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what you do at your table. Bear isn't going to go flip it over. Pundit is going to flip it over. Daniel might. I don't know. I'm not going to flip it over.
Hey, here's the thing. If it weren't for Twitter and other social media, I wouldn't have a show on Monday.
Well, that's fair. But see, when I did that, I did pay attention, but I got out of doing that. I grab a book off of my shelf or somebody suggests one to us. We take a look at it. That's what it is. Either we talk about it because we know it, or we talk about it because we want to learn it. That's exactly what it is. We don't care what the author... Did you know that the author said this behind the scenes? Don't care if it isn't in the book. We don't care. That's really what it comes down to. Because I got so... this guy said the wrong thing. He said the one thing that I didn't like, and now I have to hate the guy. I have to be in my cult. I don't do that anymore. But your table is your business. Do what you want. If you want to have Dwarven Wizards, Victor, I'm looking at you. If you want to have Dwarven Wizards at your table, have Dwarven Wizards. But if you want to go Dungeons & Dragons is stupid because there's race class limitations, well, you're an idiot if you don't understand why they're there. For both a lore reason and for
where's this Max been hiding for the last year? This is the Max I fell in love with. Where's he been?
I don't know. But
Condor hasn't said anything to set him off. That's what it is.
Condor hasn't said crap about me in a long, at least as far as I know. I used to have people that would tell me shit about him, like, "Oh, did you know he said this?"
To tell me. You used to go,
because somebody would tell me, and then I'd be like, "That's not me. That's Bear that he's talking about."
The only name that Condor says anymore, by the way, is Diversity in Dragons.
Yeah, he's obsessed. Yeah.
Double D is the only name he says anymore.
But there's a reason why Double D makes fun of him all the time, right? Like, and that's what Condor wants because that's name recognition, right? He's done a bunch of videos attacking me. I never respond, right? So then he gives up, right? So he goes after.
Double D makes fun of me and has a bunch more subscribers than him.
Well, but we all have more subscribers than him. Come on.
Not me anymore.
He gets 50 views a video, man.
50.
Most of those are from Diversity and Dragon people going to see the train wreck.
So I was on Double D's channel.
Like 5 in the first 6 weeks.
When Double D first started,
Diversity and Dragons scraping his video for content.
When he kind of started out, he built up. I think he had 1,000, 2,000 subscribers or whatever. And at that point, I was at like 6,000, 7,000. I told him on his stream, I said, "You're going to pass me." I said, because the way that he put his stuff together, I was like, "You're going to pass me," because I knew at that point I was already kind of done with the rants. I knew that I wasn't going to build that stuff up anymore. I was going to go a different route that is more for longevity than it is for instantaneous. And to answer the question, if I don't care, why am I even here? What's that?
I said he's also tapped into a very specific zeitgeist.
Yeah, he has. Absolutely has.
So I'm looking at Condor DM's YouTube right now, right? And starting with videos that he posted more than a day ago. 53 views,
We've been talking
23
about
views, 54 views, 40 views, 18 views, 15 views, 24 views.
I thought he moved to
Nine-
politics. I thought he stopped doing tabletop
No,
He's
stuff
no,
months
doing
ago.
everything, man. He's
His,
dating,
his,
politics.
Oh.
I mean,
his Condor's biggest video of this month appears to be one that's called "Still Single, Coping, Life at 45." It got 267 views.
which I got in like 2 days on my last intelligence of the dump stat.
Yeah,
I
really.
would like, if you're okay with that, I'd like to
my
answer
my,
this last
my
question.
hobby
though.
predictions, which I put out on the 27th, has almost 2,000 views now. So like, there you go. Yeah, like
Well, fuck me then.
Yeah, fuck me twice. Or as I used to say, fuck me gently with a rake. Go ahead, Max. I want to get. You look, you're gonna pop, man.
No, I just want to finish this before it moves up too much here. It's like, Draco says, "Don't care, then why are you even here?" That's really easy. Our channel, my channel, even says it in the description, is to expose you to games and to expose you to thought. I don't care about the people. If Daniel plays completely differently than me and loves his 3.5 and wants every game to emulate what that does, as long as he's not changing my Forbidden Lands or my Palladium or my Earth Dawn or whatever to act like 3.5, I don't care what he does at his table. And if there are things that he's pulled from 3.5 that he thinks is a great way that, hey, this concept will work in any game, this concept will work at your table, you should try this. We want to expose on the Friday night show. That's what we're doing. We want to expose people to history, to computer games. That's what I call it, and to dirty story games. Like, and then you pick what you think is the way you want to run something at your table, or just, I like a little column A, a little column B, and a little column C. On the Sunday stream, we're exposing you to games. I'm going to be talking about Alternity starting for the beginning of this year. A game that is kind of is a game I wish I had a chance to play, except for the book is so horribly written, nobody can read it and understand it the first time. But
by the way,
it's a beautiful
can you
system.
guys hear the fireworks? It is midnight where I am, so it's,
Well, happy New Year.
there's.
I'm
There's
in
a-
Alabama. They've been going on.
I don't know if you're hearing it on the audio or not, but there's like fireworks because in Montevideo there isn't like, City Hall doesn't do a fireworks show. Everybody buys fireworks and they all shoot them up everywhere, and then several houses burn down on New Year's Eve.
Max and I have the same thing going on. We're both in Alabama, and right now,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, ever since dark, my neighbors have been blowing stuff up.
Yeah.
So like Alabama is the American equivalent of a third world country then.
See, I live in a
Wow.
nice, quiet Muslim neighborhood where everybody just minds their own fucking business. So there's no Christmas
Wow.
bullshit. There was no Halloween bullshit. It was just quiet, and I
Yeah, but
fucking love it.
what's Eid like?
Quiet.
Yeah.
They celebrate in their
that's
homes.
good.
You know what I mean? Like, I lived in Vancouver for 8 years, and every Halloween, everybody
Oh,
they
Jesus.
make fireworks legal on that day. So Halloween night, it's not.
I didn't know that.
Running
I
around
lived in
shooting off
Vancouver and
fucking-
I never noticed that.
You never noticed Halloween? Jesus Christ, man!
No.
I don't
So
know.
maybe you were in bed like a good boy.
I have a yard, and I like to show out. I like to make Halloween decorations and compete with my buddies. I like to deck and of course, as a good Catholic, Christmas is not just one day. I'll be having Christmas decorations and stuff going till January 6th. So I love that part of it. And I certainly have no problem with people blowing stuff up or shooting guns as long as they're doing so semi-responsibly.
May I interject something not related to this conversation for a quick
Go for
second? Fuck you, Malachi. There we go. I feel better now.
What do you do?
Read what he just said in the fucking chat.
Oh, over in Discord?
Yeah,
Oh.
over on Discord.
Here. I'll pull his up here in a second here, just so you know, another one of my writers has popped in. Let's see, who was it you were busted on?
Oh no, it's a guy on Discord that we have. It's a little group of us that hang out back there.
Oh,
watching the
okay. I was about to
stream.
say I don't see anybody in here.
And he just fucking inadvertently just go ahead and diss me all you want, Malachi. Yeah, fuck you. Let me show you. Let me give you an example of Malachi, but he spells it Malachi. Let me show you how he role plays. Max can attest to this. All right, so the beastmen are coming in. They're going to attack. There's about 100 of them. It's raining mud. Your friend's out front. He's about to attack them. What do? Cut to Malachi.
You got to do an
Yeah. and then you just waste 5 minutes. It's amazing. There you go. Fuck you, Malachi.
And then it's like, are they attacking?
I don't get it, man.
What?
Like, I mean, maybe it's me. Maybe
it's Maybelline.
I've never had that problem. Like in the very few times that I get to be a player, I know what the hell I'm doing coming up. And if something changes, like I'm pretty quick on the draw because I've always approached these games as the idea is I should be my character. So I'm my character. I'm experiencing things. And it's like, okay, well, what am I changing my action to? Because I'm in this character's head in this situation, and I need to make a decision. So I do. And then I take an action. I don't get this whole, and I've reamed more than one player for this in various different fashions. But it's like, why are you sitting here in the middle of my combat having some kind of tactics discussion?
Right.
You know, I've been in a lot of fights in my day. Never once have I been like, hold on, man, stop that jab real quick. Just hold that jab.
I got to see if
go
I can
over here
counter.
and have a consultation with my corner about how I want to counter it.
Give me a moment while I contemplate the manual of puissance at arms.
It's like, no, I slip it, I throw it straight right, and I come back with the hook. That's what I do.
Yeah.
In my experience, I get so many people that say, well, I have to know what I can do. And I'm always like, listen, usually my players have always been really good about coaching either new players or players that aren't used to our style of like, hey, getting them into that headspace, right? But it's like, look, what would you react in this point? Yes, you're supposed to be playing your character, but let's just take it to you a second. If somebody was throwing a punch at you right now, how would you react to that? Well, try to get out of its way. There you go. Then that's what you're doing. Well, I don't know if I can do that. Is there a dodge rule? I don't care if there's a dodge rule. What? That's for me to worry about, not for you to worry about. You tell me how your character's reacting to something, and then we go from there.
Here's one of my players right here. One of my players and one of my riders right there. It's simple. I'm going to blast something.
It's called immersion, right? Like the purpose of an RPG experience is that you immerse in your character, and then you will all you have to do is get into the mindset of that character and do what that character would do, and leave it to the DM to determine how that would work out.
There's a fun little topic for all you guys because all of you will have some experience with this. I am a huge fan of the Tomb of Horrors as a training module. I will run Tomb of Horrors. I will run Tomb of Horrors with no system, not AD&D, not D&D, nothing. I will just run it. And I kid you not, I've had a team doing sales training and team building exercises and stuff when I'm a manager at work, and I've run them. They didn't exactly call it this, but I've run them through the Tomb of Horrors as a thought experiment team building exercise at a table with a bunch of salespeople. And I think that the Tomb of Horrors is one of the best ways to teach somebody how to play a role as a character. Because here's the example I always use, and I think this is a clear example. People who role play correctly never even get hurt by that devil mouth in the opening that has the Sphere of Annihilation in it. Spoiler alert for those people who haven't seen the most famous dungeon from fucking 70 years ago. But a D&D player or a video game player says, well, I'll stick my head in there. A real person who's in a tomb who has no idea what's in it is like, I can't see in there. Maybe I shouldn't go stick my dick in that thing. Maybe I should shove my arm in there up to the shoulder.
Well, I don't know. 5e player might put his dick in there for reasons.
5e player might.
That little claw that the person in the little wheelie rascal cart uses to get stuff off the top shelf at the Dollar General. Maybe we'll stick that in there first, or that 10-foot pole. Maybe we'll shove a spear in there and see what's going on. Maybe we don't go into the crazy tomb that just had like 9 pit traps leading up to this thing. Maybe we don't stick our foot in that thing.
Well, people say that the Tomb of Horrors is like a killer dungeon or whatever, but it's because it's one of the only really honest dungeons, because way too many dungeon adventures are designed in such a way that, okay, this was built by some mad wizard or something like that, right? And to protect his treasures, right? And then there's like traps and puzzles, but the traps all have solutions and the puzzles all have hints, right? As if the wizard wants you to get his treasure, right? Like that's not how it should be, right? And Tomb of Horrors doesn't do that. It's about a wizard who really doesn't want you to get his shit, right? And so he actually makes traps that are supposed to trap you, right? They're supposed to stop you, right?
But if you roll for
it's actually a historically authentic dungeon would be that way, right?
So you're right in the sense that if there's a puzzle trap, the obvious solution that Joe fucking Dingleberry is going to come up with should actually trigger the fucking trap because it's meant to be an obvious fucking thing, right? But the problem is everyone whines about 5e players. They go, 5e players complain it's a superhero game about. Dude, I played in the 80s. People whined then too.
They did too,
everybody in the OSR has this fucking rose-colored view of the past. It was nothing like what most of them pretend it was like. It was fucking dumbasses arguing and throwing dice at each other. Come on. So just fucking play the goddamn game. This is something I've said, I will always say, which is play the fucking game. Sit down at the table, roll the dice, play your character, have a good fucking time. When it's over, laugh with your friends about the stupid shit you did and survived or didn't survive. But when people start inventing schools of thought about how to role play and this and that, my fucking brain goes like a test pattern at fucking midnight in the old days. I'm just like, nope, the national anthem's playing. I can't hear you anymore. Fuck you. Because it's just so pretentious. It's so fucking pretentious. I can handle arrogance. I can handle stupidity. I can handle confidence. The one thing that gets up my ass is pretension, because pretension is just a form of insecurity manifesting visibly for people. So when I start hearing this shit, I just go, ugh, and I tune out so fast. And then in the old days, I'm much, much better than this now. I would then attack. Just because I was like, well, now you're fucking wasting my time. So now I'm going to make something out of it and have some fun with you. Now I'm like, no, let them fucking blow their steam. I don't give a fuck, whatever. But this mythological idea that, back in the day, D&D was some pure holy thing. Get fucked. It was not.
Well, I agree.
No, there's a lot of truth that when we did argue back in the day, but I'd say that the arguments were different. And this is the one thing I've been saying for years. Like, I have never once tried to tell somebody how to play at their table. I know people take it that way, but I don't care what you do at your table. What I've always complained about is stop changing our game. For example, let's do my rant about 3rd edition. I'll just make this quick. All those changes for 3rd edition made it not D&D anymore. You did not make D&D. You made WotC Fantasy Role-Playing 1st edition. I don't care if people like it. I don't care if it's the most popular game on the planet. It's not Dungeons & Dragons. You took all the heart and soul out of what was Dungeons & Dragons and made something else. This is where the OSR is correct. Whether the OSR is selling 1 billion copies or nothing selling at all anymore, I don't care. But it is where the OSR is correct because it is still trying to keep the soul of what D&D was. It's not worried about popularity contests.
It's never the most popular edition on the planet, though. Well, I mean, I guess temporarily it might have been when it was published, right? But in the sense of success, the most popular edition on the planet was either the basic expert combo, right, or 5th edition.
Sure. Well, I mean, again, when I'm talking here about I'm just saying that major change that happened at that time. Yeah. I don't care. Again, I don't care if you want Dwarven Wizards to play Final Fantasy 14 or whatever the heck it is you want to do at your table using D&D rules. In fact, I got into a lot of arguments with people who would get mad at me. You can't use D&D for that. Yes, you can. Okay, you know what? I can play Call of Cthulhu with D&D if I want to. I'll just add a fear mechanic in. Weird how I can do that. Right?
That's what the OSR is all about, right? It's let's take.
But when people go and try to tell you what to do at your table, that's where I actually have the problem. Now, a lot of people don't hear that because they hear me rant, they hear me complain, they hear me do whatever. I'm only talking about the changes they made to the core game. Oh, but Max, you can go back and play it that way. That's backward think. And if you're a historian, you should know this automatically. When you tell everybody that a gnome can be a paladin, nobody's going to I don't like that in my game. They'll be I can be a gnome paladin, like little fucking seals. Like they're going to be, look at me, I can be weird now. I can play against type.
You can't play a seal. That would be too weird.
Well, that's also a problem with postmodern culture, right? Is that people want to, I've always said that in all historical games, you're only playing humans, right? Because
this is the thing,
everything
right?
else is just a human in a skin suit.
One second. My game, Valorous, the entire point of Valorous is that it's humanocentric. And I keep telling this to people who are playing it. And in the rules I wrote it, this whole idea is that humans should be the dominant. It should always be humans because that's the way it is for this world. I do not want my fucking tavern tavern, to turn into the Mos Eisley Cantina. Where you just walk in, it's like, hey, look, there's fucking 8 gnomes over there, 73 elves in the back, 4 dwarves juggling pine. Like, no.
And the tiefling with the hood up.
Well, you're
Well,
when
5e was terrible in that respect, right? Because it said, well, now all the races live together. You have good drow and good beholders, and
for fuck's sake.
Well, look, we've got it. There's
why if they're going to be fucking humans with pointy ears, just make them fucking humans.
There's
a reason elves make them something.
It's
else.
worse.
Give them a different
playing a demi-human. Playing a demi-human is a substitute for having an actual character. Like you're replacing, instead of being an interesting person, you're an elf now, right? Or you're a tiefling, or you're an Aasimar, right?
It absolutely can be. Now, Bear's 100% right. Human needs to be the default, and I'm going to give you a reason it needs to be the default. It needs to be the default because we are all humans. We have to have a baseline to go from. Everything, whether it's your class, whether it's your race or whatever, needs to be a deviation from the baseline for human beings to functionally be able to fit it into the world. You're a fighter. You're a deviation. You are way better at fighting than a normal person. You're a gnome. You're a deviation from that person. But in the world, that human needs to be the baseline.
Yep.
Now, we're all sitting here and argue at 3.5 till I'm blue in the faces. It's an incredibly modular game. But I'm also and this is why I love 3.5, is 3.5 is the best for the most things, if done properly. However, it is not the best for really anything. I am a big believer in that the system should reflect what you want to do in your game. If I'm going to run a certain type of game, the best thing I can do as a GM is go find the system that enhances that feeling, that style of storytelling, that kind of world. The only problem with that is that if I do that too much, I'm leading to go into my table every however often I change campaigns or do something new. And I'm saying, hey guys, I need all of you to go out and spend another $140 on books because this system happens to be better for what I'm going to do, which is why I like 3.5.
So to give you a version of that, and I think all of us are creative writers to some degree here, and Agile Monk says it best. He says, you mean Vulcans. There's been within the Star Trek community, yes, we're talking about Star Trek, an ongoing thing for the longest time. Let's have the Captain Worf show. Let's have You will never have a Captain Worf show. And here is why. No matter what Star Trek series it is, good, bad, indifferent, it's a human leader. And the reason why is because we need to see it through the human's eyes so that the alien cultures become contrasted and we can look at them and go, oh, the Cardassians are kind of like Nazis, but they don't see themselves as that. Whereas if we have an alien there, we don't know how to relate to them and we have to spend a whole bunch of time figuring out, shut up, Matt, fucking crafty, and congrats on the promotion. You have to spend a whole bunch of time explaining the culture of your protagonist so that the fucking viewers can understand why he's doing what he does. Right? So lazy role-playing in the modern age has become, I'm an elf who acts exactly like a human. I'm a dwarf who acts exactly like a human. I don't want to go to the fucking elf bakery, okay? It's absurd to me that an elf would open a bakery in fucking Waterdeep. Like, why? Why would an elf do this? They're fucking elves. They're ethereal creatures in touch with the universe. And
not in my world.
Water. Not in my world, man. They're just guys with pointed ears. Fucking A.
Well, that's the problem with 5e is that every part of every setting was turned into Seattle in 2024. Right?
Hey,
Diversity Seattle.
So here's a question for the three of you.
The problem with 3e, the major problem that 3e had, and the thing that limited it the most, was that when Cook and Tweet designed those rules, they designed it intentionally to focus on system mastery, which meant that the guy who meticulously read the detail of every last feat and every last skill would create a character that was going to be absolutely better than the guy who had never played D&D before and just rolled up a character at random.
Literally saw that at my tables a couple of times.
Yeah. That was the major problem with it. And that's exactly when we were designing 5e, what what we did the opposite, right? It was a game that was designed so that a casual player would not be at a major disadvantage against a very experienced one. And that's what made 5e more popular than 3e.
So I have a question for the three of you, continuing on this conversation, if you don't mind, if it's okay, Daniel, that I ask a question here. What do you say to the people? Because this is what I get a lot of pushback on. Well, I'm a human in the real world. I don't want to be a human in the game. And now, just real quickly, I always at my tables tell people humans are literally the diversity trope. Everything else is supposed to be the personification of a trope or a stereotype of some sort. That is their existence.
Archetype.
Right, exactly. So no, they don't think outside the box, and yes, they will do things that humans would consider stupid because the dwarves are just that stupidly stubborn and will let themselves die, whatever it happens to be. But how do you explain to somebody that says well, I'm human, I want to just be something different. I don't want to be my boring daily life.
Are you a fighter in the real world? Do you run around with a sword attacking people? If you do, I'm going to call the cops. But beside that, you don't do that. Hey, you know what you do? Wiggle your fingers at me right now and say Hexus Majestix and watch when nothing fucking happens. That's what's different. That's the different part. And if your life is so bland and boring that you think you have to be a fucking freakazoid that's going to just act like another goddamn human at the end of the day, but it's the point of ears that makes them different, then you're not role-playing. You're just ego-stroking. And that's something I can't stand in role-playing, is people who just try and assuage their ego at the table as opposed to actually getting in immersively, playing the character. Coco, there's a guy who, I don't know if he's here tonight, but Coco comes to a lot of our stuff. Coco, he plays in a few of my games. And one of the things I love about Coco is one day he just sent me a message with a bunch of stuff referring to the lore of the setting. And I went, what the fuck? You actually read the lore? And he's like, well, you're running the game and you wrote it. I thought I should. I'm like, no, fuck. Give me 10 of you, please. You know, like, holy fuck.
I read your lore. I just forgot it.
Yeah, whatever.
I read your lore. I just found the parts that I can exploit to make the guy I was going to make all along.
So GM Cody in the comments says 3E was the ultimate start of the character build. Yeah, the moment I realized what was wrong with 3E was when I think it was 2000, 2001, something like that, where I'd gotten the books and we were going to play a campaign. And I guess it was probably 2001, 2002. So it had been around for a little while already. And this one of my players, I forget, he was playing a warrior or a barbarian, one of the two, I forget which one. But the very start of the campaign, he gets a piece of paper and he writes out from level 1 to 20, every single feat, every single ability, every single multi-class that he's going to do, right? Because that's his plan, because he knows that is the best possible combination to have the toughest guy, right? And that's where I say, oh, well, what the fuck are you playing for then? You know, like what's the point if you've already predetermined all this, you know?
I'm gonna piggyback on it because I ran into something very similar in a game that I was in. Dude was playing a sorcerer, and we needed somebody to comprehend language and have tongues and comprehend language. We needed that. The game master was very adamant about the fact that in this setting, you have to learn to communicate with people. You're going to need those. And the sorcerer refused. He said, no, it's not the best for my class to do this. If I'm going to make it to the end here, exactly is what you, like, it's like you took the exact thing that he did, just went down. It's like, I have to synergize in this way. So no, I'm not going to do that. We were begging him, dude, we need to understand this stuff. We're getting into fights that are getting over our head, yada, yada. And he's like, nope, not going to do it, not going to do it, not going to do it. And to me, that's a bad player. It's like, I want the players to react organically to what's happening to the world. Foreshadow some things to give them maybe a little hint, whatever, but act organically to the world. It isn't about this, no, I have to do this because the math is right. And that's what is one of the things I did despise about 3E, but let's be fair, it is a game and people are going to do that with any game.
That's one of the reasons why I actually love playing with new players. Mm-hmm. Because when I have new players who aren't inculcated the culture and inculcated in gaming, I can pull them aside and I can say, look, this is what you're doing. You know that book you read and you really like that character? Go be somebody like him.
Yep.
And think about that character when you're making your choices. It's also why I have a theory on 3rd edition 3.5. And I tell people that the reason it's the best is because of how modular it is. And if you want to see how you screw it up, tell somebody that they can use everything. You have to know how to say no as a 3.5 GM.
But WotC took
you have
that
to
away.
say no. We aren't using savage races of stone. That doesn't exist in this world. Here is what exists here. Play within
but to piggyback on that, WotC literally took that away. In part of the design philosophy, at least that I read from 3rd edition, was they didn't want people to say, I play this setting or I have this limitation. They wanted the gamut, the imagination, everything to be opened up to them. So the game was very permissive. 5e was worse, in my opinion, in terms of that, but 3e started it. 5e was just the culmination of that. And I'm glad you said no, but so many people did not say no.
Here's the thing, and this is the back and forth. Wizards of the Coast clearly said yes, because Wizards of the Coast wants you to buy every book.
Mm-hmm.
But the Dungeon Master's Guide in both 3rd edition and 3.5 literally tells you to say no. It says in the DMG that you need to curate what rules you use to build your world.
You know, nobody reads DMGs anymore.
Well, I mean, you should. I mean, that's,
yeah.
That's the whole
I don't run WotC edition. I've played in them, but I don't run WotC editions, so I don't know what it says in there. But that's one of the things that I've learned over probably the last 5 years is that a good chunk of people don't actually read DMGs or Game Master sections of books anymore. They just like, oh, these are the rules of the game. Okay, I can play. This game's broken. It doesn't work right. It literally says in the Game Master's Guide that, like Palladium says it a lot as well. The game, you are there to tailor it. Just because I have 100 world books doesn't mean you have to use them all. Just if you think that a certain juicer or glitter boy or whatever is too powerful, the answer is no. But it's not written in the player's guide because the player's guide is, the information on how to play the game. I'm with you, man. Like when it comes to 5e, when it comes to 3e, Dungeon Masters that said no, I respect, and actually I can tolerate the games under those auspices. But around the world that I've played, I can name multiple countries and multiple states I've lived in. That was not done. It's like the sparkle pony from World of Warcraft. Oh, sparkle pony, got to use it. It's.
Well, we got to go back to it, and let's circle back around here to a couple of different things. One is that, like I said, you have to be able to say no. But at the end of the day, it goes back to realism. One of those things that me and good old Ultra American have butted heads about before. Realism.
When you say real, are you talking realism or verisimilitude?
Realism. I'm talking about realism. Now, verisimilitude is a part of it. Verisimilitude, of course, is the logical idea that something's going to happen the same way every time if you do it the same way every time, because that's the rules of the world. When I say realism, I'm talking about things that make sense.
Okay, but you're not talking reality to Earth.
Yeah, here's a perfect example of it, like Urban, which, once again, another one of the writers in Corvid Codex. And by the way, he wrote the cover story, and also another one in there that is fantastic. But I remember having to say no a lot during certain periods of 3D's life. It was around the time Pun became a thing.
I don't know what that is.
If you look at the person who came up with Pun, he literally, there's great forums if you can dig them up, where people are, oh, my game master won't allow me to use Pun in my game. And he says, because your game master should not allow you to use Pun in your game. Pun should never exist. He does not logically exist in any world. He only
what the fuck is Pun?
If you have a group of things that make no sense to be in the same world together, come together.
What is Pun?
He is an optimized 3.5 character build with a cobbled that can essentially he can infinitely cast an enlarged person type spell and then dispel it through his familiar, and he can essentially infinitely maximize every single one of his stats.
Yeah, it was a way to like maximize the 3rd edition rules in such a way that it supposedly made an invulnerable character, right?
Not just invulnerable, can do whatever the hell he wants to. You can have infinite strength, infinite dex, infinite intelligence, wisdom, whatever. But if you look at the guy who created, he said, this is an exercise in design thought. This character should never, ever exist in any world because you have to use rules from all these different sources, none of which are designed to work together. And the books themselves say that they shouldn't work together. that they're not designed for use with this or that, that they're designed for a certain kind of play. And that's what it comes down to, is you have to be able to, like, realism matters in the sense that if you're looking at a realistic world, well, this character wouldn't exist. Well, why not? Because he doesn't make sense to exist. Combat wheelchair person. Okay? Combat wheelchair person. Combat wheelchairs make absolutely no sense whatsoever, period, end of story. Ball bearings are extremely advanced, a lot more than people think they are. They're required for any kind of athletic wheelchair.
Come back, Zinc. Sorry.
If you have enough magic to make the ball bearings in the medieval world and whatever, you got enough magic to make sure that the people aren't crippled anymore. So the wheelchair would never be, forget somebody who decides they want to stay the way they were born. Wheelchairs would never be invented.
Oh, but that's ableism. How dare you?
However,
but hang on.
You're not going to have the ball bearings. Nobody is going to say, I'm going to have the wheelchair person in my adventuring party.
Hang on.
Because I don't want that handicap.
One of my players,
both ways.
One of my players is hearing impaired, very severely hearing impaired, high tone frequency deaf. He has never once in over 30 years of role playing with this guy come to me and said, I really want to play a deaf guy.
Yeah, really.
Not once. I don't think there are any.
No, it's a troll.
It's a troll. It's a troll. It's a fucking Candace Owens troll. I guarantee you, there has never been. I fucking will die on this mountain until somebody creates a bullshit story where they say it's true. A person who was paralyzed from the waist down, a paraplegic or amputee, who went, I want my character to have no legs. Like, no, that doesn't fucking happen. This is just bullshit Seattle garbage that we're dealing with again in the fucking hobby.
So in the comments, Urbanverse says combat wheelbarrows are much preferred. I don't know if he's aware or not, but I did a dungeon as one of the pundit files that's called the Combat Wheelbarrow Maze, and it's based on that premise that it's actually like a maze, a magical dungeon that appears once a year, allows only 8 teams of 2 people to go into the dungeon to get this, supposed massive treasure, and they have to compete against each other. And one of the 2 players of the team has to be inside a combat wheelbarrow at all times, or else they get teleported out of the dungeon. And it is fucking hilarious. I loved it. So I do owe that to the combat wheelchair, because obviously I was making a mockery of it, And it's a great dungeon.
But I had a discussion earlier. It may have been from you. I've been drinking 107 proof bourbon for like 2.5 hours now. So it may have been you. I was talking about combat wheelbarrows on somewhere, X or one of my Discords or something. And I was sitting there, I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. Because a combat wheelbarrow, I'm imagining like a wheelbarrow that's shaped like the prow of a ship with
exactly. So I in that adventure, I put like multiple different, because you can have like a wheelbarrow that's built for speed and balance, or you can have one that's like heavily armored or whatever, right? And so like it's great. And the dungeon, every time that you use it, the dungeon changes, because there's a series of tables that you can use to generate the dungeon.
All right, I got 2 more coming in, guys. We're about to throw a wrench in this little OSR game. Which, first off, let's say Urbanverse bought all of the pundit files before they switched over to Lulu from the Red Room. And hey, based on what Max said about
they're not switching to Lulu. That's only Red Room stuff that's going to Lulu.
Only Red
Room. So the pundit files, as of now, they're not available at the moment. Eventually. No, they're gonna come out again in drive-through probably, but I've got to talk to my publisher for that, right, and see what they want to do. And then later on, I'll probably do a compilation volume of them too, but or 1 or 2 compilation volumes, because there's 40 issues of it. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
So just to be clear,
right now, if you didn't buy them today, you're out of luck. They're gone.
So. What was that, Max, real quick?
Lulu terminated one of my accounts. I still have the entire email chain between me and them, and then they found my other one that I didn't. So I had one for business and one for me. That's why I split them up. I wasn't trying to bypass their termination or whatever. And they found that one about a year later and nuked that one as well.
Well, this is why I'm actually, when you say self-publishing, I'm self-publishing the Corvid Codex for me and all my authors. But when I say I'm self-publishing, I mean there is a book printer up the road from me in Birmingham, and I have seen their facility, and I am printing the damn book myself to put me and my author's work out there.
No, when I'm talking about complaining about self-publishing, it's the people who don't take the time to edit or think that just because mom would put the art on the refrigerator or because grandma says it was a good story means that they should put it out there. I did a book review probably 7-8 years ago of a book, and I told them, I said, this is a great campfire story. I love reading it, but dude, you can't write at all. Like you don't know what a semicolon is used for. You forget periods at the end of a sentence. You didn't even capitalize the letter I a couple of times. Talk about I, like what are, and he got all types of butthurt at me about that. I'm like, no, I expect when I pay for something, it's got to have quality. It has to be grammatically correct. It has to be well put together. Great story.
I said I was sorry, okay? Jesus Christ, I'm dyslexic and I'm a diagonal reader. Get
somebody who's not to edit your damn book.
Get fucked. I'm Canadian.
Remind me to send you an art copy, Matt, so you can tear it apart. All right, so I got 2 more people. I got 3 things to cover real quick. First thing, I'm just going to put this down here because I don't want to fight. I don't want to have to sift through it. If you are not one of these asshole trolls, okay, anybody who says anything about Charlie Kirk had it coming, Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk, or anything that in my chat, I'm just going to ban you. So don't say it as a joke because I'm just going to ban you. Going forward, anything that's below Crafty's, the bubble has burst.
Has that been happening?
Yeah, there's
on the vertical side.
I don't know. Some of them may be just joking or whatnot, but I'm just going to assume that you're a troll. You say it, you're gone. I'm not playing that crap. And that's all there is to it. But we have 2 people to come in here to throw a wrench into the works. We have one of the broest of the bros, but he is one of the happiest bros out there. Everybody say hello to the mustache man himself, Mr. Dunder Moose.
What's good? How you guys doing? Happy New Year.
Bringing some OSR flavor in here.
What have you guys been talking about? Sounded like a bunch of complaining when I got in here.
Mostly old men's testicles, but things we could like.
We're shouting at clouds, my friend. We're shouting at clouds.
That's great.
Fuck clouds! McLeod!
I can't hang for long. I got a room full of people. We're playing Jackbox in the other room, but I was in the audience for this one, so I was like, all right, I'm coming in. I'm gonna say hi to my buddy Driving and Dragons. Daniel, I appreciate you. You always show up in my streams. I know you're mining for content. I know you're like gonna make fun of half of my guests, but I'm always happy to see you, bro. Happy New Year to you and yours. Happy New Year to everybody watching, all the real ones and all the trolls. I hope you guys are having a good night.
Fantastic. I appreciate you popping by, man, and saying hi. Glad to have you on board. Go ahead, give the Bro SR pitch real quick before I bring Flutters on.
Okay.
Go ahead and give the Bro SR pitch to everybody since you got a limited amount of time here. Tell us all why we're playing wrong.
Well, yeah, so you don't need to keep playing wrong. You had all of 2025 to do that. You can go back to the origins. Now, see, I know you're a 3rd edition fan, and I've not ever played 3rd edition, so I can't speak to that. I have heard great things about it. I've heard it is the best version. It is the best edition of all the editions that don't matter. So go out there and give it a shot, y'all. But 1st edition is where it's at as far as I'm concerned. And when I say 1st edition, I mean, like, don't play anything after Unearthed Arcana, and including Unearthed Arcana. Like, nothing that Gary didn't touch. If you play 1st edition and you do all the rules, even the ones that seem tough, the ones that seemed too difficult for you when you were a 12-year-old, you will find all of the stuff that the game used to have that has eroded away. There are like 2nd and 3rd order effects of playing the original rules as written that you just can't get anywhere else. So go ahead and give it a shot. See what you think. I hope you have fun with it.
Hey, there you go. There's the best reason for why everything.
If only Jeffro had talked to me like that.
Everything after
it's still wrong though, but yeah, it's a nicer delivery, I guess.
And I do want to
He's
say,
nice
you guys,
bro.
I know everyone watching this is probably already subbed to Driving and Dragons, but you guys should definitely be checking this channel out. This guy cracks me up on the regular. There's nothing as funny as watching someone make fun of your friends. I don't know why that is. Maybe I'm sick, but like, dude, stuff you were saying about Rump and the stuff you were saying about R-Dubs was just cracking me up. And I, for one, I really appreciate the shots of you working on a car. Like, I don't know how new that is. I think it, in this hobby, we need as much masculinity as we can. And like seeing somebody work on a vehicle adds some much needed masculinity to most of the womanish whining that you do on the channel. So I really appreciate that, man. Keep it up.
Oh man.
Mm.
Well, I'll say this about Driving Dragons. He's an equal opportunity critic.
While I got my anime hair on. I got to do something, man. Ever since I shaved my mustache, my subs have been dropping. So I'm like, these people are just all about the hair for some reason.
Would you two like to be alone in your own room where you can kiss and stuff?
My hat says Ferrari. Your hat says, please, sir, I want some more.
Ow, ow, ow. When's it going to be my turn?
I want more.
All right, guys. All in fun, all in good fun. I'm glad, not everybody has to agree with me. I'm glad we're all in the hobby together. I appreciate y'all. And
Do you enjoy the way you play?
Huh?
Do you enjoy the way you play?
I do.
Then keep doing it.
Rock on, man.
Yeah, but I got to say, Max, as someone who's GM'd you, I don't enjoy the way you play at all. Like,
Well, then why do you keep inviting me to your dumb games?
Because I'm a fucking masochist. Why do you keep accepting?
Sunshine. I'll see you guys later.
Later. Because my mom told me I wasn't allowed to say no. I have to be polite.
Say hi to Flutters. Flutters GM, what's up, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing great. Is this working? I turned it down a bit. I don't know if it's...
We can hear you just fine, man. I just got to figure out how to unban good old Draco, because he's been great and a super participant in the chat and cool and everything. And I accidentally clicked on him and banned him when I was trying to ban one of the Charlie.
You'll have to go into your YouTube studio. You have to go into your YouTube studio, find your members or whatever it is, not members list, but it's where you have the same people where you make mods, and you'll find him under the banned people there.
I gotta find it somewhere because there's community and all that stuff. But
yeah, I think it is community. I can look on my channel. I wouldn't have him obviously, but I can look on my channel. Because he's been sparring with me, but he's been really good in chat. That's
I accidentally. It was a complete accident. I was going to ban one of these idiots that was sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and one of these Candace Owen nonsense that's out there, one of these conspiracy morons, and I accidentally banned him.
She doesn't know, but she knows, right? So
what?
She doesn't know, but she knows.
He's not mad at me. Because I need to unban him. And that was
okay. Go to settings, and then go to community moderation.
I'll be right back.
All right. So Flutters, go ahead and introduce yourself while I try to figure out how to get to settings.
I would be most obliged to do that. Hi, I'm one of the authors for the Corvid Codex project. I came across it completely by mistake. Really, I had received, with some of the recent adaptations YouTube has made to its algorithms, random recommendations of sub 10 subscriber channels. I randomly saw a Driving Dragons video. I want to say I think at this point it's been 6 months to a year, something like that. It's been a while. I saw it and I just looked down and I go, oh, that's the thumbnail I would have seen in 2010. This is giving me I feel like I should be watching someone's recording of their child at a concert in Columbus in 2010. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I want to see what this is. And I like the entire video, and I had been watching for some time when Daniel originally peeped the idea for a project. And I'm thinking about all of the other creators, the ones that have been around for a while, like your RuneSmiths, your Mr. Rexes. And I'm just like, oh, please let this be a book. Please let this be a book for a game. And it's not a book for a game. And I was like, but can I still help? I really want to contribute. He's like, yeah, sure, man. I was like, yes. And that's why I'm here. That's it. That's it.
Let this be a book for a game because you want to contribute.
Yeah, and then it's a book anyways, and I'm just as happy. It's
I
just
hate
a
to be
different kind
that
of book.
guy, but Daniel, I got to say thank you for having me on. It was a real pleasure being here because you've been a few of my streams. I always wanted to get you on as a guest, and then shit happened. But the channel's back in a weird way, and I'll be reaching out to you at some point in the future to come on for something. Max, go fuck yourself. I hate every fiber of your being with
I know.
every fiber of my existence.
But you know, that's why you stalk me.
I do. It's that sweet, sweet ass.
It's
Anyway,
we got that codependency.
that codependent thing. It's crazy.
I
Flutter,
knew
besides
when
being
you
here-
said that Megadeth was better than Metallica that you had to be gay.
Who, me
Who
or
said
him?
that?
You didn't.
Me?
Bear said that. You were the one.
There are two
Yeah.
people talking
Yeah.
to you right now. Oh, there you go.
Like I said, I knew
Yeah.
you had to have a thing for Max because you got to have a thing for other men whenever you're talking about how Megadeth is better than Metallica.
Oh, fair. Absolutely. I judge people by their music tastes as well constantly. So,
I mean,
Metallica fans are what I like to call Helsinki syndrome or whatever, Stockholm syndrome.
I like to call them people with taste, but
Yeah.
Hanson, man, it's
hey,
all about Hanson.
I like to call him a quality human being. Doesn't mean it's true.
You've never called. Don't lie. You've never called me that.
hey,
When
look,
I think
my
about you
wife
in the
is
shower.
about
Anyway, I got to
to
go
talk about
because
Nora Jean
I gotta go.
and
I got to bounce because I got a New Year's thing I'm doing on my channel. So, guys, thanks for having me on. It was lovely meeting everybody I didn't know, and we'll talk again in the future. Peace, love, geek, and have a very fucking happy New Year, guys.
Later, Bear. Happy New Year.
Friend, thank you.
Bye.
Ah. All right, this person right here. No. Good Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, Anthrax. That's the order. Anthrax just kind of gets lumped into the thrash metal big four. No. They're good. They're okay. They're way below the rest. Slayer, I mean, come on, dude. Slayer is like the Beatles with distortion. They know 3 chords. All they do is bang on the same 3 power chords with palm mute while hitting the open E between each one and growl about Satan. And then Megadeth and Metallica are way ahead. It's just Dave Mustaine never musically evolved. He just sat there and cried and complained that he didn't get as much credit for Kill 'Em All as he thought he should. And so he remade Kill 'Em All like 9 times. Okay, so Flutter, we interrupted you, man. Other than the fact that you love me and I'm the greatest ever and you want to support all my stuff, go ahead.
I said one of those things. I said one of those things, Daniel.
And that's how magic works because he heard all 3.
Daniel's questionable hearing aside, what about myself?
Just tell everybody what you got going on, what your position in the good old-fashioned TTRPG gaming space is.
Well, in middle school, there was this interesting thing. There's this interesting thing only the kids are doing called crimes and drugs. And I thought to myself, well, I don't really know how to do either of those things, so I don't think I'm going to. And I was at a bookstore. I believe it was it was a local place that shut down when Amazon really started taking off. And I look over and I see just this book that says Player's Handbook, and I go, oh, I wonder if it's like a game or something. And I open it and it is exactly a game. And I look at it and I go, oh, well, this is a bit much. I can't get this. And then I see the starter kit next to it and I go, oh, wait a second. I can pitch that for a club. Because if it's a book, it's one book and one person can read it, and no one all wants to crowd around the Player's Handbook, right? But when it's a kit, you have the dice, you have the materials split up for, it was Minds of Phandelver. You have, the bits and pieces and the brief pamphlet, basically the SRD. And I'm looking through and I go, oh, well, this I can spread out and show to a teacher and explain for a club. And that's exactly what I did. And that was middle school. I want to say at this point, 11 to 12 years ago. And I've never really looked back. I can't say, I don't have much of an opinion on a best system or anything or best version. I unfortunately, my sequence of experience went 5e, Pathfinder, hated every second of it. Then to Starfinder, loved every second of it, obviously for very different reasons. The lore book for Starfinder was interesting. And then a bunch of other like diet systems, a lot of Powered by Apocalypse, fall asleep at my keyboard crap. And then I've pretty much just settled on 5e. I found Lancer a couple years ago. I can't stand anything the authors say, but the game itself is fun and robots are cool. You know, what do you want? It's this
Which
or
game is that?
BattleTech. Lancer, it's a mech
yeah.
RPG. I actually have the book right here because my regular SPG game is in Lancer. I do like the art. It's actually an art system. It was made by two illustrators for like their comic illustrators. This reflects itself very well in the art and questionably in the game design, but it's still fun enough to play.
Hey,
like
so give us one moment while me and Pundit and Max and half of the chat go out and just stare at the mirror and wash our face real quick when you say that you were in middle school 11 years ago. We probably all need to take a little splash of water over our face and realize that 11 years ago, we were older than most of your teachers.
11 years ago, I'd already started making money off RPGs. Jesus.
I mean, 11 years ago, I was retiring from fighting in a cage.
I don't want to say how old I was 11 years ago, but
I was already making 5th edition 11 years ago. Fuck.
So I'm gonna guess that Pundit may be older than me, but I don't know. But I'll just say that I've crossed the 50 line a couple of years ago.
Oh, well, man. we're about the same age then. Let's leave it at that.
Congratulations!
Let me put it this way: when I started playing D&D, 1st edition was still the actual edition at the time.
The current edition. That's correct.
The current edition, yeah. And at that time, I actually started in, well, we call it junior high in Canada, but middle school.
As opposed to middle school, right? Yeah.
And at the time, in that table, like it was still when D&D was a fad, right? Like so all the other kids that were playing, there were some of them that were like punks and some of them that were like heavy metal guys. And I was the nerdiest kid at the table, right? And by high school, though, and this can probably give a real hint as to my age, right? Is that by the time high school came along, I was the least nerdy guy at the table because all those other guys had stopped playing because it wasn't cool anymore, you know.
I have to interrupt for something that probably nobody here cares about, but Ohio State.
Was there a game tonight?
Ohio State?
I hate Ohio State. They can die in a fire also, and I'm so happy they lost 24.
Whoa. Hold on. This is important news. I have not checked scores. Tell me.
24-14, they lost. I have it on right here. That's what I've been watching. I have it on right there.
Suck it, overrated State.
my boss, great guy, but he's a huge Ohio State fan.
Celebrate, screw the new year. Ohio State just once again flubbed it in the playoffs.
I'm sad though because I wanted to see Indiana beat him again.
Oh man, well I don't want to see it. I'm torn right now because I hate Alabama. God, do I hate Alabama? I'm a diehard LSU fan.
Oh Jesus.
Oh man, born and bred.
To be fair, I don't like any team in the SEC. Like, there's
I'm a diehard SEC fan. Go on back to Minnesota. I'm a diehard SEC fan, but I'm a huge LSU fan, so I hate Alabama. But when Alabama got in, and they got in the way they were supposed to, sorry everybody, this is sports ball stuff.
No,
when Alabama got in, and they got in the way they were supposed to, because they always said that conference championship games can help you, but they will not hurt your chance to get into the playoffs because that protects the integrity of the game. And then Alabama got fucking destroyed. Oh, they shouldn't be in the playoffs. If Alabama wins the whole damn thing, I'm going to walk through the entirety of the Midwest with both middle fingers up. And
This,
as much as I love
This isn't
Notre Dame,
just sports ball. This is American sports ball.
Yeah.
So I have
I
no idea.
always
what
love
this is.
Notre Dame,
It-
but I will dance around every street in South Bend, Indiana, just doing this the entire time if it happens. And I love Notre Dame, but I will still do that. Join a damn conference. So yes, Ohio State lost. Everybody, you know, the 2025 just redeemed itself.
Yeah, it did.
We
At
still
the
got-
last
we still
minute.
got 2 hours of 2025, and it's redeemed itself because Ohio State lost.
But I just to make one correction, because I don't follow college football like I used to, so I keep forgetting that something. My team is actually in the SEC now. I'm an Oklahoma fan. I've been an Oklahoma fan since the late '70s, since Barry Switzer. So
You get some grace. My nana and my pawpaw, my mother's parents, huge, especially my pawpaw, huge Oklahoma fan. I remember talking to my uncle. I was texting with my uncle during the Alabama-Oklahoma game in the playoffs and witnessing his meltdown as Oklahoma decided to shit the bed.
yeah,
I love Oklahoma. I will never ever. I'm horns down all day. I have
Yeah.
no use for Texas. I do love Oklahoma, so you get a pass on that, and they are SEC now. We will treat them as family, even if their kicker wears Daisy Dukes.
well, that's funny because you're better than we are in the Big Ten, because I still don't consider all those Pac-10 teams to be Big Ten. Oregon and all. I was like, please, Oregon, get crushed tomorrow. I hate you. I hate you with every fiber of my being because you do not belong in my Big Ten.
I hate the Big Ten. I hate the Big Ten with a passion because they have like 2 teams that are worth a crap every year, and then a bunch of free wins, and they turn, well, our conference. We won all our conference games.
Well, they got more teams
Go
now.
play-
I
go
think.
play Tennessee and Georgia and Florida and LSU and at Alabama for your conference games and come back and talk to me.
Well, we'll see how the playoffs turn out.
Yeah, we will. We will. All right, that's enough sports ball.
Okay.
That is enough. I may have run off all of my
Listen,
wonderful TTRPG fan
a
base.
sportsophrenic is speaking. Listen and learn.
But everybody just know, like, look here, for all you non-sports people, just make sure you go to Twitter and celebrate Ohio State losing.
Yeah.
You can never go wrong if you celebrate Ohio State losing.
I mean, I still, I've lived in Alabama now for almost 5 years, and that whole War Eagle, which I don't understand. Your team's called the Tigers, right? But whatever. And then the Alabama War Eagle thing that goes on at work is just like
That's Auburn. You're about to
Yeah.
get assassinated at work.
no. Well, no, I don't understand. It's like it's the Auburn Tigers. What does a War Eagle have to do with anything? But I don't get involved in any of that because I don't care about Alabama or Auburn. Like neither of them matter to me.
I went to Alabama and I still don't care about it. Now, granted, I hate Auburn a lot more.
Maybe because I
did.
live
Hey,
closer to Auburn, I should be nicer to them, but I don't know.
You'll understand this one. I don't know if Pundit or Flutters will get this one, but you'll get
Probably
this.
not.
And I took this as a point of pride. I was referred to by Bill the Dungeon Delver as the Paul Feinbaum of the OSR on the last Intelligence is a Dump Stat because I called him out. I pointed out that he said something stupid in a chat in Dunder Moose's chat, actually. And on my Intelligence is a Dump Stat. And he came in and he said, this is like being called out by Paul Feinbaum. And I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. For somebody who lives in Alabama, Paul Feinbaum is the radio guy who has been like the mediator of Alabama versus Auburn and has a ton of just embarrassments to the state that call into his show on every single session about Alabama football. That touches me. Like that's like being called the Gary Gygax.
Okay.
I'm the Gary Gygax of college football commentary related to D&D.
Well, my
That
last
was pretty
sports
good
comment
stuff.
will be that I'm actually a Vikings fan. I told my wife when we got married, divorce won't hurt me. I've had enough heartbreak from the Vikings. You can't do anything to me.
Oh, you're a
Every Vikings
fan?
fans knows what I'm talking about.
No, Vikings, bye.
Yeah.
My wife is she has a dedicated touchdown dance for the Bears.
Oh, see, that's the team. Oh God, the Bears and the Ravens. I wish weren't even in the NFL. If they play each other, I go out and do yard work.
No, she was born in Joliet, though.
That's fair. You know, if that's your home. It's just like my supervisor. He's huge. His truck is painted with Buckeye stickers or whatever. I like that little Buckeye thing on it. But he was raised in Ohio. I get it. I can't fault him for that. It's the
Dude,
bandwagon
your
ones.
name's named after a plant.
But
And it's not an assassin vine, so it has no business being here. So no Buckeyes. All right, so let's move on from sports before we bore off all. I'll have nobody in the stream because they're like, wait a minute, TTRPG sports, bye.
well, hey,
Anyway.
you know what? I am gonna bounce as well. I think Bear wants me over on his stream. Daniel, it was great meeting you. Thank
Max,
you. I can't wait to talk
Pleasure,
to you
man. I'll
on
be
Friday.
there For, I've got some. I believe I've got a debate on your channel here coming up soon, and a few.
Well,
other
you've got the GMI on Friday, and then there's a debate on the 19th, which is interesting because it's me on the same topic that you talk about on Friday. So I'd hope you both, because you're both on that show too. I hope you don't blow your wad on that one, but we'll see. It'll be fun. Just do me one favor. Shoot me in the questions when I sent them out. I asked for like a link or something so I can get that set up before we start streaming.
Yeah, what I'll probably do is actually shoot you a link to the Kickstarter instead of
whatever you
channel.
want. Any one link, I'm cool with whatever you want to promote. So,
Absolutely, because I'd much rather promote my writers and my the pulp novel than just my YouTube channel. Though I love all my YouTube folks, y'all are all great, but I got 6 authors and 2 artists and a bunch of other people and tons of support people hoping that this that people download this and buy this book. So we're going to push that Kickstarter since it's in the middle of it.
Pundit, good talking to you again. It's been a while. And as far as, again, the whole internet beef stuff, I don't take any of this crap really seriously. Maybe that's part of my problem is I don't take any of this shit seriously. So, if Daniel's already preparing his intelligence of dump stat with me on here talking about D&D or whatever nonsense I was talking about earlier, like I just like to I like to get people feeling ways about things, and if I have to do that by making you angry, I'll do it by making you angry. If I have to do it by coddling you, I'll coddle you. I don't care. So I don't give a crap about anything that happened over on Twitter back in the day. So and
like I said, I honestly like. There's so many people who have been like having beefs with me that I have trouble remembering what any of the beefs are about,
And
Again, for some people, it might have been the defining moment of their lives. For me, it was a Tuesday, It's the same. It's been
and
that
Flutter's
way.
good to meet you, man. I don't know you, but good to meet you.
Years.
I appreciate that.
Congrats on and good job in the book, I guess, because he's happy. So I'll just say good job.
Love you, brother. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Later.
See you later.
And just so everybody knows, I'm not such an unmitigated ass that I'm going to use my own stream with guests who came here and helped me get through this 5-hour stream and roast them in intelligence as a dump stat. I'm not that much of a cad. All right, so Flutters,
Mhm.
5e man.
Oh yeah.
You're welcome.
Tell us about the new edition and how much you hate it. Or how much you like it.
I mean, if I'm being like genuinely, if I'm just being one-to-one about it, I think 5e is mostly okay. Like I know why. I know why if someone has like the full timeline on all of the editions, especially because I've seen bits and pieces of each of the other ones. I haven't played like 1 or 2, but I have played 3.5 and Pathfinder, and I have sat next to a toilet thinking about butterflies and happy places while listening to someone describe the play pattern of 4e to me, and just tried not to see my lunch again. But like I don't. It is one of the things where I wouldn't want to pretend to know more about something than I do. But what I do know is 3.5 and 5e, and I definitely see the strengths of both of them. My favorite thing about Pathfinder, for instance, the one thing I did really like about it is I really like story feats. I really like story feats because feats is a problem, or sorry, feats is a as a concept, usually for me, gamify things a little too much. The things I do like about feats is when they do not affect combat very much. It is the equivalent of playing a game like the first Final Fantasy game and choosing between a piece of equipment, that helps your damage a lot. And then over here you have this option for, do you like interacting with the world and the characters more? And I look at that and I go, oh, that's actually really cool. I would love to do that. I like all of the feats that have to do with like interacting with your environment around you, whether it's exploration or the sort of social aspect of things. So in Pathfinder, story feats were interesting in that they met the ground in the middle between, I want to work something out with my GM, but I don't want to just get something for free, because usually working something out with your GM, whether it's like a chase item or something down the line that you'd like to do with your character story, for it to feel rewarding, you want to get something out of it, but you also don't want to get something super impactful just because you asked for it, or at least I'm a bit more modest, so I wouldn't want to. Not everybody's thing. I like that about story feats because you give up munchkin potential. You're eating a feat slot about it, but you still get to make it about the character. It feels like a part of them. The one I remember being the most interesting to me was one about being cursed. And the idea was that you had a curse of some kind, but because the curse was the primary like center affliction upon your character, you were more resilient against other ones. It would be like if you were a vampire or some unwilling undead. So then it fills in the gap of being like unnaturally resilient, but it doesn't give you the massive just tidal wave of text that comes with being an undead in 3.5. It's just, here's a bonus here's like I think it's a save bonus against curses that aren't your curse. And I do not remember, I unfortunately, it's been so long, I don't remember what the reward is for completing that story feat. But the idea of basically having a feat that is a story quest, I really like that in Pathfinder. I don't think all of them were super well thought through. Some of them felt like giving yourself a loop quest and then going and immediately fulfilling it, but that one stood out to me. I always like when a game's diegetics are very solid, so the game part of the game fits well with the story, and those feats really did it for me. I like that a lot. I like the feats kind of like that in 5e as well. Anything that isn't just, and you'll never believe it, when I deal damage, I deal more damage. Shocker right now.
I would say like that a real trait of a truly good game master is that they start to recognize things. They don't even necessarily have to have a conversation about it. They start to recognize where characters are going. Not players, characters are going. And they put things in their path to work with that. A thing that I really loved in 3.5 was a book called Weapons of Legacy. It gets panned a lot. And mechanically, it needs a lot of adjustment. It was not the most well thought out mechanic when they put it together. But the idea of the Weapon of Legacy, to me, was just quintessential tabletop role-playing game. Here's an item, weapon, whatever, that unlocks its abilities, unlocks more powers based on how you use it, researching it, and studying its history. It's a campaign in an item a lot of times. And that to me is like the same thing when you talk about a story feat. It's like, hey, I should put things in this player's path, in this character's path, that guides them along the way they're already behaving and the way they're already thinking. I don't have to railroad a character. I don't have to railroad the player into doing what I want them to do. I just make sure that the right trigger is in place to where their character wants to go down that path anyway, because it fits their story. And everybody gets to feel like it's exactly what they want. Because I think one of my biggest problems, not to diverge on this, as I talk about toxic player agency on a regular basis. What it kind of comes out of is we went from a hyper GM focused game. And the Hickman Revolution is partially to blame for this, in my opinion, even though I'm a big Hickman guy, where it was all about the GM story. That's what led to your story games. It's all about the GM story and you're just a character in it. That's way too far on the GM side. We have corrected and gone way too far to the player side, where it's all about pandering to players. And now you've got 9. If you've got a 5-player party, you've got 5 cooks in the kitchen messing up the soup. Whereas if you have a good GM who knows what the players want to do, puts the stuff in front of them, they don't have to railroad them into a story. They're going to go that way naturally as long as they're role-playing their characters. And I think things like I said, the Weapons of Legacy and whatnot, I think those actually kind of fed into that idea. Pundit, what you got on that? Sorry.
Well, I'm not familiar with Weapons of Legacy, but in my historically authentic games, it's like Lion and Dragon and Sword and Caravan and Baptism of Fire, you'll see that I base stuff like magic items on historical versions of legends about magic items, and in most of those, what you find is that there's quite a lot. I mean, there are some that are like, these were forged by the elves or something like that, right? But a lot of them is really just this sword once belonged to Julius Caesar, right? and that's why it's magic, right? Like so there's that aspect of the quality of a person or an event at which point it was in which the item was involved, that turns it into something that has an ability beyond its scope, right? So the bows that were used at Agincourt, or stuff like that, or Boleslav the Brave's sword Zerbiek that he used to break down the gate to Kiev when he defeated the Volga Rus. It became magical because of that, right? And so that implies then that if a character gets one of those, then maybe if they become famous enough, that enhances the legend of the item. I don't know if that's kind of what you were aiming at with what you were talking about, but that's what came to mind for me.
Yeah, I mean, like Weapons Legacy, just to give you kind of a brief overview, the idea was they were almost like semi-artifact level weapons or items that you could find, but they had like their base stuff. Like if you find this sword, it's a +1 sword. Mm-hmm. However, it had lesser legacy powers, so that leveled up with the character. So the character had to be a certain level, et cetera, et cetera. But it was, you have to go do something related to its history. So this was the shield of a hero who, held off a great wave of attack from some enemy army or something. Yeah. So you have to go and, stand and fight at least, allow your party to flee and defend against at least 5 enemies at one time successfully to unlock the powers for that level. And then now all of a sudden it's a +1 shield, but it also has like the defending ability and a couple other powers that may be unique.
Well, so it sounds like the person who wrote that had this kind of same idea out of ancient legends.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yeah, so like if you had a Julius Caesar weapon, you might have something that has to do with crossing the Rubicon. You might have something that has to do with his fight in the I can't remember what woods it is, but when he was invading Gaul and he did that crazy nonsense where he built 2 walls and essentially walled out their reinforcements, but then also laid siege to their village, and then has like another ability that has to do with when he took over the Senate or something like that. You would have various things that they have to go emulate in order to unlock the additional powers. And then you would get all the Julius Caesar weapon powers. But if you didn't do any of that, you just have a Gladius that's +1.
In Lion and Dragon, I'm looking at it here. So the sword that I'm talking about here, and I've got like all the magic items are kind of like this. They're all based on elements of history and legend, right? So the sword was called Croce Mors, and it was from the time that Julius Caesar attempted to invade Britain, right? Which he ultimately failed at because Britain wasn't conquered until the time of the Emperor Claudius. But in one of his battles, his sword got embedded in the shield of a Briton chief named Niavo, and he fled with it, and then later used it in battles against the Romans. And then the next time that he faced Julius Caesar managed to kill him, right? And the sword ended up being buried with the chief, and so it has special abilities, right? That allow you to basically, it can decapitate an opponent on a natural 20. On any roll that would miss, it'll still do damage. But on a natural 1, it'll slip out of your hand due to bad luck, right? In the same sense that Caesar lost it originally.
That's somewhat interesting. So basically, you got a 5% chance that it's just going off with the enemy.
Possibly, yeah. Or well, not necessarily, but it might like fall out of your hand, right? And then you gotta recover it.
1 second. Be right back. I've got to get more water because I've been drinking a lot more bourbon than water. And I still got another like hour and 45 minutes here. It's going to get real bad if I don't put any water in. You'll enjoy the Walton Goggins that my wife got me. Be right back.
All right.
How much work did you do on 5th edition? You talked about that earlier, of course.
Well, I was the story's like this, right? I had a blog in the early 2000s. It was on Zanga, which doesn't even exist anymore, right? But
I faintly like remember the name, but no, it's not around anymore.
The RPG Pundit blog, and we had, I had a lot of people that commented, but I had some very, I wrote a lot of very interesting and controversial articles there about the nature of role playing and the nature of game design and stuff. And at that time, there was a young guy who was frequently commenting, and his name was Mike Merles. And back then, nobody knew who he was. Right? He was a nobody, right? Like, and then eventually he started working with Monty Cook, and then he got hired by Wizards of the Coast. And Wizards of the Coast at the time had just started 4th edition, and it turned out to be really, financially disastrous for them. It was based. 4th edition was the least D&D type game that ever had the name D&D, and it was based largely on story gaming concepts. Well, more accurately on Forge theory, right? Because it was meant to be a gamist game. It was meant to simulate battles and not much else. And so I had predicted on my blog when it came out that 4th edition was going to lose 2/3 of the customer base. And that is exactly what happened, right? And so when 5th edition came along, and Mike Merles was the chief of 5th edition, the moment that they started, he contacted me and said, "I want you to consult on this," right? So he used me kind of as the philosophical backbone of what 5th edition should be like, right? So I didn't myself write the rules personally, right? What I did is I interacted with Mike Merles over months and months, where we discussed every detail of the rules and the bigger concept of what it should be like, right? So I was the one that emphasized, okay, first of all, this should be a game that is incredibly approachable for casual players. And this should also be a game that attempts to be evergreen, which means that you have to have a plan after you put out the main books about what types of books you're going to put on beyond that. Because one of the things that killed third edition was that there was all these splat books of like additional, new feats and new skills and new subclasses and stuff like that ended up weighing down the game, right? And so this was, Mike was in on most of this. I didn't create Advantage and Disadvantage, but when it was created at that time, there were a lot of people that weren't sure about what to do with it, right? Some of them didn't want it there at all. Some of them thought, well, we could use it for some things and not others. And I was the guy that pushed really hard to say, look, this is basically the killer app, the mechanic that is going to win over the casuals, right? Because it means that you don't have to add a bunch of plus bonuses and minus bonuses, right? So you should use it as much as possible, right? Dare to simplify. And they did that, and so it all worked out, right? So basically I was kind of the the Obi-Wan Kenobi to Mike Merle's
The muse,
Skywalker.
sort of not necessarily pulling the strings, but more of
well, we exchanged like hundreds and hundreds of emails where we wrote like in so much detail about what we should do, how to do it, how not to do it. Now, he didn't agree with everything I suggested, right? Could have been up to me. The game would have had a much lower buffer of survival, right? Like I was arguing that the way that they ended up doing it with the short and long rests, that should be the optional if you want to do easy mode, right? Then there should be another one. The one that they should have done would be something that would be a little easier to die, right? So it had a risk of mortality. Then you could have a hard mode also, right? And then the DM could decide what to do with it. And they did kind of put that in the Dungeon Master's Guide, but unfortunately they made the default version the easiest mode, right? And I didn't care for that much. And there were a couple of other things that they put in there that they didn't agree with me. I wanted the classes to be simpler, but but there was but in essence the philosophy behind 5e during the entire Mike Merle's era was based on my recommendations.
Yeah, or at least in large part. I understand.
After Mike Merle left, that was
DMG, right?
Sorry,
weren't you credited on the DMG? Mainly?
I was credited on the basic set and on the player's handbook, and I think in the DMG as well. Yeah, I didn't have much to do with the monster manual though.
Okay, so everyone who wants to blame D&D 5e for D&D going completely downhill, you can find the RPG Pundit on X. Make sure
but the thing is, it's not the edition I was going to like, right? But that was my job. My job was make the edition that the most people are going to play, and I fucking did it. I did it better than anybody ever did, right? Like it probably ultimately outsold even the basic expert set, So like it was, it was totally successful at what I was hired to do, right? Which was to make the game that the most people would play. Until Mike Merle's got fired and the woke people took over, and then they just ran it into the ground.
Yeah. Well, see,
and people didn't believe me at the time. There were a whole bunch of people who are like, "Oh, well, Mike Merle's is really woke." And I'm like, "No, he's like a liberal who wants to keep his job, right?" But I kept warning people, look, Mike Merle's is the little kid who has his finger inside the crack in the dam. The second he's gone, the flood is going to come in, right? And they're like, no, he's just the same as everybody else. No, and I was right. The second he was gone, they fucked it up completely.
What were you saying, Flutters?
Oh, I was going to say, well, we can't blame everything on RPG Pundit because the things he described of, oh yeah, and I said this, they listened to me, was advantage, disadvantage, which works, does its job. And then they ignored me. And the thing they ignored him on was, what if characters could die? What if short rests and long rests weren't just, here's 5 billion giant rainbow lollipops? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's cool, actually. They should have done that.
What if you could lose?
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, that's actually the main problem I'm having right now. Is like my current 5e campaign is basically reaching like a war state, and then I keep looking back and going, oh yeah, all it
can't
takes
die.
is 8 hours for you guys to just load a new save, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
here's
it's
the
tough.
deal, guys. This is where the Bro SR is 100,000% wrong, where they've really got it wrong. The Bro SR, thanks to Jeffro Johnson, will tell you that you can win at D&D. You cannot win D&D, but you sure as hell can lose.
Yeah.
And that's what people need to remember is that, yes, you can lose at D&D. And
That's
if
right.
you can't lose, the game ain't fun.
That's why
You know what the craziest thing about about 5e as we created it, that both Mike and I were like totally in agreement with this. And then we turned out to be completely wrong, not because of us, but because of the audience. If you look at the DMG, it is like filled with options, right? With optional rules that the DM can choose to use to adjust the campaign. And we were convinced that by having done this, and I mean, if you look, you know, putting aside any prejudice you might have about 5th edition, if you look at the DMG, it is a really, really good resource. It's probably the apart from maybe the 1st edition DMG, it's probably the best DMG. And we thought it was going to be like 1,000 points of light, right? That everybody, every DM would make their own version of the game by using the rule, whatever set of optional rules they wanted to use, right? And then it turned out, because almost all of our customers ended up being millennials, they didn't want to do that. They wanted to be told what to do. So instead, they would go and write to fucking Jeremy Crawford, who was just a typing monkey at the time that he was like, he had, you know, Jeremy Crawford once famously said, you know, oh, I never talked to the RPG pundit while D&D 5th edition was being made. I'm like, yeah, that's because you were under me. I was talking to your boss, you know, like that's why, right? And like
clapping cymbals for me. Don't talk.
Yeah, they were so like instead all of these goddamn millennials were just writing to Jeremy Crawford, said, how do we do this rule, right? And he would answer, and you know, it was just his arbitrary opinion, and they do that, right? Like, so like they all became like, they ignored the DMG completely, basically, right? Like none of those optional rules were ever used by anyone, which is so sad, because it was like the most malleable edition of D&D ever made, right? Like it could have been, if a different generation had been using it, if the Gen Xers had been using it in the you know, early 90s or whatever, we would have like, you know, modded the hell out of it, you know.
You heard it, guys.
Ironically, I'm surprised there aren't more millennial. Maybe there are a lot of millennial Bro SR people, but you know, because they love rules as written, obey the rules at all times. You know, it's like
Jeremy Crawford turns bolts on the Tesla line and is like, I never heard that guy who talks to Elon Musk every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, look, I mentioned it earlier. Toxic player agency is a big thing to me. I think, and it's way worse. All right. You had the adversarial GM thing that happened in the early days, and we did have it. Let's not sit here and pretend like it didn't exist. The asshole DM who was like, I'm the dungeon master and I'm here to screw all your characters over.
Yeah.
It definitely existed because
that was always seen as wrong, mind you, right? Even in the old school era, right? Like, but
yeah, but it
happened a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that there's a power imbalance in favor of the game master that is absolutely 100% necessary. In order for the game to run properly, you just have to have a game master who doesn't abuse that imbalance.
The DM always has to have the final word, but the way he should behave is as a clockmaker god, right? Like
exactly.
not as an interventionist god, neither to the benefit nor to the detriment of the players, right?
Yeah.
He's there to manage the world.
The way they decided to try and fix this is they made all of the players micro gods over their characters. And not just in terms of rules, because the rules are not necessarily the problem, but in terms of the mentality of the players.
Yeah.
And they've taken player agency and they have stretched player agency into this realm where you don't, it's kind of like the same thing we have in politics where it's like, I want equality of opportunity. I don't need equality of outcome. That's a bad idea. With the players, it was, I have instead of it being just, I have agency over what my player does and how they behave and how they act, it turned into, I have agency over what happens to my player. My character. I have agency over it. The thing, and this actually launched my YouTube channel. Okay. This exchange launched my YouTube channel. I was in a Facebook group. I had been on a little bit of a hiatus from D&D. A neighbor of mine got on social media and was say, hey, does anybody play D&D? You know, I'm wanting to play with me and some of my kids, and I'm looking for somebody who knows how to run the game. So I said, yeah, sure, I'll do it. I love playing it. I haven't played in probably 5 years, and I really want to get back into it. So yeah, I'll run your group. So I started getting in on Facebook and whatnot, looking into different things. I had a friend of mine who I'd played with years before who was like, man, you got to check out 5e. And I'm looking into stuff. And I see this thread where these people are talking about a vampire. And the vampire bit a character and was turning them. And the entire discussion was, you shouldn't turn a character unless the player is giving you permission.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, that's not player agency. Player agency is I don't want to get bit by a vampire. Not I failed to not get bit by one. You don't have agency over your consequences. It's like my character didn't want to get hit in the face with an axe either, but when that orc rolled a natural 20, I got hit. And that whole thing, it permeated into an even more ridiculous. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to make a YouTube channel. I'm going to talk about my thoughts. If people listen, who cares? But I'm going to talk about my thoughts. I'm going to put them out there. Maybe it'll turn into something. And then I read another one that was even more ridiculous. And it was like a character had been kicked, not left, kicked from a group because they were an asshole. And the GM was like, this guy was a prick and we kicked him and I need to get his character out of my story. What can I do? He's like, I'm thinking about, he'll just get killed or he'll get thrown off of this airship we're on or whatever. And he was getting ripped in the comments of his post about how dare you kill this player's character without his permission. I'm like, first off, I kill players without permission all the damn time. It's called roles. It's called they went in and they decided to fight something they couldn't have. Second off, I kicked this asshole from my group. Why do I care about his character? And third, in what universe does me killing his character at my table mean he can't play it at some other table?
Yeah, it's not a dimensional emblem. He can find another game.
Exactly. I'm like,
He'll live.
where did this mentality come from?
I couldn't tell you.
You're offended because I killed you in a game you're not even part of anymore?
Well, you see that extending nowadays to like even more ridiculous elements. Like I'm pretty sure it's in Daggerheart, if I'm remembering this. So in the Daggerheart RPG, the one that was made by Critical Role, there's this like, there's safety tools, right? Like, lines and veils and all that nonsense, right? But there's also this thing where if there's something, I forget if it's like just character death or if there are other conditions to it as well. Like, but you can have a situation where the DM judges that there is something that should happen to your character. He dies, let's say, for starters, right? He needs to have your consent as a player for the character to die, right? But what's more, everybody else at the table also has to consent, right? So there could be a scenario where you're the DM and I'm the player, right? You say, yeah, well, these rocks land on top of you and you're crushed to death. And I would go, yeah, okay, that's fair, right? But Flutters here, he doesn't want that. So instead, he says, "No, I don't consent to that." So the character has to live, right? Like it's the most insane thing imaginable.
And
It's
this
like, and
conversation
I guess
would
the
never
premise is
happen.
that maybe someone's aunt was crushed to death by falling rocks or something, and they'd be traumatized by that. So like they get to ruin your fun and the DM's game because of it. It's just ridiculous.
Flutters, you're saying?
Oh, and that conversation would never happen because I'd be too busy laughing because I just got crushed by a rock. Like, I'm not gonna argue with you. I just got flattened like Wile E. Coyote in the Sierra Nevada. I'm laughing. Like, what do you want from me?
But it's that whole idea, right? Is that and there's like, that sort of concept has been showing up more and more in these like woke games, but it's ridiculous, right? The DM has to be the final arbiter of everything that happens, and the players have one right, which is the right to get up and walk away from the table.
Absolutely. It's like, I don't understand where that ever went away, where it's like, hold on, watch this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, look, I just did an X card that did not interrupt to the rest of the damn game.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, how hard is it to say, hey, man, I need to take a piss? I mean, seriously. And this is where it kind of comes into the problem for me. And this has always been, I've talked about this a couple times on my channel, and I'm going to get y'all's opinion on it. I've always said that the biggest problem with safety tools is not what they are, it's the direction they flow.
Mm-hmm.
The safety tools flow from player to game master or from player to game. If I'm a game master and I say, for instance, there will be no explicit sexual content in my game, you as a player have a decision whether or not you want to be in that game, because maybe you need anime elf boobs to pump up your channel. I'm sorry, to make your game better. And you want anime elf boobs, and I said there's not going to be any anime elf boobs in my game, so you don't sit there. But the 4 other players are like, I'm cool with that, and we just get another 5th.
Yeah.
Whereas if one player can say anime elf boobs are a problem, and we got a GM and 4 players who want anime titties, now you've ruined that game for the entirety of the group.
Yeah.
The problem is the direction in which the X card or the line in the veil or whatever flows. Instead of it being 1 of 5 players can choose not to be on that table, it's 1 player can choose to ruin it for 4 players and a game master. Yeah. And I'm perfectly okay with every single thing in safety tools as long as it's from the GM to the players instead of the other way around. And I'm going to give the floor to Flutters to tell us what he thinks about that particular thought.
About which exactly? I had to consult a note.
So what?
I had to read something about which part exactly.
Just about the general idea that that safety tools are basically fine, provided they flow from the GM to the player. Instead of the big problem with safety tools is the direction in which the power flows, as opposed to the idea themselves. Basically, a game master saying, I'm not going to have this in my game, maybe ruins the fun for 1 player, versus 1 player being able to say, I don't want this in the game, ruins it for everybody, and is multiplied by the 5 players, because each one of them is going to have something they screw up in the game.
As someone who has accepted money to run a game now regularly and for more than a year, I think that's ultimately just going to come up to what the GM is willing to like. That is ultimately going to come up to what the GM wants to deal with. I am a more accommodating person, so I really don't care. For me, if I have a table at which more than 1 or 2, if I have a table which more than 1 or 2 people are like, hey, I cannot have X at the X thing, anything else is fine. Like, if it's one of my Marine Corps friends who does not want to had served their service and doesn't want any any graphic depictions of what war does to people. I'm like, yeah, fine. I can. You win the combat. We don't have to talk about what happens to civilians. I'm fine with that. Whatever. But it's like, realistically, if it's more than one of two of you, and the thing that you can't have, the vegetables you can't have with your dinner is something like pivotal to the entire game, we're not playing. Like, we're not playing. I think it's probably easier when it is in the hands of the GM, because you then have the boundaries for what content is in and what content is out, and how you want to handle all of that. What limits creatively you're willing to go through. It is then handled by the same person that is hosting the game, as opposed to a bunch of people, especially with like forever players, who might have no idea how that affects the game. Right. It ultimately kind of circles back around to the gamers don't know what they want problem of, like, anyone who just casually engages with the media can think they know what they want. But when faced with the actual logistics of making that media happen, stop and go, oh, that's stupid. What have I done? That's how I've always understood safety tools. And the bigger concern then is I need them to do something. Like, the safety tools that have always made the most sense to me is just basic conversational ones. Like, I cannot handle X. If that is a problem, my bad. But if you can have that in your game, but if you can have your game without that, please do, for my sake. What I don't want is all of the safety tools that boil down to like mini games or posturing or pick me shit because I have 3 hours on a Tuesday to run a game. I don't want to sit here and do this. I just don't. Like, if I like my Tuesday game, but if they ask me to do some of these like pass out cards, like I'm in rehab or something, like, no, we're not doing this. Show up, play Lancer, 3 hours, get out. I don't have time for that. I just don't.
And I will make one distinction here, and this is something I've made a distinction for before. I do draw a big distinction between paid game and in like regular game.
Oh yes, you would of course do it differently if it's just your
if
friends.
you are being paid to run a game and you have agreed to run a game a certain way for that money, you're an employee at that point. You're contracted. And if they say run it with safety, like if I was going to run a paid game and they're like, we want X cards and we want lines and veils and we want all this stuff, I would either say, well, I'm not the game master for you and I'm not going to run it. Or, okay, as long as the check clears, I'll use every safety tool you want because I am being paid. And that is a completely separate, it's a completely separate relationship. A paid game master is no longer a player. A paid game master is a contracted employee providing a service to a group of players. Whereas a regular game master is a player and has the same natural and reasonable expectation to have a good time and to enjoy the experience as the rest of the table. I'm a player playing a different role. And those are two radically different things. If you're a paid game master and you don't want to run safety tools, you just don't cash that check.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And like I said, it's 100%. Like I said,
what's more is that an unpaid DM, a regular DM, is essentially he's the one that's going to set the parameters of what the campaign is like. The players then get to decide if they want to be in it or not, right? So like, whereas it would be the opposite typically that with if you're a paid game master, then presumably your players you're going to have to ask the players who are paying you, well, what kind of game do you guys want to have, right? And you have to kind of accommodate within a certain reason to that, right? Now, do you guys know where the origins of these safety tools in RPGs comes out of?
I
can think of two different places. One one is the
Go ahead.
common sense of the Session Zero and whatnot. The second is from what is it, Sex and Sorcery by Ron Edwards, where
That's
he
right. So
basically, like, here's
it
how
came
you
out of
shit out of your players.
it came out of the Forge, which was the creators of the story game movement, right? And the thing is that the people involved there, right, Vince Baker and Ron Edwards and the other, you know, it was full of degenerates basically, right? And almost all of the stuff that gets applied as safety tools in RPG play come out of BDSM play, right? Because there are a bunch of these guys in the Forge who are into that, right? To, you know, whatever, bondage and stuff like that, right? Now, obviously, if you're doing bondage, you know, like sexual bondage with someone, right? Like there have to be ways to like have safety and consent, right? Because, you know, somebody's going to be whipping your ass or whatever, right? Like you have to be able to put limits on that, right? And then and the person being whipped has to be able to have some way to, you know, to make it stop or whatever, right? But then they applied these same concepts as if the player characters are basically the submissives in the context of the you know, of the game, who are going to be abused by the DM, and therefore they need to have this power of total consent, or, you know, where they can make you know, use a safe word essentially that absolutely stops all activity, and then they can make demands on the DM of what to do, right? And the other problem is, you know, all these guys were obviously leftists, right? And this, you know, we're talking about the time where you had like you know, some of the early protest movements where the big thing, the big political concept among the left, like we're talking about the serious left, was that democracy was not, you know, like having a vote on something was actually a kind of repression, right? Because the minority would always lose over the majority. So what they argued for instead was what's called consensus, right? Which is where everybody gets a chance to speak. And then ultimately the group has to continue negotiating until a consensus is reached, right? Now, this happened, for example, in the, what was it called? The 2008 protests, right? The Occupy Wall Street protests, right?
Yeah.
And it actually ended up ruining the Occupy Wall Street protests because they insisted that they were going to do everything by consensus. And of course, what happens when you do everything by consensus is that the most vile people, the people that are the most that are the most self-serving, will just continue to make the demand that their position is the one that has to be undertaken, right? And they will continue to insist on this until they wear everybody out. And so eventually the most radical position gets taken, right? And that is reflected in these safety tools, right? Where, again, you can have a party of players and there can be one player. And if that player refuses to back down from their using of the X card or whatever, they get to decide what everybody else gets to do, right? So it becomes the tyranny of the most disgusting and useless person in the room, right? That's what it usually becomes. Their excuse is no, because this is for people who have had trauma, or this is for people who are differently abled, or this is for people who are minorities or whatever. But it's never that. It's always the biggest asshole in the room is the one that's going to win in the consensus debate.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't think about this in the opposite realm. So I'm a big fan of We Love TTRPGs. Atten over there.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, he has some great stuff. And he kind of comes at it from a different perspective because he's from Seattle. He's from that very counterculture movement. He actually has a lot of experience in that kind of BDSM world. And he pointed this out, and when I looked at it, I was like, Jesus, that is spot on. And it made sense to me because I'm a constitutionalist. When I say I'm conservative, my dad has constantly told people that Daniel and his mother are to the right of Rush Limbaugh. And I am a hyper constitutionalist. And one of the big things about being a constitutionalist is I understand that our Constitution is a negative charter. It doesn't tell you what people are allowed to do. It tells you what the government is absolutely expressly forbidden. to do it.
Not allowed to do. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So it's kind of the same way when you look at safety tools. People don't think about it in the opposite stream. If I let's say I do the RPG consent checklist and I send in all the things that are part of my no-go. Well, we all think it's like, what? Well, let's just say I put in spiders and bondage and explicit sex and horrible war crimes. Okay, I put these in as things that absolutely are not good, no-go for my game. Well, if I have a game master who's a decent human being, he looks at it and he's like, well, I wasn't going to include this crap in my game in the first place. But he's like, you know what? I'm going to make sure that I skate around this and I'm okay. But what they don't think about is what it does to the bad GM that it's supposed to protect you from in the first damn place. Which is like, well, it says here that you don't like explicit sexual content about, like hooking up with people, and you don't like spiders, but it says nothing about how much you like scorpion rape of children. So I can get my game because I have negatively approved everything that I didn't explicitly tell you is not supposed to be here. And that's a major issue with your safety tools. Is a lot of your lines and veils and consent checklists and everything else is by not including that crap in your I'm going to not have this in my game, what you're doing is you're saying intrinsically it's okay for you to put anything that's not on my list in the game. And you're like, I didn't think I had to put, brutal child slavery camps on my list. I thought that was basic human decency, that none of us wanted to see this crap. But you didn't put it on your list, so it's in my game, and I don't want to hear you cry about it. And that is a nasty side effect of safety tools, is not that it excludes whatever you put on your list, but it's that it also implicitly gives permission to put all this other horrible crap you didn't think to write down on.
Yeah, in theory, yeah. And the real problem is that it, in whatever case, right? Like, first of all, it presents the idea first that a DM is a hostile figure, right? Like they're applying postmodern theory that any hierarchy is by definition oppressive, right? So the DM is oppressing the players. But then at the same time, it doesn't really do anything to avoid the problem of an actual bad DM, right? On the contrary, it's something that only someone who is a good DM would approach any kind of safety for the party in a meaningful way, right? So, like you said, right, it's something where it's still going to end up maintaining the supposed problem while adding the further problem that now you have a dictatorship of the most annoying player,
Oh yeah, it's unnecessary for a good GM, and it isn't going to stop a bad GM.
Exactly.
What you thinking over there, Flutters? By the way, I love your fork.
Oh, you do? I love that thing. Yeah, its counterpart is over here as well.
There you go. Look, I got a mushroom soup recipe that I would literally use that for. I would eat with that spoon because I love it.
Yeah, a good nettle soup going. Yeah.
I'm from southern Louisiana, so everybody else in the universe eats to live. We live to eat.
Don't I know it?
Well, I got to tell you, it's almost 2:00 here, so I'm probably gonna check out in a little bit.
Look, Pundit, you have been here for almost 5 hours now, making sure that I didn't have to sit here by my damn self and just kind of come up with stuff to talk about. So you are a prince, a scholar, a man among men. And I thank you in every way possible for that, because Lord knows everybody else would have just had to sit here and listen to me carry on about God knows what.
It's not that bad.
So
well, it's my pleasure.
Absolutely, my friend. You hit the hay and hang out with Domino, enjoy your pipe, and Flutters and I can take it from here.
All right. Well, have a good rest of the live stream, and Happy New Year.
Absolutely. Happy New Year.
All right. How do I get out of here?
I would tell you if I. Oh well, there goes. He found it. As for myself, the missus wants to sit down for the ball drop in about 5 minutes here, but you're going to be running for another hour after that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're CST too. Okay.
That's right. I'm CST. You're Eastern, huh?
No, the program she's tuning into is Eastern. I think it's the one in New York. But we're also Central, so I'll just be back after that effectively. I don't really have anything else going on, so this is perfect, really.
That's what this is for. This is I made this as a pop in and hang out stream. We have had what have we had here? We've had Dunder Moose, we've had RPG Pundit, we've had Legion of Myth. We have,
I think I missed Legion, but that's cool.
So what?
I think I missed Legion, but that's cool.
Yeah, Max Leal was in here. We had the Gen X GM Bear in here. You're here. I mean, we're just hanging out and having us a good time here. And
is there a side room you could sort of set me to, and then I come back?
Yeah, I'll just pull you off stage.
All right, yeah, I will do that, and we'll see you then.
All right, I'll see you in a bit. Man, Dark Sun, huh, man? Yes, Max was on, Mac. He was on for a little while there. He was on for a few hours. We had a good talk with Max. We had Max, Pundit, and Gen X Bear on for a pretty lengthy period of time. A lot of good stuff in here. Yeah, I'm a big tent guy. I really am. And I have no problems bringing some people who want to slap each other into the chat. Hey, look, we got Patty in here. Got Patty here. Look, here's the thing. Let me put it back. I actually already deleted this out of the out of the stream, but I'm going to go ahead and add it back in just so everybody can see it. This is Patty's work right here, guys. At least as soon as it goes back in, there you go. This is Patty's work. Patty is the cover artist for the Corvid Codex. It is absolutely wonderful. I'm over the moon about the artwork. It is ecstatic. For those of you who can't tell, we have got an orc, an elf, and a dwarf in a noir cyberpunk setting for that story. It was picked as the cover story for which, by the way, Patty, I'll be here for at least another hour and 4 minutes. So if you want to hop on once you get off the phone, absolutely. So I wanted all the pulp to come back. And yes, we will get to Dark Sun. I will talk about it. Not forgetting you, man. But I wanted to bring back all the different kind of pulp short stories, everything from like say 1900 all the way up through the 70s into the 80s for what we cared about in terms of stories: sci-fi, cyberpunk, apocalyptic, fantasy, sword and sorcery. I want those good, well-written stories back for us to read and enjoy. And not with a bunch of BS in them, not with a bunch of like political motivations and trying to cram crap down your throat, not with a bunch of morally gray garbage where it's all goo and it's everybody's both good and bad and where's the line and all that crap. I want good stories that we all grew up reading that made us want to play games like Dungeons and Dragons in the first damn place. And I got a bunch of guys together. There's a couple of game designers. They're all TTRPG guys, all writing in this codex. I'm kickstarting it because here's the thing. I don't want this to just be some zine that gets pumped out by a PDF. And yes, I'm going to sell it as a PDF. Yes, I'm going to make it to where you can record it. And heck, I mean, if Lord willing and a bunch of money rolls in, I'll make it into an audio book so you can listen to it. But what I really want this to be is either quarterly or every 4 months, I want to punch out a new volume with all these different artists and all these different authors to give you those kind of stories. And I want to release them in a premium format. Like these are going to be available as a premium 6x9 US standard paperback that you can put on your bookshelf right next to all the books that you grew up with, that you can own and that you can have. Which, by the way, I don't know if the stream is showing it because I goofed up the stream earlier with some kind of weird StreamYard thing. There is a super chat goal in there. If I get 10 super chats on this stream of over $2, somebody in here is going to get drawn to win a signed copy of this. I'm going to send it. I'll mail it out once the paperbacks come in. I'll mail it to every single one of the authors, and you'll get a copy that's signed by every single person who wrote a story in this book. But I got TTRPG artists. I got TTRPG designers and players. I got people who are passionate about this kind of thing to put this stuff together, and we're all working together to make something cool. So at the end of this stream, I'm going to launch the Kickstarter for this book, and I hope you guys all check it out. By the way, here you go. One of our writers. This is the writer of this particular story, the Can You Feel It cover story. He also has a second story in the book. There you go. Future fantasy setting, landed in the 1980s Miami Vice with some cyberpunk thrown into the mix. How can you not love that? Miami Vice, you've got orc and dwarf and elf, you got everything we all love from this right there in the same thing. And that's just in one story. And not even my story. I'm not even tooting my own horn here. And just so you guys know, for all you fans of the channel out there, there's a little Easter egg for you. You're going to pick up on this stream. The car that our orcish detective there is leaning against with his shotgun cocked back over his shoulder, which, by the way, you want to talk about how much attention to detail an artist like Patty has? Zoom in on that hand and notice that this is a 2-trigger double barrel shotgun. That's a design choice right there. That is an old school side-by-side shotgun to have 2 triggers. But this car they're laying against, that is a 1974 Dodge Dart. Just like the one that the Driving and Dragons channel has had donated to it. Joe, you're great. We had a member of the channel, a follower, who donated a car for us to fix up. Car has an awesome story behind it. It was owned by a 9/11 firefighter in New York City. It was restored originally by a firefighter who passed away on 9/11. And we're going to redo it as a 9/11 tribute car and give it away to somebody on the channel. But that 1974 Dodge Dart is exactly the car that they are leaning against in that picture. And there's your Easter egg right there. So as you guys can tell, I'm a little passionate about that because, I mean, we want to bring this back. Doesn't matter if you're Bro SR, OSR, old school gamer, new school gamer. We all hear about Appendix N. We all hear about these cool ass stories that we used to have and we don't get anymore. We get Minotaur Jackoff Farm. This is for us. And I hope every last one of you hops in there and gets to enjoy it together. Didn't realize they made darts past 70. Yes, they did. And as a matter of fact, the 74 dart, the one that we've got a 4-door dart, not the 2-door, but we got a 4-door, but it's got the 326 Dodge engine in it, the 326 V8, which is an amazing engine. It's one of the most underrated engines from the late 60s, early 70s, and it is a fantastic V8 engine. But yes, they did make the darts. They're good-looking cars. This one's a great-looking car. It was always like a pipe dream for me that I would be able to generate enough revenue off this channel to do a car restoration and give it away. I always thought that was like a 10-year thing down the line, like maybe unless something goes viral 5-6 years before I get to do this. And then I have a subscriber who reaches out and's like, "Hey, I've got a 74 Dart and I'll donate it to the channel." And I was like, you're kidding me, right? That's the kind of community that we have here. And I don't care if I have 10 subs. If I've got 10 subs who are like that, who are like, "Look, I want to be part of this, and here you go, let me be part of it." I mean, I'll be just as happy with 10 as 10,000 as 10 million if I've got them like that. But yeah, anyway, that's enough prattling on about that. But I mean, look at that. I mean, is that not, who doesn't want to read this story? Yeah, right there. Car really does look good on the cover, fits the story quite well. I mean, when I read Urban Versus story when I was editing it, and I read that car, I'm like, that's my Dart. That's my Dart. That's perfect. What is more perfect for like let's just call it 2060s or 2080s era story than some hard-boiled detectives rolling around in an old 1970s carbureted, no electronics car, because there's no way the bad guys can screw with their electronics if they're rolling around in a carbureted manual choke vehicle. I mean, I thought it fit. Hell, I'm going to leave that up till Flutters gets back. And can you dig it? Yeah, I mean, can you feel it? I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it for folks, but there's some Easter eggs that kind of run a through line through some of our cyberpunk stories that some of you 80s kids are going to pick up on. Robert E. Just about done. Robert E. Howard, dude. I love H.P. Lovecraft. I'm not as big a fan of him as I am as Howard. Howard is sublime. He is so much better than what pulp usually is. Hemingway really does require some age. I'm just going to put that out there. Hemingway, in a lot of cases, requires you to be able to look back and appreciate loss. And you just can't really do that as a young person. But yeah, Hemingway's great. You really can't go too wrong with Hemingway. So let's talk about a little Dark Sun, since we have been asked about it. I've always found Dark Sun to be hilarious. I think Dark Sun is hilarious because, and I'll definitely ask Flutters about it when he gets back, or if anybody else hops in, I will be happy to ask them about it as well. But Dark Sun makes me laugh because Wizards of the Coast has run. I mean, covered up their eyes, blindfold, hands over the ears, run full speed, screaming away from it. They're terrified of it. Jesus. Take a drink of water and splash it in my eyes. Anyway, they run full speed away from it. All because of the S word. Oh my God, there's slavery. I laugh from I'm talking deep belly laugh when I think about it, because Dark Sun is a green hippie setting. Now, I also kind of laugh at it a little bit because there's a lot of guys out here who don't realize it. They're, "Oh, it's so gritty and it's so rough. They just don't have the balls to do Dark Sun anymore." And they're just like, dude, you do realize you're doing like the Greenpeace setting, right? Dark Sun is an eco Captain Planet setting. It's like this is what happens with global warming type setting. But I'm kind of curious about Dark Sun as they're bringing it back, because I don't know exactly how they're going to screw it up. I know they are, because we're talking about Wizards of the Coast here. Wizards of the Coast could screw up a wet dream or screw up a bowling ball with a rubber hammer. Just take your analogy there. We know they're going to screw it up. What are we going to do with Dark Sun and screw it up? How are we going to do it? Yeah, filthy desert tweakers. maybe because of filthy desert tweakers. Maybe we'll have some kind of weird addicts apologetics in there, where it's like, the poor downtrodden people who are stoned all the time. But I'm really interested. I'd love to see it. I mean, if anybody's got an idea, I mean, how are they going to screw up Dark Sun? Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Dark Sun was never a setting that I had a lot of experience with. It wasn't big on me. For those who don't know, I started with Cyberpunk, and I moved into briefly Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Edition, and then to D&D 3, 3.0, and then 3.5 in terms of my TTRPG evolution. And Dark Sun was never really part of what I did. When I played fantasy games, I wanted fantasy games. When I played something more post-apocalyptic, I would just switch to a setting that was like that. So how do you guys think it's going to get screwed up? Matter of fact, we got some good timing. We got Patty on board who can tell us what he thinks.
I totally missed like everything. It says, was the question messing up Dark Sun?
Oh, yeah. How are we messing up Dark Sun?
Ah, dude.
Talking about how we're messing up Dark Sun, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about your thought process going into this wonderful cover. But we're going to talk about Dark Sun first, if that's okay.
Nice. Yeah. So I never actually played any Dark Sun. The most firsthand experience I had with it was my papa collected some of the Dark Sun 4th edition books, but at that time I was leaving the house, so I never actually got to read them. So most of my Dark Sun stuff is secondhand that I heard from either my papa or my brother. So,
I mean, it's just one of those weird ones for me because there's so many mixed messages in it that both support and conflict the current political and social leanings of the WotC powers that be, that I love it anytime you give them something that pulls them in both directions and you have to figure out, are they going to rip in half? Or are they going to go one way or the other? And how are they going to justify it to the side that they're running away from? Let's see here. What's Matt got to say? More the same. Mary Sue's gender confusion, gay mance, and the only ones in bondage will be whitey men. I could probably see that.
Well, let's say in the most ideal world, what if they actually came out and they said, no, we're gonna do Dark Sun a best justice that we can do, and we're gonna basically make this one for all the grogs and all the edgelords out there, and try to leave it as virgin as it was way back then, and then we've got all the other really gay shit for everyone else to have. That way they buy some of the market share back. I don't think that that's realistic, but in an ideal world, I mean, if we were trying to coexist, as everyone's like cringiest bumper sticker was, I think that would be like the way out. But I don't think they would get away with it, right? Because they've endeared too much of the mafia. I mean, even the people that have like sworn off Dungeons and Dragons from the 5e debacle, they're too ingrained to just let them go and do whatever they want with it.
There's definitely some truth to that. I think they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, and I look at them as pulling Dark Sun out of their ass as a plea to please people we ran off years ago come back, because we're busy running off the people because you're not the people we ran off last week.
Right.
So it's kind of funny that way, but I just don't know what they're going to do with that. Let's see what we got here. Helitoxy. Dark Sun was pretty amazing. The morons have an issue with it because they don't have the mental or emotional fortitude to deal with gas.
Dude, I love saying that.
I mean, they don't, because, I mean, it's so stupid. It's like you've got the entirety of human history, and yet they want to focus on a couple hundred years of the Atlantic slave trade, and only like the New World portion of it. Like there was a triangle, if you remember in your history book, you had that little triangle for slavery, for trade. They only focus on the point that's in America.
Right.
They forget the part down in Africa.
Well, they have to. I mean, a lot of their ideals really just prey on the fact that people don't look that far back.
I mean, I remember when I was a kid, the miniseries Roots came out. And even as a kid, I was like, wait a second. I remember reading about how white people just died of malaria when they went into Africa. They sure as hell weren't going in catching people with lassos like they were, like they were cowboys catching Mustangs.
It's all psyop. It's all fake and gay.
Yeah, fake and gay. I mean, it's what are we going to do with it? How can they ruin it? Here we go. How can they ruin it? Make preservers even more Greenpeace hippies. I don't know how you can do that. They were pretty Greenpeace hippies to start with. Make the dragons misunderstood villains. Yeah. Add bright colors that are not shades of brown, orange, or red.
I'll tell you what, from my understanding of Dark Sun, if you want to have gender mutilation surgeries be represented in a book, that's the way to do it. Because, eunuch your slaves, get you want to chop off the mastectomies of your slaves so that way your slaves aren't fornicating. Like, I get that. That would be like the perfect draw for them, really.
I mean, there is. I mean, here you go right here. There's also a lot of racism in the setting. Of course there is. And to be perfectly honest, there should be a lot. I'm just going to say this. Here's your controversial take. If you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, there should be a lot of racism in your setting, period. It's kind of the default.
Yeah.
It really is.
We're not that far off from, fantasy racism being very, very like in the norm. Like, I spent the last couple of days just revisiting Skyrim because my wife wanted to make a new character.
Yeah.
And the first time I've ever played not a Nord. she wanted to play a Khajiit, man. She's pretty funny. Her character's name is Squat to Pee. And I was like, you named your Jeet Squat to Pee. That's great.
Squat to Pee.
And yeah, I mean, the very first line spoken to your character are like, "Oh yeah, you must have been crossing the border. Sorry about that, friend, but we're just keep you out of any of the trouble you would have gotten into anyway." And then you go and meet people, and everyone just assumes that you're a thief and all that. And of course, she wanted to play a thief, so she's not beating the allegations. But Skyrim's not that old in like the grand scheme of things. I mean, especially not in comparison to like Dark Sun or some of our favorite settings. So the fact that people went and Skyrim's been re-released 6 times and it's still like lauded as one of the greatest things in gaming ever. But then we can't have a little bit of fantasy racism in our D&D. We can't call each other knife ears or half squats. It's ridiculous.
It's just stupid. And it's conflict is what makes, and that's the thing that's so stupid about the modern mentality is they want the credit for overcoming, but they don't want to have to actually overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I stood up against this. It's like, but everybody just opened the doors. It's like, I made my way through, but everybody just opened the doors for me. Like,
I'm a proud meme war veteran. Okay. they fought the second PSYOP fight for civil rights, which was actually like just destroying civil rights.
Where were you when the Wojak fell?
That's right. The Wojak never fell. He's forever in our hearts. So,
that's
man.
right. That's right. The beacons are lit.
But I mean, just to go back to it, there's a lot of things that you can ruin about Dark Sun that would actually be like just right on point with what a lot of them believe in. I mean, again, I'm my tongue-in-cheek gesture about the gender mutilation thing, but I could see Warlords, just like the chaotic and the evil characters of Dark Sun, doing that to themselves. And then like the need for water, and I mean, Dark Sun, it really did seem kind of eat the rich kind of a setting as it is. So if they were to change any of it, if they were to really soften its edges and they want to have like dudes in mascara and dresses running around trying to stop the oppression of the slaves, then they're really taking away from stuff that they are scared of in real life anyway.
Hey, we got to address this one because he said one of my trigger words. by the way, if anybody here has not read the Earthsea trilogy, I mean, you want to talk about like the greatest piece of feminist literature in all of human history. The Earthsea trilogy, or the Earthsea cycle, because there is technically a fourth book by Ursula K. Le Guin, is absolutely amazing. And the first book, if you have a young boy, there's a couple of things that I think a young boy should read. Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, Given. The Belgariad is great for young boys. And bare minimum, the first book, A Wizard of Earthsea, from the Earthsea cycle by Ursula K. Le Guin, is like, this is something that your 8 to 12-year-old boy should be reading, because it teaches you all about hubris and whatnot. So that's my spiel on it. It's a fantastic book.
I usually have a notepad that I write these recommendations down. We're halfway through the Two Towers.
Two Towers was always my favorite. I was always a big fan of Ents.
Yeah, we just got to the meeting of the Ents. And it's been a month since we read, because they wanted to read spooky stuff all throughout October, and then we've just been making our way through my old Necronomicon book that I got right here. This chunky boy.
Ooh, that's a big one.
Yeah, I've had this for forever, and I mean it's well appreciated. This is my never-ending well, my appendix N, if you will. We just read the music, or Eric Zahn the other night. So,
here's the well appreciated for you. This, if you can see, is my copy of A Wizard of Earthsea. As you can see, it's been read a time or two. This is my copy of the Tombs of Atuan, the second book. You can see the remains of the covers I have used as a bookmark.
Jeez.
Look how old that is. And this is the third book, The Farthest Shore, which you can see is, like I said, has been probably read a time or two.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tell my daddy done gave those to me.
I had a quick question for you, because I was watching the live. Why does it look like it? I'm watching it on YouTube, and it looks like it's mobile instead of.
Okay, so this is part of my own screw up. Apparently, if you set up the stream through StreamYard, it puts two streams on YouTube. One is and I didn't know this because I deleted the one of them and screwed things up and had to restart it and a whole bunch of other stuff. So there's probably 3 sort of aborted streams out there, 2 that work and 1 that doesn't. It puts 2 streams on on YouTube. One that is optimized for mobile and one that is optimized for regular landscape view.
I see. Okay.
So I accidentally deleted landscape view when it had to restart it. So, I mean, there's no telling. I might be getting like tons of super chats that I'm missing on a stream that doesn't show up over here now. I mean,
oh no,
millionaire. But yeah. But what you're looking at is I, as an idiot, because I was like, why are there 2 streams? I don't want to have to deal with 2 chats. As an idiot, I deleted probably the landscape view of the original stream.
Damn.
So, so yeah, that's why that is. But so my friends on slavery from an Earthsea campaign, which I've done an Earthsea campaign before. I need to do another one. I absolutely love them. For those who don't know, the Earthsea setting it's a giant archipelago. So like everything is islands, like thousands of them. And it's a really cool setting. So obviously it's a bunch of seafaring. Why do we have a problem with slavery? We got a free ship. We have a new crew to hire who are suddenly loyal because we're nicer to them. There is some truth to that. It is great with slavery because if you can just say, I'm a nicer slave master, escape to me, it kind of works. That works a lot in an Earthsea campaign, not so much in a campaign where it's pretty easy for them to track your ass down.
Right.
And where the next nation, like the national borders aren't separated by ocean.
Yeah, man, I've seen some really funny jokes. I've seen some really funny jokes about slavery. I don't know if I could repeat on YouTube. I did see somebody mention something about Morrowind. I cut my teeth on Morrowind. NY. I was never ring before you even never red. No, I don't know who this guy is, but I love Morrowind was my shit, and I yearn for the day where I could play it.
I remember when Morrowind was a big deal. I see Dragon Riders of Pern mentioned. I went ahead and grabbed the first of the anthologies here. This is the first 3 books. I've got there's like 20 or 40 of them. I've got most of them. Great series. Another good one for stealing inspiration from. I remember when Morrowind popped out, and I had a buddy of mine. I was 15. Anyway, I was at karate, and my judo buddy came up and was telling me, "Man, you got to see these graphics. These Morrowind graphics are so amazing." Talking about it on computer, on PC when it first came out. And I remember Morrowind. Oh, you will never believe how great these graphics are. Now you look at Morrowind, it's like, Jesus Christ, my PlayStation beats this.
I don't know. I still, sometimes because I played Arena after I played Morrowind, and I remember at that point being like, "Wow, Uncle Gary, these are not the same game." And he goes, "I'll tell you what, kid. When I first played Arena, that skeleton looked that was the realest looking skeleton I ever saw." And I got sucked into like a YouTube wormhole the other day. We're talking about Morrowind, and I watched somebody play through no mods, and I was like, damn, that's still, I don't know, it still looks good to me. At least what I remember of the skeletons and the wraiths and all that. I'd play it again.
I mean, it seems like you go back to any of it where you look back and you're like, this was this blew my mind when I was 12, 20, whatever. And it's like, I didn't think it could get any better than this. And now it's like, yeah. But I think the hilarious thing, though, is how we've gone back to where people are like Minecraft and Roblox and all that stuff, where they're going back to where it's like, I just released a new game. Here's my Kickstarter. It's all in 8-bit.
Yeah.
It's like, screw your graphics. I just made a good game. And it's like, you know what? He made a good game because nobody makes good games with good graphics.
I do like some of that stuff. I remember, that one of the first times I got to play just like a traditional animated side scroller, and I thought that was really cool. So seeing stuff like Silk Song become like really popular. I remember there was a small tinge of time when I was deployed, and I was like, oh man, yeah, these guys are telling me that I'm just going to be sitting around here doing guard duty, so I'll have all the time in the world. That was a lie. But, I had these aspirations where I was going to learn to animate, and I kind of did. But it was like way too late, and I don't know. I fell out of love with video games. I mean, even like I said, revisiting Skyrim, it's the first time I played video games in 2025, right before the year was over, and I like.
Do you know what I started playing? And I'm just incredibly excited about what I started playing like a week ago. Not even a week ago, like 5 days ago.
What was that?
Earthbound.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dude, I love Earthbound.
Hey friends, let's ride our bikes down to the drugstore and punch a cop in the dick.
Yeah. Let's beat him with a baseball bat and then go self-abort for the final boss.
Damn.
I mean, that game is dark as shit when you really think about it. But then you look at it like, this is such a cutesy little game. I'm beating up bad guys with yo-yos.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if it's like one of them kiddie pools. It's not that deep, but we like to think it was. So that way we give it, I don't know, we let it give ourselves some weight.
Yeah, it's a great game either way. I mean, Earthbound is amazing.
I don't know if I could play it again. I don't know if I could run through it one more time, especially not now.
Dude, I every time I've started it and I've been like, it's kind of tchotchke. You don't really have battle graphics and stuff. But I get through one. I kill the ant and I get to the giant step and little song. The first couple of notes of the song plays. And it's like I got to get the rest of the song.
Gotta do it.
I got to be able to sit there and play the song for my mama. Oof. I mean, it's like that game. That game is like, you want to talk about the brain worms. Let's see here. Do you see an original campaign setting being released from Wizards of the Coast, I really don't think we will see Dark Sun again. I think they'll give us an abortion of Dark Sun, but no, they're not going to do anything original because they're going to go back and they're going to find stuff that's popular. They're going to repackage it and put it back out because nobody has the balls to put something out anymore that's a risk.
Let's face it. Everything that they put out, was a risk from the way that we would have seen it. But they had so much institutional backing. Strixhaven. So I didn't really keep up with a lot of it, but Strixhaven was a new setting. Is that right?
It is, but it isn't.
Okay.
Strixhaven. Jesus, sorry, I've been drinking 107 proof bourbon. Here we go. This bottle of single barrel 107 proof bourbon was full when I started this drink.
Nice.
So
Nice.
Anyway,
It's not my drinking day, even on a holiday. I drink one day a week, maybe. Usually just once a month. But anyway,
you got to make it count.
Yeah.
Strixhaven was, to me, it was like, we want to do Harry Potter, but we now hate J.K. Rowling, so we're going to correct her.
Well, because they were developing that for a little while, and then she went and blew her mouth off, and it was like, well, we're in too deep now. We got to release something, and that's the reason why we went back to Forgotten Realms and got Rime of the Frost Maiden and all that, and then another return to Strahd because that one's an easy one to go for. But with them having just did Greyhawk, and some makes me think about Tim Kask, and rest in peace, Mr. Kask. I knew ye little, but I was a fan. I see them trying to do more with the Greyhawk campaign setting because I don't think that they would want to flip flop. Now, if they do another side project, because there's a lot that they could do, and it would be silly of them not to expand on a lot of the setting ideas that are expressed in those core books. Again, having been not super attuned with it, just what I've seen from reviewers and casual complainers like myself talk about it that have read it. I don't see why they would waste the opportunity to just ride that high for a little bit, because again, Greyhawk's going to bring in grognards,
and maybe a few of them,
and probably more so than
Greyhawk was the default setting for 3rd edition, and it really didn't bring anybody in for the setting didn't bring anybody in for 3rd edition.
See, that I guess I had a different view of it, because when I was playing 3rd, and my papa and I got into it, and he had Advanced Dungeon, so he had 1st edition, and then we played that for a year, and he was like, okay, well, if you guys really like it, then we'll start buying the new books. And he had been getting 3.5 books, he'd get them as Christmas gifts and Father's Day gifts, but we didn't switch to that. We didn't switch to that system because he just didn't know any better. I remember he was a huge fan of Forgotten Realms because he had read all of the Icewind Dale books. So he read all of the Drizzt Saga with Ray, all of it. And so he bought all of those books. So, a bookshelf as wide as my arms of just 3.5 Forgotten Realms books. And then I remember there was a Dragonlance book that came out. I can't remember if it used the 3.5 book because my buddy Tyler Woodruff was into it. And then there was
campaign setting was 3.0, by the way.
Oh, okay. And then there was the Eberron campaign setting that got a shit ton of books. What else? Not to mention what's that?
Scam setting.
Yeah. Not to mention
Eberron was a scam.
But
they put out a thing saying that no professional designers were supposed to, partake, and they had Wizards of the Coast employees and professional freelance game designers that were all, accepted submissions for their campaign setting contest. And Eberron, the guy was a published professional campaign game designer, and in what was supposed to be an amateur game design contest.
I didn't know that. That's
Eberron.
That's some cool trivia.
Oh yeah, and Wizards of the Coast put out this thing. I want to say it was actually right when 3.5 came out. It was like 2003, and they said, you know, that we're going to have this thing. Nobody who is a professional or prolific or, you know, widely published game designer is supposed to be involved. Submit your campaign setting, and the best setting, the top 10 settings, are going to win a certain amount of money, and they're going to get invited out to Wizards of the Coast it's supposed to be a one-page campaign setting, and then you're going to get to flesh out your campaign setting, and we're going to pick the winner. And the winner is going to get this big contest. The winner was Eberron. But they had Wizards of the Coast employees who were like 8 out of the 10 finalists were like Wizards of the Coast employees that had worked on 3.5. And you had a couple other like freelancers who were like published and had significant OGL work and whatnot put out by major publishers that were in there. And it's like none of them were like you or me coming in from the local game store with, hey, here's my cool campaign setting. And then they picked Eberron, and like the guy who made Eberron was published in like, he was published by like 6 or 7 different OGL publishers, like Penumbra Games and Atlas and that sort of thing. So it was a complete sham. The contest.
Interesting. I don't know. I do know that one of my favorite things ever came out right around that time. It was in 3.0, which was the Iron Kingdom setting. And I never got to play the Witchfire trilogy, but I was a huge fan of War Machine. And so yeah, I know that there was a lot of setting guides, and I recognize that War Machine one wasn't necessarily first party, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Is it seemed like all of last one, you know, Ravenloft is its own campaign setting, but if I recall, a lot of everything that came out over the lifetime of 5th edition was Forgotten Realms type stuff.
It was.
I don't remember much of the Greyhawk stuff back then, but.
Well, 3rd edition, they took Greyhawk as the default setting, and then 5th edition, they took Forgotten Realms as the default setting. And they did try to port over a couple of Magic the Gathering crossovers. They didn't do the one that they should have. I don't know why they haven't, and they're complete idiots for not doing it. There should be a Dominaria, Phyrexia, Urza, basically litany of Urza Planeswalker setting for Dungeons and Dragons. It's so stupid. It's already set up for alignment with the color wheel.
Mm-hmm.
You have your different planes that existed for each color of mana. You have an extremely well established lore. It is so idiotic that they don't have Dominaria as a prime material plane for D&D. But you know, we're used to Wizards of the Coast making bad decisions.
Yeah.
Let's see what Ravenclaw here has to say, because I think this is a good one. Another question: how important is it for a fantasy RPG to have mass combat in the core rules? I think it should be almost mandatory. Creating domains should be an integral part of high-level campaigns. What you think, man?
I don't know. It's interesting for me because I know that I started off with RPGs, but when I went into war games, I leaned really heavily into war games. And every time that I played, I didn't really play it uber competitively. I would actually bring like lore type lists, and I'd always play my games as though I was like the war leader. And we, like my wife and I, we would always play like that and try to do like maps and stuff. And that was always the plan. Going back into it with like diving back into the litany of different RPGs. I mean, of course, on my Rumble channel, you know, I don't think we've played actual Dungeons and Dragons by any measure. We've been playing a bunch of indie games and making our way off and showing off all the homies' work. So I mean, if it ever got to mass battles, we've got some really cool stuff out there that I think would probably work better than what a design by committee would put out. Is it necessary? I don't know. With all the pushback that the bros got talking about Bronstein's and domain play, I don't think it's really going to sell well, except for the people that really yearn for that. I could be wrong. We'll have to see how Arcane Library's new Shadow Dark stuff for their the Western Reaches or whatever she called it. We'll have to see what that reception looks like. I'm really curious how that style of play, domain style play, the drop in, drop out, 1-to-1 type stuff that she was talking about for Western Reaches. I wonder how that's going to influence how she runs the Shadow Dark organized play. Do you remember that she announced this year?
Yeah, I did see that.
So
I hope that takes off.
I really hope that takes off too.
I mean, it never took off for Wizards of the Coast, and they put a lot of money behind it with like things like Living Greyhawk. So I hope she can. I mean, maybe the internet will be the game changer there, like the modern internet.
See, I thought it was taken off. I remember going to the game store Friday Night Magic, and people were talking about Adventures League, and it's something that they've been doing since at least 3.5. And I don't know much about the RPGA. It sound, when I hear people talk about it, I get a little excited. It's like when they cite the Dark Lore. So when I see people talk about organized play and doing stuff like that, I do get a little excited. I've seen some really cool stuff like with Mantic Games. They do one of my favorite skirmish war games called Dead Zone. They do global campaigns where you pick a faction at the beginning of the summer. You're building, painting, and playing that faction, and you can actually log your battle reports against your friends and put them into this global campaign, and it influences the story as it goes on. So as far as where that goes with the Western Reaches, which seems to have a little bit of a Greyhawk kind of flavoring to it, it'll be really cool to see people playing around with that. And going into the domain style question, I can kind of see how a very motivated, dedicated group of people that play into the organized play, it'd be way too easy to be like, oh, well, my character or my party is aligned to this kingdom, and they send in play reports or, fill out questionnaires and they get sent in. And then like, there's like different regions around America that have their kingdoms that are getting these reports and questionnaires filled out. Like, that would be sick. And then you go to like Shadow Dark Con, and people show up and they talk about, oh, your guys came into my region and stole this crown, we're going to take it back. And then they play out a big war game. That'd be sick.
That would be sick. And it's a little idyllic, but I think it'd be awesome if it can actually be put together, because you're always going to have that situation where it's like, well, we have this guy who's really a core part of our strategy who didn't have the money to come to whatever con out and to drive from California to Nebraska for this game. But like I said, I love the concept. And as far as domain play, I think there should be, if not mass combat and domain level, there should at least be like core level tactics, I think, in your setting, for especially if you're going to do like medieval or something. Because it should be, hey, I'm a big enough hero that I can put a war band together, and I should be able to have some good rules for, I had a player who famously had 40 men. The 40 men were the 40 who survived out of his 100 in this battle scenario I'll put out. And that thing came out with a ton of, at least to me, hilarious gaming table stories. We had Garcia Wave and, setting John on fire because our druid, for whatever reason, thought summoning like a medium fire elemental and sending him towards an army was going to do any good. Of course, just got wiped out. So the entire joke was she just got really high and set one of her soldiers on fire, and he ran towards the enemy to get killed. And when she cast Color Spray, it was Garcia Wave. But he was a drunken lecher of a ranger, and he had 40 men survive just because of good die rolls. So it was Harkoon Bladestorm and his 40 men with their foaming mug of ale tankard and their magic ever-filling mugs of beer going out to fight. And I think there should be some level ability to command a squad or a corps. I don't think there necessarily needs to be I run a kingdom. But you should be able to get promoted, so to speak, and have rules for that, at least some kind of framework for a GM to work with, in my opinion. I do want to bring it back around to this because we're about 15 minutes away from New Year's in my time.
Oh, nice.
It's fantastic. Trying to ring in the new year right here. I want to talk to you a little bit about this cover.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of things here for those who don't know, which is everybody but you and me. I did give you the idea that I had for the cover, which is basically the general layout of what we got here. But you also are kind of unique in, hey, Dunder, welcome back, man. You are kind of unique because you and Rob Necronomicon were the two artists who worked on this. You're the only one who actually read the story, or had the whole story to work with.
Oh, wow. I commend Rob. Way to go.
Well, my original idea was, I'm going to give the stories to the artists and they can read it and be inspired. And that just wasn't working out. And then, of course, I also realized that, like, say, Rob did 6 pieces of art. And it's like he would have had to read 6 stories and kind of come up with inspiration, which didn't work out. And granted, his artwork is fantastic.
Yes.
The stuff he put together is awesome. There's one that I showed earlier that I think is just a phenomenal piece of artwork. And for a really weird story that we have, it's kind of a weird science fiction, fantasy, futuristic story. We all have joked in the Discord that either people are going to be like, that's weird, or it's going to win us a Pulitzer Prize and make us a New York Times bestseller.
Hell yeah, dog. That's the energy.
It is the most esoteric, weird, crazy thing you've ever read.
Which story was it? What was the title? Are you giving out that information yet?
It's Eulogy. Eulogy is the name of it. And Eulogy is spelled Y-E-W, like the U from the tree. And it is I'm going to go ahead and pull back up the image file for it real quick.
I'm making my way through. I got a couple of people sent me some advanced reader type stuff. And so I'm like reading one from Aaron of Tiny D10. I'm trying to read one from you. And then I got one from Phantom Whispers. It did a really cool one too. So you guys got some really cool stuff going. I do remember. I think this was the first piece I saw you share with me.
Yeah. This is from the story Eulogy. It's the title graphic for Eulogy. I really think this is amazing. From the little mushrooms growing off of this woman to the tree man with the spear and the little android next to him and the jumpsuit. Look at this. This is like you can even tell without any color. You can tell what color this jumpsuit is supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is like the straight up Bruce Lee Game of Death jumpsuit that this android is wearing. Just a really, really evocative piece of artwork. And that's not to downplay this one, because I think this cover is absolutely amazing in the red, black, and white. And then of course the black and white for the story itself. But you had the advantage of you actually had this story to read, scan, review as you were making this art. And what kind of inspiration did you take from what you got to read while you were making it?
So definitely, the opening scene where he's hanging out in the car and like a couple of gangsters, a couple of like rough boys come over and he gives them the business. That just reminds me of like any hard-boiled cop kind of story. I was a huge fan of Frank Miller. So, of course, I think a lot of people will see that inspiration in here. And then, of course, Bright. I think that was such a sleeper hit. And I think anybody who is even tangentially a fan of that idea, if you ever played D20 Modern or what is that, Shadowrun?
Yeah.
that you're definitely going to find a home in here, even though it's not. I didn't think it was that over the top. Like it definitely brought me back to like how I felt about watching Dirty Harry for the first time. Now for this one, I remember you had sent me an AI picture and it was full color. And if I recall correctly, you're like, I can't get it to make the partner a dude because it keeps on spitting out elf female or something like that. And I was already working on tight margins. I'm like, man, if I go and I put this in full color, I'm gonna be at this for forever. But if I can really sell you on this idea of doing the black, white, and red, then I think it's really gonna speak to the neo noir fans out there that are really big fans of that. So yeah, I took the shot on the skyline. Your AI reference photo did a lot to help me figure out how the heroes were going to be dressed. I remember thinking, I don't know. I remember looking at that picture and just thinking the blues ain't it, the blue colors. And I remember you saying that you wanted like neon signs, but it's not quite the feeling that I got invoked. Like I really, the story could exist in any time period with any technology level. The car was rough. I don't draw very many cars. that's a new one. And if you ask me to do it again, it's gonna suck. But yeah, the Dodge Dart's pretty cool. I could see why people really like that. That is a sweet car.
I'm gonna actually give me 1 second here because I'm gonna give people a little bit of a reference here, just to see Mr. I don't draw any cars, and it was rough and all this. So let me show everybody what a 2-door 74 Dodge Dart Swinger actually looks like. That is a 2-door Dodge Dart Swinger. Okay, this is the car. There is not a tremendous amount of difference between this car. I want everybody to take a look at that, see how the lines on that car and everything looks, and then look at this car. Mr. I don't draw cars and I don't know how this works and it's rough. That is a spot on image of that car.
Well, you got to have, so using a lot of references. I'm looking back at it now. I wish I would have done more with the tires. And I think I even put something on the license plate that was like the Corvid Codex as the license plate kind of. I might have to it might be time for me to get going. But I don't know. I've seen a lot of pictures where they had scoops on them. And then those racing lines kind of down the side there. I'm glad that you liked the rims because I was feeling not too great. I didn't know. Yeah, so the tire treads in black and white and the rims were particularly difficult. And I didn't know exactly how much light I needed to add versus how much needed to stay dark. So I'm glad that you loved it. I put a lot of effort into it. That's for sure.
Well, I think that it was I think it's a home run. I think the car is absolutely a home run. And our wonderful orcish detective right there in the front, I think he's spot on. I don't think there's any way to make him any more spot on. He is exactly what you imagine reading the story.
Good.
He really is. He looks exactly perfect. And I have no complaints about this. I think it's fantastic. But I did want to ask, it's like, what made you decide to make our dwarf beardless?
Mostly because it didn't seem to make sense for the picture. Like it was going to be way too busy and you weren't going to see it as he bleeds into the rain or, shifts backwards. But I also just kind of figured that, it would have been mostly that would have been busy trying to figure out how to do the mustache over the top of his teeth. I mean, he's obviously got a lot more teeth than your average human does. He's got his cauliflower ear. He's been beat up a bunch. So I don't know. I figured he's not a very handsome fellow. maybe he keeps it clean shaved just so that way it doesn't get in his way when he's doing his wet work, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Which I'm going to tell you, man, the author, which I don't know if he's still in chat or not, Urban Verse is the author for that story. He was in chat earlier, and I mean, he was over the moon about this cover.
Oh, great.
I mean, he was definitely over the moon about this cover. He thought it was fantastic. Of course, I threw the Dodge Dart in as an homage to my YouTube channel. There is no allusion to what it, as a matter of fact, I mean, it's not even a coupe, it's a sedan that's in the story. It's just like, oh, it's just a beat up old sedan that he drives in the story because he's a poor as dirt old detective who's been kicked off the force. So I took some liberties with the car, but I mean, like I said, the author was over the moon about this. I think it's a fantastic cover. I love how you've worked, you've done with the logo and the story here with the smoke coming up around it. I thought that was really well integrated. And really, yeah, I do. To tell you the truth, I was working on the Kickstarter, and I was trying to going around and trying to think of what can I put in for like tier bonuses or for extra if somebody puts in more. I'm going to do some bookmarks and some stuff. I was legitimately looking into what it would cost me shipping, production, the whole 9 yards, to basically say, hey, look, if you're at a certain level of donor, I'm going to get like a canvas print or like a disc plate metal print of this cover and send it to you without text on it. I was like, because I'm like, I think that might actually entice some people to donate some money or to put some money in the back or just to put this thing on their wall. Like, and I was over the moon. And here's your author right here, still hanging around in chat. Love hearing the artist's perspective on his process. Very interesting to hear how you interpreted the story. But that's your author right there.
Oh, very cool. Well, yeah, I'm super glad to be part of the team. I'm really grateful that you had me on there. I think I said in your chat a couple months ago when I made it in there about I'm just really excited for people that are doing these types of things because I don't think it gets done enough. We hear too many just sad stories about trad publishing just rejecting and wholesale manuscripts and so on and so forth. And this kind of brings us back to Weird Tales and like what you're saying with the pulp stories. And from what I read, it's like perfect for dudes that are growing up, or for a book that a father can get his kid for Christmas. You know, it's probably high school, and I'd like for it to try to shape these younger men to be, I don't know, a little bit more hard boiled, to I don't know, grow up a little bit different, have something that makes them feel good about being tough and being rowdy rather than, oh man.
I'm glad to hear you say that, man, because like that was kind of what we were targeting. It's like, I want this. I didn't give a lot of direction to the authors. Basically, I was like, look, we're not going to make some gaudy, graphic thing. You can have some graphic violence in there, but we're not, this is not for you to, spew your fetishes and stuff. This is the kind of vibe we want to have. And in my head, I never told them this, but in the back of my head, I was like, I want something that a grown man will read and enjoy, but that if I hand it to a 14-year-old, the parents aren't going to sue me.
Right.
Or just want to kill me.
Right. Yeah. You're not going to have angry parents at the library talking about handing smut to children.
Yeah. It's like, I'm like, I don't want to publish something that, like you can't give to that an 8-year-old should be reading.
For sure.
And to be fair, and I'm just to be honest here, if you have like 8, 7, 9-year-olds who read pretty well, you don't want them reading this for a couple of reasons. One, it's not appropriate. And 2, the average reading level is something like 11th grade. Because I kept, and I'm the worst. All right. So just so all my writers who happen to be listening know this, I was by far the worst of this, of trying to beat us all down into like a 10th or 9th grade reading level.
I have a hard time with that because my two boys, I have one kid that reading at the level that he should, but then I have this other kid who's like, Dad, can I read your electrician's books? Can I read your your tradesman level electrical guides?
Dude, I punched my story into into a couple of different AI programs just for reading level assessment, and they were like, this is written at a graduate level. It reads like a technical paper. It's like you need to have an extremely high level of education to understand this. If you want to sell this to people, you should probably dumb it way down.
Right.
But so it was like, here's the thing. All of my writers were like, it's all right, guys. We're gonna have to scale back some big words. I got AI telling me that it doesn't know what Sisyphean means.
Yeah, hard to run up the hill with the boulder in front of your way.
Yeah. So, but I mean, he has two. Urban Verse actually has two stories in this book, and both are fantastic.
I do. You're talking about doing those canvas prints.
I saw that on your X, and it was one of the things where I was like, he really needs to be doing my covers and stuff.
So this is from my Fourth Wall shop. The merch shop that I do that did my White Dwarf summer t-shirts and my Just Noli Things hoodie, they printed this, and it's pretty slick, man. I mean, it looks like I penciled this in on here.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Captured every stroke.
That looks like a charcoal brushing.
If you're looking to get the canvas prints, it's a print on demand option, but I think it's pretty good. So
absolutely, and I probably will do that at some point. I just wanted to make sure that look at this one right here. We got a good comment here. It would be pointless to use Sisyphean in a text. I love it. Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking, I was like, what can I do if somebody wants to come in here and dump $50 on my Kickstarter? What can I give them? Because, I'm going to put out some bookmarks because it's cool. And I'm actually using your art in the bookmark. I got the logo on one side. I've got the cover with no text on the other, which, by the way, I need to get with you yet because I'd like to have a higher quality finished version of the cover with no text for that bookmark, because I realized that all I've got is some work in progress stuff.
Yeah, send me the dimensions of the bookmark, and I'm sure I did it at a high enough DPI that it should be able to scale it down to your bookmark dimensions with bleed.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I'll get that to you. But I was sitting there looking at it, and I was like, man, it's going to cost me a small fortune to send these out and ship these to everybody and make sure they don't get torn. And I don't want to just send them like a poster. I wanted to send like a good canvas print, even frameless. But that is one thing where the bleed and everything was great. Like I did a canvas rendering, and it, of course, it wrapped around perfectly and everything. I was like, man, I'd be proud to have that on my wall, and I will have that on my wall regardless of whether or not my Kickstarter goes great. And then, of course, this right here, which I think does play into your design choices. Silly question. Everyone knows that dwarves are dwarves with no beards. The beardless dwarves are shorthand for being evil.
It's my understanding that dwarves actually have really large hands in comparison to their size. Big hands, everybody. They got to carry pickaxes, really large, bigly great hands.
But great hands, they're really the greatest hands. They really are the biggest. They're very big, and they hold the biggest hands.
But yes. I'll message me after this about the fourth wall thing, because what you can do is you could more depending on how you end up doing it, but Fourth Wall does all the printing and the shipping, so you could just have them do that, and then you give them codes to get their stuff through Fourth Wall, and then they just have to pay their shipping. And they also, from what I understand, they have printers. They have printers in America, and they get their stuff in print, and then they have stuff in Europe as well. So if you've got overseas backers, they should be able to fulfill those as well.
Which, by the way, for those who don't know, because we have crossed Happy New Year, everyone, the New Year's New Year's limit here. What we do have is I have just launched. We are now officially live on that Kickstarter.
Oh, congrats.
I just went ahead and made it live. I was waiting for midnight for that. And the Corbin Cobex Kickstarter is now 100% live, ready to rock and roll. I hope every one of y'all goes out and hits that up. So, and you want to talk about as perfect as it could be, having the cover artist on stream when the Kickstarter goes live.
I should have wore my 3-piece. What was I thinking?
That's right. Yeah, you should have been dressed up, man. I mean, come on, man. I mean, haven't you ever been to any kind of a launch or anything like that? I mean, what kind of
like, man, I'm just surprised that I don't have boogers. I woke up this morning and was not well, like snotty. I did not sound this good, that's for sure. I'm just glad I'm not here, like looking like death warmed over, snot dripping down my mustache.
But the point is you made a fantastic cover for a book that is fantastic, despite the fact that I had any hand in writing it. And I'm really hoping, there you go, like, want me to bring you a cigar and your blazer. I believe that is
that's
Magic
my wife.
2. Is that your wife?
That's my wife.
That's my wife. She should.
That's what she got me. We don't smoke in the house, but she did. She got me, and I don't smoke that often either. So I got to figure out when I'm gonna smoke my cigars that she got me for Christmas.
See, what you should do is you should be on T-shirts, the Weekend Geek, or because the Weekend Geek, I usually take my laptop out on the deck and I smoke my cigar while I'm on it.
Yeah, we hear your wind chimes in the back.
But there you go. Hey, but yeah, I mean, regardless of how this turns out, because I will say this, regardless how it turns out, I'm kind of committed to publishing one way or another. You're about to be a published cover artist with like actual paperback books. And I do not want to dissuade you from backing this project in any way, but I will be sending you a copy regardless.
Oh, very good.
I will be sending a paperback copy to every single person who is in any way involved in this, including paying the international shipping to get it to Rob Necronomicon in Ireland.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Just a quick shout out to Rob. Rob Necronomicon's got a channel here on YouTube, and he just did a really cool tutorial about how to use Affinity, which is a free program, on how to use that to make really cool isometric maps. So free program, free tutorial. It doesn't get much better than that. You got to check that out.
Affinity Publishing 2 is actually what I used to make this book, including the you already have the ARC PDF, the advanced review copy.
Mm-hmm.
But including the PDF copy with all the links and everything in it, I used Affinity 2 to make this.
Sweet.
And Affinity is awesome, by the way. You can be a complete Luddite and use it.
Yep. Yeah, I bought it last year, and it was right when I got my my thyroidectomy. Hey, what's going on? It was right when I got my partial thyroidectomy, and they jacked me up. They actually, when they established my IV, they gave me carpal tunnel in my right hand. So I took this time off of work, and I was like, oh, it won't be that bad. I'll just do some art commissions, and I'll make it up. And no, I woke up. I drew like 3 lines, and this was back when I was working for the Black Lodge Games Boys, and doing the map for Horde Wars Advance for Todd Ritson with Black Wall Games. And yeah, I woke up, I drew, and then I was like, man, my arm it feels hot, and then it's in pain. And I couldn't draw for a good month, and I was out of work because I couldn't, you can't pull on wire if your arm feels like it's falling off. And
oh my God.
Yeah, so I couldn't draw or nothing, and the only thing that was keeping me occupied or happy was I was writing an adventure for Victor Gorchev's Blacklight, his modern Shadow Dark source book. And I wrote a zine adventure called Endearing Light, and I did it all with my right arm behind my back, pretty much, and used stock art. And all the really jacked up jobs that I've gone to, all like the really jacked up homes that I've gone and wired and renovated. I take pictures of my work and so on and so forth. But I got some use for this this horror adventure where you're a squad going to a sleepy inland northwest town to save a boy from a bunch of vampires.
Using that electrician work.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed writing that, and I really want to expand on it. I want to write just a setting book, I guess, that is the fake town of Spirit Bay, and use all of the jacked up pictures and put that together, and kind of make it a modern dungeon delving thing where you have this clandestine operation that's working out of a defunct naval base, and like your job is to go there and like stop things that are permeating through the barrier between worlds and jacking up the real world, while also sending teams into the other dimension. So it's kind of like Stranger Things in a way, but there's a lot of SCP Foundation and stuff like that going on. A lot of X-Files stuff.
As an electrician, you should have a whole horde of like animated brooms as monsters.
I don't know. I don't have a fear of brooms. What are you talking about?
You a damn liar.
They ain't nothing but a thing, dog.
Why is your lunchbox so heavy?
Right. Well.
Oh.
Well.
Oh my
Who's
God.
this Tyler? I don't think I've met you before.
Welcome back, Flutters.
Good to be back. We're just celebrating the countdowns for. Thought we were just doing the New York one, but we also did the Chicago one. Hence the delay, we'll call it. But
well, we did just say Happy New Year's to everybody.
That's
and
right.
I just launched the Kickstarter for the Corvid Codex, which the
Wonderful.
illustrious Patty here is our cover artist. He was just going over our cover work here. But by the way, important question: what kind of smokes you got there, Patty? I saw them in your hand.
Let's see here. So went to a place semi-local, and this is actually my first time looking at them. So we've got a Call to Arms Sumatra. I'm not a huge cigar guy. I've only never did pipe tobacco. So we got this guy, Call to Arms Sumatra. I can't really see anything else on it. It says Stolen Throne. Does that ring any bells?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Okay, next one is Last Cowboy by Sinistro.
I've had one of those.
Natural Corona.
That's a Connecticut longleaf wrapper, which means that if nothing else, it should hold together for you pretty well.
Good. Yeah, I need that. I have a hard time holding stuff together myself. And then this last one is a Cuco Criollo, if you're American. And then it's a Blackbird.
Where is old crap phone over there? Has got to be in here somewhere, man. We got a cigar aficionado in the chat somewhere.
Nice.
I will tell you right now. I had I didn't expect a lot because branded blah blah blah, but Buffalo Trace makes the Buffalo Trace branded cigars are pretty good, and Smoke Factory is really good for something super cheap if you can tolerate it coming unwrapped. If you screw up and cut it too short or cut it too long.
And then let's see here. I can't read what the pipe tobacco is that you got me, but it's Haunted Bookshop, I guess is the pipe tobacco blend that you got me. But yeah, the store that I go to has got an in-house blend called the Mark Twain, and that's one of my go-tos. I love that one.
So you should have been on earlier, so you could have asked Pundit about that.
Yeah, he smokes pipe.
Mm-hmm.
He was smoking a pipe the whole time, just right. Like always. And he wasn't smoking Argento Roots this time. It was a different pipe tobacco.
Yeah, I see Mercurius says, I've got asthma. So not really tempted to smoke myself. Yeah, I just when I got diagnosed with the thyroid cancer, I cut back a lot. I think, as a matter of fact, the last time I smoked might have been after right after they said, yeah, looks like we got it all. And then funny enough, I had a biopsy come back and they're like, yeah, you got what's left in there has got some strange growths on it. So I was like, ah, shit. So, I don't know. We'll have to see how that turns out.
If it makes you feel better, Mercurius, you shouldn't actually inhale a cigar unless you just want to get sick.
Right.
You should hold it in your mouth, maybe push it out your nose with your tongue, but you should enjoy the flavor, blow it out, enjoy it with whatever you're drinking. It goes great with most whiskeys, but especially bourbons. You're not really supposed to inhale a cigar. And it is really funny when you get somebody who does, because they tend to get sick.
Yeah.
Because I don't
cyanide you get from those, or is that a different one?
say what?
I know that's I know it's either inhaling or swallowing. I don't know if it's tobacco, but there's a small amount of like cyanide that comes from that mixing. I don't know if it's swallowing tobacco or if it's a different plant, but
What you're probably thinking of is actually inhaling cigarette smoke.
the cigarette smoke, is that what it is? Or-
Well, there's a lot of different chemicals that are put in, and there's a lot of different stuff that goes into the filter. Like, for instance, there's a lot of fiberglass in the filters for filtered
Yeah.
cigarettes. You get a lot of arsenic. You get a lot of various other toxins that come out of them.
Yeah.
There's really just no excuse for smoking cigarettes. It's just bad for you.
No, I don't plan on it.
But I mean, look, what the hell do I know? Every time I hear something on the news about some guy who just turned like 115, I see some guy who eats like nothing but pork chops and chugs bourbon and chain smokes cigars his entire life. If he's not smoking a cigar, he's smoking a cigarette between cigars, and somehow he lives to be 115. And the guy who never does anything and cycles 15 miles a day dies at 50. So, I mean, what are we going to do? But
yeah, my great grandmother, she didn't start smoking until she was like 40, and then smoked all the way up until she was 82. And then when she decided to stop smoking, she consequently, she didn't die because she stopped smoking, but it is curious that she died like months after that.
Oh yeah. Like, when you stop smoking, it's like, well, my cancers were fighting each other.
Right. That's how you keep them occupied. Keeps them from fighting you.
I will share this very personal story. My mother actually died because she stopped or severely cut back drinking.
Oh no.
She used to drink a gin martini pretty much, or two pretty much every evening. And she was trying to lose some weight and a bunch of other stuff, getting healthier in her 50s. And she cut back way back. Well, it turns out that she had a genetic disorder called hemochromatosis, which essentially her blood did not filter iron properly. So iron would just build up in her liver. Well, alcohol thins your blood and basically helped her pass the iron. So when she stopped drinking as much, it caused the iron to build up in her liver like a dam, which crashed her liver because she couldn't process the iron properly. Which obviously was devastating for me. But I also use that anytime somebody says, hey, why are you drinking all that whiskey? I'm like, well, I got a genetic predisposition towards stopping drinking killing me, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I know it's a little dark.
Next time Kitty asks me about my seldom drinking, you drink so seldomly. Why do you keep drinking? Well, I gotta break the iron dam. That's why.
That's right. What you got there, Flutters? I saw you.
Oh, I waved because of the message about Patty gonna have to leave or something.
Yeah, I gotta get going. I can hear my baby freaking out in the back, so I'm gonna go provide the wife some support, some emotional support.
Go ahead. I ain't gonna be here too much longer. I'm already 20 minutes or 18 minutes overdue. I'm gonna talk to Flutters for a second because he popped back in after his ball drop, and then I'm gonna go enjoy 2026 myself.
Nice. Happy New Year's, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patty, and I appreciate this cover is amazing.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
Later. Man, so how was the new year?
Oh, great.
Fantastic.
I had some,
Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it.
Had some wine, a kiss. We're talking about cigars. I actually have some cigar boxes. I inherited these from my grandmother. Her name was Glenda, and she lived. And I thought this was funny because you're in Alabama yourself. She lived in Dothan.
Oh, I know what it is.
She spent, I want to say, like 90% of her lifetime in Dothan, Alabama. It was where her house was. It was where that evil little dog was. But from her, I inherited, in addition to a car that I had no use for and recently sold off, I also got these. These are some cigar boxes from, I want to say the 70s. I think they were dated somewhere.
I'll tell you right now, man, cigar boxes are one of the best things in the world to have. They're 9 times out of 10 made out of cedar. They smell great. And whatever you put in them, you ain't got to worry about bugs or anything else messing with them.
Absolutely not. I was about to say, the bugs don't have any use for this crap. That's for sure. The 10 cents a cigar. I don't know. I don't know what time period that will place it at, but it was a case. It was a case of 50, and each cigar was 10 cents a pop.
A long damn time ago, because a single cigar, even the cheapest of the cheap, is about $7 right now.
That's right.
I mean, for real cigars, not for like Swishers.
The actual, yeah. So I'd probably place it somewhere in the 70s if I had to guess, maybe 60s. I don't know for sure. And this one is a little different. It's they had a deal for 5 for $25, and these were Tampa's. This one's Tampa Nuggets, and these were Club Smokers, and these were Tampa Bay in Florida was pretty important for not Glenda, but a large part of our family on my mom's side. And she was my maternal grandmother, so I know that bay meant a lot to her. I don't know that this brand is even still around. I probably long discontinued, and I don't plan to really ever smoke. But having a little capsule into the past like this is always very interesting to me.
I mean, that's definitely a cool thing, man. I mean, a cigar box is just a great thing to have around, period. But that's a cool thing to have.
The bottom one I've even put to use. I have some of my rock collection in it.
The rock collection. You got to put the dice in it, man. Take that thing to the.
No, I have a bag for dice.
Is it a Crown Royal bag?
Used to be.
We all know it was.
My friend Stevie, back in Florida, Crown Royal was his favorite soda to drink was Royal Cola, and his favorite liquor of choice was Crown Royal. So
Crown Royal.
Yeah, Crown Royal and RC Cola were his 2 favorite things to drink. And I never saw him do it, but I was fairly certain he would, if he ever had like a mixed drink, I'm fairly certain it would probably just be a 50-50 of RC and Crown Royal. Do I know what that tastes like? No.
Did he eat moon pies?
No, that was more his wife. His wife ate moon pies, though.
It's RC Cola and moon pies is like, I mean, that's like Southern. That's like
more Southern
rite
than
of
moon
passage
pies.
right there.
That's right. Yeah.
You gotta have.
I've had both, but I don't know that. I don't know if Stevie liked moon pies. But yeah, no, Crown's all right, and RC Cole's all right. But yeah, that's what I've got them for now. This smaller one, it's a shame. This other one is a little too short. I don't really have a lot of things I could put in it. It's about
Dice.
yeah, sure, but it's about yay tall comparatively.
That is a dice tray, is what that is.
Yeah, I just have to I have to pick some set outs. It wouldn't be bad for D6s, but I don't really have that many, so it wouldn't pack good, but I'm gonna put those up. But yeah, talking about cigars reminded me I have those.
Whew. Well, I'm extraordinarily grateful for folks like Flutters, Patty, RPG Pundit coming in here for the long haul, like 5 hours himself, almost 4.5. I mean, Max was in here for 3 hours. Bear was in here for a couple. I mean, talk about bailing my ass out. I was terrified I was going to show up here and be like, all right, now talk for 5 hours.
Yeah, what am I going to do with this?
I was like, man, I'm going to have to get this done. But people came through, man. People came through, hung out,
of course.
enjoyed this, and it's a great way to bring in 2026. And I'm hoping, I mean, Intelligence as a Dump Stat has been rocking along. And I'm so devastated. I'm devastated that Rump DM decided that he needed to make his profile private, because now I don't get to just easily go over there and pick 3 Rump DM quotes and pick which one's going to be in this week. But I mean, he's going to lose he's going to fail again. I mean, he came in second place to B-Dubs in Dumbest of the Dumb this year. Which, I mean, it kills me. I mean, I want to see the man succeed. I want to see a comeback story of Rump DM managing to make it happen.
Some sort of
there you go. There's the truth right there. Fit a decent sized army in there, my friend. Get you some minis.
DBA.
That one, I'm assuming, is going to be a war game.
I wouldn't be familiar.
Look, he made it private because he said he's stopping posting.
Sure.
I mean, you want to talk about devastating to me. I mean, what a selfish thing to do. He's killing my channel by not continuing to post stupid shit for me to make fun of.
Well, if you stop posting, you delete the account. That's not really what privating it is for.
He'll be back.
Of course. And someone who's had a social media account and deleted it before because it's just I don't use this anymore. It's like if you stop using it, you just delete it. You don't just show back. If you actually stop, you just stop. And if you don't, you don't.
I mean, let's talk about the truth here for 1 second, though.
Yeah.
If you're on Intelligence as a dump stat, unless you're a major player, like if you're Wizards of the Coast or you're a WotC designer or you're a major publisher or somebody's got a ton of things to, stuff to say, you're a Jenny D with 100,000 plus subscribers and that sort of thing. Unless you're that, you only show up on Intelligence as a dump stat if I think that you're going to laugh along with the rest of us. Otherwise, Condor DM would probably be on every single episode because the dude says stupid shit 4 times a day. But that's not what I'm there for. I don't want to put on people who are just going to bitch, cry, and whine all the time and not take it in good stride. I don't want
There's nothing to be gotten out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's yes, there are going to be some people who very deservedly get raked over the coals because they say really stupid shit that deserves to get cooked. But for the most part, it's tongue in cheek. I mean, the entire idea was for me to make fun of people. It was for me to make fun of the people who make too big a deal about what we do. The people who go out there and act like it's some kind of massive sin that you don't play rules as written. People who come out there and talk about how you're just the worst kind of istphobagist because you don't let XYZ player be at your table. People, and then also people who just say really boneheaded stuff, maybe not intending to, they just don't think it through, and they say something, they're like, shit, I shouldn't have said that. I didn't think about that. That's the kind of thing I try to make fun of on Intelligence is a Dump Stat. And I really want to see the people who are in there laughing in the comments. And I'm very, very proud to say that's kind of how it's turned out.
I mean, yeah, largely. I've seen the comments on more recent ones. As someone that was here when you had like, I want to say like 5 to 10 subscribers, it's pretty cool to see that you're close to like 1K now. That's really nice.
Hey, there you go. Look at that. Ending up on Intelligence as a Dump Stat is on my bucket list. That's the kind of thing I want to see. I want it to be like a point of pride where somebody's like, you know, you made it when you end up on Intelligence as a Dump Stat. If Daniel said you were a dumbass one week, you know you did something right. But you've been on Intelligence as a Dump Stat, haven't you? Aren't you an alumnus? I'm trying to think if you've been there or not.
Who was the poster?
Say what?
Who was the person that posted that? I didn't see it.
Oh, it was Will GM for Food.
Will GM for Food. I don't know. Yeah. The username sounds familiar, but I don't immediately recall.
I'm trying to think. I think you may have, like, on one of the earlier episodes, you may have popped up on there. I'll have to go back and look because, I mean, obviously, like, I decided to do the damn Dump Stat Awards, like, kind of last minute. So I legitimately ended up having to go back and, like, rewatch the entire damn series, which started in March.
Yeah.
So we're talking, like, it was like 47 episodes I had to listen to go through and figure out who won what. So, I could have swore you might have poked up there. If you haven't made it yet, Waters. Go say something stupid and get on the list.
I mean, yeah, every now and then the problem is the closest to the closest to stupid things I say is not usually out of like a failure in like a lapse of thought. It's way more often is way more often like a comprehension issue. Like I've always had problems with like tonal comprehension. You know, especially in middle school, my friends joked it was because of Spurg. I never really found out. I don't know. I've always had a hard time reading people, but it's like when it comes to like facts or something I've experienced myself, I can always digest that pretty well. I've never been confused as to whether or not I like 5e or for something like that. Now, every single thing I like about it, I don't know. I could sit down and iron it all out. It wouldn't be that I make some sort of boneheaded mistake. It would be way more of just, it would be kind of in some of the more recent episodes where you find someone like, I think it was just after the pointy hat stuff. There's one person you brought on for Intelligence as a Dump Stat where it was that they had made a like strikingly on the head point, but had missed like one key detail. That's the kind of post I would make. It's like I don't talk very much because I don't like to talk out of my ass is the best way of putting it. So I would miss like one small thing. It wouldn't be out of anything. You know, you certainly wouldn't find me lumped in with like Condor. Funny thing, there's a period of time, I think it was only like a month before I got tired of getting YouTube notifications every 30 minutes. There was a period of like a month, I want to say back in April or March, where I was subscribed to both of you because I had found him just before I had found you in like April, and for like a month in there, I watched both of you, especially because of the like overlapping mention. I always think it's interesting to see both sides of something play out. And I was in my kitchen one day just making some food, and I get a notification. I see it's Condor. I'm like, damn, that's cool. I'm cooking something right now. I'm not burning my hand because you're talking about tabletop. Like, go away. I get a notification before I'm even done cooking the dish I was still making when I got the last one. And I'm just like, oh my God, shut up. And I just immediately, I go find Condor. I unsubscribe. I don't care. I'm sorry you broke up with your girlfriend. I'm sorry you couldn't marry her. I don't care. I don't need to know every 5 minutes that it didn't work out. Like, I'm sorry, man. I don't need to know.
Oh my God.
It was
I mean, he does post like 6 videos a day.
Yes, he does. And it started when he got dropped by his girlfriend. Because before, it's like he would spend time with her, and you know, he had things in his life, and God, I hope he had like dreams and things he wanted to do. So he'd post like once, maybe like every 2 days. If it was a busy week, he'd post like once daily. And it was just little itty bitty things about here's some stuff that people, here's some thoughts that people have about tabletop, and you talk about the stuff he didn't agree with and some stuff that he thought was useful. And sometimes he had some good advice. The moment his woman left his life, he just immediately was like, 12 posts a day. None of it makes sense. None of it's coherent. I'm losing my mind. It's like, Condor, I know. And I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't subscribe. I'm like, I don't need a ping every 5 minutes. Like, I don't care. I'm sorry.
Oh man.
It's just not worth it. Like,
I mean, he would populate the entirety of Intelligence's dump stat if I allowed him.
It wouldn't even be a competition. Oh my God. It would just be Condor as a dump stat. Like, I don't care, dude. Go away.
Condor as a dump stat.
It's ridiculous. I just couldn't do it anymore. He used to have like some half interesting, like, it was obviously like small talk. It wasn't ever anything profound, but I don't need it to be profound. YouTube is about just putting stuff out there. Even if it's just some like guy putting his thoughts that's rambling. That's still part of the process. So I thought that was always cool. But whenever they split up, he just lost it. I couldn't watch that shit anymore. I just could not. Could not do it.
And Mercurius is 100% right there. 0 intelligence and 0 charisma. Despite the fact that he makes like at least 2 videos a day telling us all how much charisma he has. I mean, he's bad. And, I mean, the thing is that he still doesn't understand that Double D did not care about the relationship of whoever his fiance slept with. And he still thinks that somehow it's a defense to say, I don't even have a brother. It's like, dude, you completely missed the point here. And I gave him a fair shake. I read Neo TTRPG. All of it. The original version.
Yep.
I did everything I could. I actually mock played that game. Rolled a character, compared 2 of them, ran some scenarios where I rolled both sides, just straight rules as written. I tried to make that game work. And I'm like, even if somebody can decipher this garbage, because Jesus, it's bad. It is horrible. Even if you can decipher it and kind of eke out the mechanics, it doesn't work. It is so haphazard. Like, I mean, he can't. He's either a liar or he's delusional, because he says he's worked on this game for 10 years or since 2022. I look at this and I'm like, well, that's like me saying I've worked on my game since 2020, since 2002, because I first had the idea to make a game in 2002 and some ideas of how I might improve something. I haven't earnestly worked on my game until like last year. That's when I really first started working on it.
Yeah.
Okay. maybe if that's what he means by I've been working on it since, for 20 years. He does not have 20 years worth of work in there.
No.
I could I could produce his manuscript in like an hour.
Yeah.
And I read through it and I'm like, this has never been edited.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell this has been play tested. There's so many holes in it, just obvious from the beginning. And I'm like, I really, really wanted to be able to do, like I did a thing that I used to do back in the sports world when I was, I ran a mixed martial arts website. And I always did. I'd do a UFC event and I'd say, we're going to do the good, the bad, and the ugly. Here's the good things that happened for somebody's career or whatever. Here's the bad things where somebody didn't come out on top. Here's the ugly things where somebody really screwed their career up. Like they really had a bad night or whatever. I tried to do that with Condor's game. And I'm like, I was like, to get to the good, I had to be like, at least he put out a unique system. And it seems like there is some decency, like there's some decent idea behind this setting that he came up with. But that's it. Like there's nothing mechanical that was in any way decent. Like anybody who just thought about it for a second should have known that this stuff wasn't going to work. And now he's like the Temu version of Daggerheart. He's Temu Daggerheart.
Yeah.
What would you say was like unique about Neo, if anything? Like what came across to it? Would you say its Candle in the Dark was like, oh, I mean, this could have been something?
I mean, he had a reasonably decent setting, but that could have been in any game.
Probably just should have been a setting guide, you think?
Yeah, I mean, he could have made a setting like the Skull Horn setting. There was some stuff in there that made sense that could have been somewhat unique. He could have made a 5e or a, I guess if he wanted a 2e, he'd never make any money with it, but he could have made an OSR or a 5e setting called the Skull Horn setting, put some real work into it, hired somebody or learned how to use Incarnate or something to make a halfway decent map. And he could have released a setting, and I think he would have been okay. And there's some ideas in his setting, like I'm going back through the mechanics. There's some mechanics in there that could work. I don't think they'd be the best. They're just unrefined. And it's clearly I came up with an idea and then I didn't test it.
Yeah.
I came up with an idea and I didn't bother to look deeper and figure out how the math works. And then I just slap it into this garbage like notepad document and put it on TTRPG. Or I'm sorry, Drive Through RPG on DTRPG. And it's like, dude, why would you think anybody would ever buy this?
Yeah.
And here's
who is this for, really?
And he could have made the greatest game of all time. We just don't know.
Yeah.
We don't. We can't know because even he didn't articulate anything about his system that makes it playable, which is just god awful. And I'll give you a point here. I've got a D30 system that I've been working on for about a little over a year now. And one of the things I have is I have a mother with teenage children who I send my document to proofread. Because I'm like, if I gave you a book that said this about these rules, do you think you could teach your children to play this game?
No.
As an uninterested party who has no desire to learn anything about fantasy or TTRPGs or anything, do you think you could buy this as a Christmas present and teach your child how to play it based
just
on
like
my
translatability?
Yeah. And that's the thought process I took. He took the process of everybody has sat at my table and figured out how to play this.
Everyone is me, actually.
Yeah,
if you really think about it.
So let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up, and then we're going to call it a night here in a minute. But 2026, the year that Elon Musk buys D&D and hands the keys to me. I seriously doubt he gives you the keys there, Grodenhar's Gate. I would love it if he did, but he won't. What do you think? just your quick thoughts. Do you think Elon Musk buys any major controlling share in Hasbro, tries to buy the D&D license? Do you think any of that happens, or any of that is even something that's on his radar?
I mean, for a guy like that, it'd probably have to be something like comes up at an investor meeting as like a hobby, and like catches. He's very fixative, Mr. Musk is. He seems to like see something and then want it, and then sort of give up on it and find something else and then want it. So I'm trying to think of like the A to B as to how something from Hasbro, whether it's D&D or Magic the Gathering. But the problem is, it's like D&D is time consuming, like, and not like exorbitantly so, not ridiculously so, but it's a lot slower than like a fast match of like a card game, right? Card games are a lot faster than D&D. So if anything, I figure it'd probably be something, if anything, from Hasbro, like Magic the Gathering, or just one of their faster pace entertainment IPs would have to get his attention for him to even then consider like the rest of their portfolio. What are all of your assets? Like, the fact that it's not like an A to B is more of like A, B, then maybe C is no, probably not.
I agree with you on that. I look at it like we have as people who are in the TTRPG hobby, like very invested in it, the kind of people who sit here at 12:45 in the morning on streams. We have a very bloated and a very exaggerated view of our hobby and what it means in pop culture. Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, you're in the pool, so you can't really see the water. Or you can't see the forest for the trees type deal. It's such a very, very small part of pop culture. Even with Stranger Things, even with all the hype that's been brought in, Critical Role and all that stuff. Critical Role is monstrous in the YouTube world for tabletop role-playing games. Dwarfs everything. It's a very successful YouTube channel. It is a midget compared to 5-year-old opening toys, or Jake Paul, or Mr. Beast, or Random History Channel. It is a midget. It is nothing compared to those channels. So we have kind of this outsized view of what our hobby really means to the world. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it's even really on his radar other than as a meme. I mean, the only chance I see of Elon Musk like buying D&D or something is Hasbro really wants to get rid of it because it's not making any money, and he can buy it.
Oh, yeah. He considers low ball. Yeah.
It's like, I'll give you an example. I walked through a Dollar General the other day, and I saw a Hot Wheels sitting on the table. They had like this little table of like, hey, buy your kids these things for Christmas. And there was a Hot Wheels. And it happened to be a Hot Wheels of the 1995 Renault Espace F1. For those of you who don't know, the Espace F1, ESPACE, it's like E space. The Espace is a Renault minivan. In 93, Renault's engine won the World F1 Championship. So they did this thing where the Espace had like saved their company in 85. So they wanted to celebrate the 10th anniversary and celebrate the big F1 win. So they made this ridiculous carbon fiber racing minivan that is literally their F1 car with a minivan on top of it. It's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, just a real centerfold of a piece right there. That's fun.
Yeah, it's nuts. It is a minivan with a gigantic wing on the back. It's in black and red. It has huge scoops on the side, and it's got a V10 F1 engine in it. It does 0 to 60 in like 1.8 seconds. It's ridiculous. Well, I'm a huge racing and car guy. And I'm walking by and I look down and I'm like, there's an F1
what have I come across? Yeah.
Hot Wheels. And I'm like, I have to own this.
Yeah,
I
this
have
is real and
buddies
it's
who
right
I
in
need to
front of
take
me.
pictures of this and show to them. It needs to be on my bookshelf. I have to have this, and it's $1.10.
How could I ever pass this up? That's right.
I cannot do this. I mean, if I were broke, I would have to put the Red Bull I was going to buy back on the shelf and get a Monster instead so I could afford this. So I bought it, obviously.
Right.
That's what D&D has to be to Elon Musk. It has to be the Hot Wheels that he's like, oh, I would like to buy that.
Yeah.
It has to be that cheap and that easy for him to scoop up, for him to care. Because it's such a nothing burger.
And if he doesn't care, it's like, how's he going to treat it? You know, like, oh boy, here we go.
Well, the good news is that I think he treated it very well, because it would be man, I remember that from my childhood. That's something that I always cared about. This is a cool nostalgia piece for me. And I have plenty of money to give somebody, you know, a 9-figure budget to go run this and make it work and hire people who actually give a shit about it. But I don't think Hasbro will ever sell it that way. Hasbro is a licensing machine. They would want to sell rights. He'd have to buy like Hasbro. He wouldn't be able to buy D&D. He would have to buy like a controlling interest in Hasbro to do
package. Yeah.
Exactly. And I just don't see Elon Musk doing that. I see this being more of him goofing off on X. But who knows? Maybe 2026 is the year that Elon Musk buys D&D, and we all get a very Merry Christmas next year. There you go. And Hasbro thinks that D&D can earn money that it has never reached before. That is the 1,000% truth. D&D has never been a huge moneymaker ever, period. Huge moneymaker for Gary Gygax and his family? Absolutely. For a publicly traded company? No. It's the, I don't know, Fanta grape of Coca-Cola, of TTRPGs. It's that off ball. It's Mountain Dew Cool Rush Zero or something. It's not even one of the flavors that people buy. But who knows? Maybe. Here we go. We all wish Elon Musk just has a stroke and decides that buying Hasbro is a good decision.
Listen, he just needs a little Christmas spirit, all right?
A little Christmas spirit, that's right. Go for it. Where's Jacob Barley to shake his chains at him? Send the Grim Reaper to point at his grave if he doesn't buy D&D.
And Elon Musk's trading profile grew 3 sizes that day.
His trading profile grew 3. That's right. His Webull account grew 3 sizes.
Oh no.
Oh man, I think I'm going to call it a night. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. It is about 9 minutes from there. Everybody, I threw the link in the comments. I'm going to throw the link everywhere. Corvid Codex, the Kickstarter is live. Go get you a premium paperback copy of the kind of stories that you love, written by the people you hang out with, talk to online. TTRPG players writing stories for TTRPG players with artists who are TTRPG players. Back it. Let's make it happen. I want to spend my February in my garage with a stack of paperback books, filling envelopes and mailing it to you people. Make it happen. But other than that, guys, I mean, let's have a great 2026. Butters, appreciate you coming on board, man. I appreciate you hopping in. I appreciate everybody who hopped in. I appreciate everybody who came into the comments, super chats, the whole 9 yards. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Mr. Mercurius, you are a saint, sir. Super chatting multiple times throughout the stream. Love every last one of you guys. Have a happy 2026. And I'll see you guys next time.